we are on.
Hello again, Broncos country.
Really excited to chop up some Broncos with you all this week.
Bourbon, Broncos, and no BS.
Orange
Time, your favorite time of the week. We're not for the Raiders, Chargers, or Chiefs. So grab your brews and your fantasy league. We got that blue and orange blood that you bleed. Rock, Lindsay, Sutton, and Judy. We are the Mile High Broncos country.
Orange Weekly, fans, brews, and Broncos news.
Broncos country. It is game day. Denver versus Pittsburgh at Heinz Field. My name is KevDan. I'm joined here by David, and this is the first time Orange Weekly is ever doing this. We are going to be with you the entire game. Obviously, we cannot show the game, but if you want to match up our audio stream to the game, hang out with us, post your comments, post your questions throughout the game. We'll talk with you as we try calling the game and giving you our insights. And so, obviously, very Bronco heavy, and hopefully just as good as the announcers on TV that I never really listened to anyway. So
yeah, I mean, how can we be worse? I mean, depending on the broadcast team, some of them are pretty good, but it's really never so bad now that Phil Simms isn't in the booth anymore. Anyway, that was always my worst one. But yeah, it's good to be here, isn't it, Kev?
Yes, we are at Colorado Cork Keg in Castle Rock, Colorado. It is right behind McDonald's off the Wolfensburg Street exit. Guys, if you come down here and tell them that Orange Weekly sent you, you're going to get half off your first drink. They have $16 bottomless mimosas, $6 Bloody Marys. They have a ton of apps, ton of food between pretzels and brats and let's see what else, fries, hot dogs, burgers, tons of food, tons of drinks. And the Colorado Cork Keg is actually only open on Sundays in which Broncos play. Every other Sunday they're closed. So this is an awesome time to come on down here. And again, who doesn't want half off their first drink?
Amen to that.
Now, we tried it, and they kind of laughed at us. But, of course, we sent ourselves, so I don't think that works.
That's okay. Yeah, I think they're allowed to be off the hook with us. That's fine.
I got this nice Oktoberfest, and we're going to start talking Broncos here in a second. Pretty good beer, though, man.
Yeah, no, I'm having a nice brown ale. They've got a nice selection here at Cork Keg. They've got a bunch of beers on tap. They've got good food specials throughout the game. Come on down and join us, guys.
This is going to be sweet.
Absolutely. Now, the biggest piece of news I think to get to right off the bat, Kev, Cortland Sutton, active today. Not playing last week with that AC sprain, but his pain is in a good enough place where they feel like he can go this week. I think that's going to be huge for this offense, not just for Drew Lock, but all of the other pass catchers are going to have more opportunities in single coverage now just because of the attention that Cortland Sutton is going to demand by his presence on the field.
Yeah, so what we saw last week, obviously, Jerry Jeudy, I think, got 8 targets alone. The ball was pretty well spread out, but he got a majority of those, and we know there were 2 drops. Ball was perfectly placed, but I think those first game jitters, not just first game jitters, but, hey, it's your first game and you're the number 1 wide receiver out there. Yeah, I've already had too many beers. I'm going to cut myself
off. Early in the season.
But those drop passes, you could see that as the ball hit his hands, he started to look upfield. So that's a very easy mistake to make as a rookie, especially in your first game. But you had that combination of Jerry Jeudy and Cortland Sutton. That should give Drew Lock more options, in addition to just how he was spreading out the ball to begin with.
Sure, and I think Noah Fant is going to benefit quite a bit. It's been talked about a lot that Noah Fant got a bunch of targets. Most of his catches in the first half of last week's game really went quiet in the second half. And I think at least part of that is because the Titans made a halftime adjustment to try and take him away. They're not going to be able to do that now as successfully in Pittsburgh. They're not going to be able to double cover him and take him away as an option reliably, just because you've got something on the field demanding that kind of attention. Similarly, I think it's going to have an effect on Locke with those deep passes that we saw him maybe not connecting on last week. I think Sutton is going to give him another dimension to maybe make some of those deeper plays a possibility this game. And against a better secondary for sure, but having a weapon like Sutton back is going to be so huge for this offense.
So we got a ton of people in here already. We got Rick, Trish, Lewis, Peter. I'm not going to be able to call you all out by name. Ayla says she can't stand Phil.
Amen to that.
Ayla, how you doing? Glad you're watching. Joyce, you guys are awesome. We're putting your comments up throughout the whole show. Obviously, we're not going to be able to get every single one up there, but keep us those comments and questions. And I think one thing that obviously we found out today is how is Philip Lindsay going to affect the game? So Philip Lindsay did have that turf toe last week, not as bad as expected, but he is going to miss this game and next week's game too, more than likely. So what are we expecting from Melvin Gordon? And, we do have Royce Freeman, who I think we've all talked about is probably the best, if not one of the best, number 3 running backs in the league.
Yeah, and Freeman only got 2 touches last week, even after Lindsay went out. So I would expect them to rely on Gordon heavily. I do expect Freeman to get more touches than 2 this game, but we are just going to have to see how effective he's going to be. Gordon was very good against a very good front 7 last week. He's going to have to repeat that performance this week because it's a better front 7 that Pittsburgh boasts. You've got Casey Hayward in there. You've got Stephon Tuitt in there, T.J. Watt, Bud Dupree on the edges. It's going to be hard sledding whether you're trying to run inside or outside. But we've got talent at that running back position still. It's the kind of thing where this offseason we were all kind of questioning that deal for Melvin Gordon.
Yeah.
But it's really, at least in this first few weeks, going to pay dividends for us if he can hold on to the football, especially. That's going to be one thing I'll be watching because I think the Pittsburgh really thrives off those turnovers on defense. So they're going to be swatting at that ball, and they saw that film last week where Melvin Gordon fumbled. They're going to be going after him hard.
Yeah.
So he's really going to have to protect the ball.
And I think that goes not just from Melvin Gordon, but anybody who has the ball.
Mm-hmm.
That's what Pittsburgh, I mean, you could say this about any team, but Pittsburgh especially, they are constantly trying to rip that ball from your hands, constantly. So if we learned, 3 lessons from last week, number 1 is you can see how deadly those turnovers are, especially when it's like on your own 20-yard line, right? So if they can carry that forward with them, and they know how aggressive the Steelers are when it comes to trying to strip that ball out of your hand. So taking that forward is going to be huge.
Yeah.
Joey, we also have Dan from New Brunswick, Canada. Thanks for tuning in, Dan. Glad you're here with us. And once again, guys, we're going to be here the entire game. Once again, we can't show you the game, but if you want to match up our audio to your game right there, you can follow along with us, and we're going to be talking about it the whole time and interacting with you guys, which hopefully people would rather interact with us than Phil Sims or Colin Collinsworth,
Right.
They don't care about us normal people anyway. So.
Right. Yeah. We're giving it from the ground up coverage here.
Here's one. Robert from Scotland. We are international here at Orange Weekly, and we appreciate everybody's support. You're
That's
all
what we
awesome.
like to hear. Absolutely.
Let's see.
Scotland and Canada today. We're killing it.
We're killing it.
Absolutely.
Okay. North Dakota, we have people. Art and Cheryl, how you doing? Okay, cool. So we talked about something. Now, what about the Steelers defense? We're looking at some of the defensive scores when it came to Pro Football Focus, and a couple names that stood out right away is T.J. Watt. We know how good of a player he is, but what are we expecting from that outside linebacker there of T.J. Watt and what he brings to the Pittsburgh defense?
Well, it's going to be tough. It's a tough matchup for both of our tackles this week. Didn't have a holding penalty, any penalties on the offensive line last week. If they want to maintain that discipline this week, they are really, really going to have to keep their heads on a swivel because, you've got Watt on the one side and you've got Bud Dupree on the other, who's no slouch as far as rushing the passer goes. So really they've got 2 guys who can be effective at that position. And with, Garrett Bowles being Garrett Bowles, he had a good game last week, but you're never really sure if that's going to carry over week to week. You know, he had good games last season and followed them with stinky games. So, and, you know, Elijah Wilkinson is a guy who you just, you know, more power to him because he's been thrust into a starting role 2 seasons in a row. But the fact is you're more comfortable with that guy as your backup than your starter.
Yeah.
And, you know, as a swing tackle, I think he's one of the better in the league as a backup swing tackle. But as your starting right tackle every single week, there's a little bit to be desired there. And against a pass rush like this, I would expect the ball to be getting out very, very quickly today. I would expect that to be the game plan for the Broncos going forward.
Yep.
Really until these tackles show a consistent performance every single week, but especially against a pass rush like this.
Yeah, Chris Wamley is not a starter, but the left edge rusher there for the Pittsburgh Steelers had a pass rush grade of 90.5 from Pro Football Focus. So if you're the Steelers, and you know that Chris Wormley here is doing really well, do you match him up against Garrett Bowles or like Elijah Wilkinson there?
Well, wherever the matchup is most favorable, because, you know, Wormley is kind of their third guy. So to me, you can line him up all over the offensive line, even up against the center or the guard spots to kind of get a more of a NASCAR package kind of thing going. Where you've just got your best edge rushers going against the offensive linemen at multiple positions across the line. So it's one of those pick your poison type things if you're the Broncos. With a pass rush grade of 90, that means he was getting home, you know, even if he had limited snaps. So it's the kind of thing where if you're Denver, you've got to have good pass protection at every level, including from your backs. We saw Melvin Gordon do that well last week. I don't know how Royce Freeman is going to stand up against these edge rushers if he's called to pass protect, but you've got to count on at least one of those guys getting past the offensive line and getting into the backfield. You hope you've got a running back there who can stick their nose in there and give Drew Lock enough time to make a play.
Yeah, exactly. Amanda's asking if they're going to stream the live game today. We're not, and, you know, we're not suggesting you do this, but there may be ways to watch it online. I'm not familiar with any of those, but we will be here all day talking about the game, calling the game, explaining to you what's going on and giving you our takes, and then hopefully interacting with all of you as well. So hit that share button for us. Tell your other Broncos fans if they don't want to listen to the whatever announcers are up there today, tune in to us and or post those comments, questions for us to talk about throughout the game. We did talk about the TJ Watt situation that Peter asked. Pretty much that's definitely going to be a huge matchup to watch for. Now, when it comes to our running game, Pittsburgh's interior line is pretty good. So how many runs do you expect to see up the middle between those inside defensemen, or more out to the going to the outside there?
Well, what I don't expect is for the Broncos to just not run inside. You know, Saquon Barkley had 15 carries for 6 yards last week. It was just not the kind of thing. He could never get going against this defensive front. But I don't expect Pat Shurmur and Mike Munchak to just look at that stat and say, all right, well, we can't run inside now. They're going to try. They're going to play their game first. And if the Pittsburgh defense proves that they can take that away from us the way they did from the Giants last week, that's a different story. You've got to adjust your game plan based on that. But I would not expect them to be afraid to try to do that. In fact, I would not be surprised if they tested the middle of that defense right away just to see what they've got there. We'll have to see, but I would expect them to at least try. And with our guard center combination, you know, Cushenberry's very young. You know, he played last week very well for the most part. Had a couple of snaps that I'm sure he'd like to have back. But he got a good baptism by fire against Jeffrey Simmons last week, and that was a good kind of starting test for this week. With Tuitt and Hayward coming against them, it's going to be harder. But I am at least glad that he got battle tested against somebody last week who was an elite level NFL talent. Kev.
Yeah, no, it's going to be. There are going to be so many good matchups across the field here, and you know the question is how is our young offense going to respond, especially and then you talk about we don't have AJ Bowie on the defense, so how is the backfield going to step up? And they're all it's such a young core, and the backfield is so new. This is the second time ever they're playing in a game setting together, so that communication is key. One of the touchdowns that Titans got last week, I can't remember who it was in the end zone, had nobody around him, and it was exactly what I had been talking about during this the off-season training camp. Of there's going to be times where something happens, somebody's open, and our backfielders are just going to look at each other like, I thought you had him, and that's an exact moment of that. And so, how are we expecting them to overcome that to get more communication between them?
Well, and it's, there's the youth of the defense for sure, but that particular play you're talking about, I remember, was a miscommunication between Kareem Jackson and Justin Simmons. So it's, those are two of the most well-tenured guys on this defense. And if they're having communication issues right off the bat, it doesn't bode well for the rest of the defense. That being, I don't want to be doom and gloom with this. It was week one in the weirdest offseason that any of these guys have ever had,
Right,
by far. So yeah, it's going to take a little while for that to come together. But you're right, the youth on the defensive backfield side is going to bear watching. You're going to see plenty of snaps from Michael Ojemudia, from Esang Bassi again today. I would expect, I don't know if we saw Devontae Harris or Devontae Bosby get elevated from the practice squad this week.
I don't think so.
Well, so then they're kind of comfortable with those guys and the youth that they've got, if that's the case.
Right.
So it's just going to be probably another learning week for them. I don't expect that they're going to play every play perfectly against an offense like this that the Steelers boast. You've got Juju Smith-Schuster, you've got Washington in there, you've got Deontay Johnson, their newest draft pick, who did not play like a rookie last week. He played very well. So it's going to be a very tough test for this defensive backfield. They're going to be very, very young back there. They're going to be dealing with very talented receivers. Vance McDonald is a very talented tight end. And Ben Roethlisberger showed last week, as much as we would have liked this to be the case, he's not quite done yet.
No,
He's
definitely not.
So we're going to have to – it's just going to bear watching. It's one of those games you're really going to miss Von Miller because a good pass rush would have – we've seen how a good pass rush can affect Ben Roethlisberger in the past. It can get to him. It can make him, throw the ball early, get off his spot. But we're just going to have to see if Bradley Chubb, Jeremiah Toshu, Malik Reed, even Alexander Johnson, I couldn't count the number of times they sent Alexander Johnson on a blitz last week. I think we're probably going to expect to see more of that today, and they just got to get home if they want to help out this young backfield.
So looking at the inactives list, Tyree Cleveland, wide receiver, Philip Lindsay, as expected. Mark Barron, inside linebacker. Again, Albert Okwuegbunam.
You got it.
Boom. And I guess I'm curious. We also got Anthony Chiquillo and McTelvin, Agam. I think just a lot of those, third string backup players that they're expected to be inactive, right? So I guess my question is, I would have expected to see Okwuegbunam have a lot more, or at least be on the roster, the active roster, to get him out there and see what he's made of, because there was a lot of excitement in the offseason about him.
Well, and I'll tell you what, the word coming out of at the end of camp with him was he showed really, really interesting stuff as a pass catcher. His blocking left so much to be desired that they just decided they could not risk putting him on the field quite yet, because at that point, if you're leaving him out there and the other team knows that his blocking is a liability, it's probably he's not out there on a down where he's going to be asked to block. It's going to be a throwing down, and he may be the primary target if he's going to be out there. So if you're the coaching staff in the Broncos, you don't want to telegraph your moves like that, I think.
Sure.
And you also don't want to put a guy out there who is so bad at one part of his game that he needs to be good at that he's actually a liability on the field. So yeah, maybe halfway through the season or something, if he shows a little bit more in practices as far as blocking goes, I think we will see him out there, because he's a really intriguing red zone matchup for sure.
Sure. It'll be interesting to see what he does. Lonnie, not sure how you can watch the game exactly, to be honest with you. But again, we're going to be here the entire time. So if you know somebody driving down the road that isn't able to watch it, or if you're not able to watch it again, just have our audio up. You can match it with your TV, and we'll be here the entire game. Gilbert says, return of Cortland Sutton should put Judy at ease. Last week he was the focus of the receiver core, and I think if you're the Pittsburgh Steelers, you still have to find a way to cover both of those guys. I think Drew Lock is smart enough, even though that this is his essentially rookie year, that he's going to be able to read those matchups and say, hey, this is going to be my number one read based off the coverage there. So that's also something where Pittsburgh probably knows that, and I expect them to show some confusion there to help or to get Drew Lock to bite off on the wrong guy.
Right. Well, and so one thing that will help the Broncos in that regard is KJ Hamler is also back this week.
That's true.
And so the Broncos last week against the Titans ran a 3 wide receiver set more than 60% of the time, which was interesting to me. I think that this week we may see a lot of Judy Sutton Hamler sets, even if they run out of those sets. But we also saw them use the jet motion with Tyree Cleveland a ton last week, way more than I thought we were going to. We never ran that jet sweep, but we used the motion so much, and that helps the quarterback understand what the defense is doing quite a bit, those type of motions, because they have to respect the speed of a guy like Cleveland they were using last week. He's inactive today because Hamler's back, so
Yeah.
they definitely got to respect the speed of Hamler. And that will telegraph to Drew Lock and the offense what the defense is going to be trying to do on that play. So that mitigates that factor a little bit, but you're right. A savvy defensive coordinator and really good players like the Steelers have, they're going to try and confuse Drew Lock. They're going to try and show as many looks as they possibly can to get the young quarterback uncomfortable. It's going to be really crucial to see how he and the offensive coaching staff respond to that.
Yep. One thing that I heard some talk about this last week, and I think we talked about it amongst ourselves in the Orange Weekly chat there, is the post-game presser with Drew Lock. And basically coming out, a lot of team players after they lose will come out and say, the other team just played better than us. Yeah, we made mistakes, but, they were the better team. But Drew Lock essentially came out, and not quoting him here exactly, but, this is on us. We made bad decisions. We made bad mistakes that cost us that turnover, and essentially put the emphasis on our team. It wasn't that we played a better team and they beat us. It's we beat ourselves. In fact, I think that's one of the things he essentially said was we beat ourselves. Mm-hmm. And so a lot of talk there about, well, is that being a sore loser? Is that being leadership? And to me, that is exactly the type of player we needed.
Yeah.
So it's definitely something to keep in mind there as we go through.
Absolutely. I lost.
Any thoughts about that?
Well, so I think we're going to have to just be patient as it goes ahead, because you're right. They did lose that game. As far as it went, it was one of those games where I think we talked about this on Tuesday's show. They both should have lost that game and should have won it. They deserved to lose, but they also should have won, because they had that game in control. They themselves could have affected the outcome of that game just by doing a dozen different plays differently. And so it's just going to be the kind of thing where they're going to have to clean up a ton of stuff. But you can point to any number of a dozen plays where they not only didn't win the play, but if they had won the play, they could have won the game, and they just ended up not. He also talked a little bit about Jerry Jeudy's drops specifically. He said he talked to Jeudy about those drops, but it's not the kind of thing that he spent a lot of time with him on, because Jeudy knows that he's got to keep those things under better control. Jeudy carries himself like a veteran, even though he is a rookie, and he knows that those drops are unacceptable. So Drew Lock didn't spend a whole ton of time with him on that. But as an offense, it's good to see them take accountability for the things they can be doing better. But taking accountability is one thing. Then they've got to actually act on the accountability and carry that forward and improve the next week.
And I think that's something we can definitely expect to see, is that week-to-week improvement. That's exactly what I need to see to really believe this team. If we're seeing the same exact inconsistency week in and week out, that's where I'm going to start scratching my head saying, what's going on? This team, especially the offense, is so talented that there's no reason not to do that. Now, we are using some of the stats here on the TV, and we were talking about takeaways earlier. We're good.
Okay.
Sorry. We are testing this out. This is the first time we're doing this. So Broncos had 17 takeaways. I think it said last year. Third least in the NFL. And that's one thing that's been killing us. So, if you're Coach Fangio, especially on the defense, what are you trying to do to force those turnovers?
And it's going to, part of it is schematic, and then, turnovers are just kind of a lucky thing, that you can't really control. You can control it a little bit. You can scheme up as much as you can to get those turnovers. And we saw a really athletic interception by Michael Ujamudia last week get overturned by a pretty ticky-tack personal foul call. I can see why they threw the flag there, but I would also understand if they hadn't thrown the flag that, yeah, that was probably not a necessary penalty to throw. But, if you could control the refs, we'd win every game. So, it's just that kind of thing where there's a little bit of luck involved, but mostly, as far as you can control it, it's making sure that your players are in the right position at the right time. It's making sure that they understand what their assignments are supposed to be, and that they are, especially with a defense like this that is so predicated on zone coverages, that your guys are in the right zone, that they're doing the right things.
There we go.
Yeah. And fumbles are fumbles. So those are, you're most likely to get a fumble by rushing the quarterback and stripping the ball. Outside of that, it's really just kind of a luck thing.
Right.
So if you can put your pass rushers in a good position and you can make sure that your defensive backs are where they're supposed to be when they're supposed to be there, I think as far as the coaching staff is concerned, that's as much as you can do to keep those turnovers coming. But we're just going to have to see. It's something that we heard about in the offseason that the coaching staff really wanted to focus on, was improving those turnovers. So hopefully they've been able to add a little more secret sauce to that defense, and we can see a little bit more of that this week. We're going to need it.
We're going to need one of the, and this is probably, cliche to say, but one of the key takeaways for this game for us to win, keys to success, is to at least get more takeaways than the Steelers, right?
Right.
And
you gotta
but
win that battle.
when you're looking at how the Broncos have done over the last season, that was always a killer for us. Is we at least had the same, if not less, number of turnovers every single game as the other team.
Yeah, absolutely.
We have Kevin Boxer in here. Kevin, how you doing? I always appreciate another Kevin watching. Andrew, your wife is wrong. We got Kevin says from Erie, Pennsylvania is in the house. Go Broncos. It's good to see other Broncos fans out there in Pennsylvania. Darius, we are not showing the game. We can't. Licensing rules
There's
and
legal,
NFL.
yeah.
NFL would shut us down, and then 5 years of work for nothing.
Ever heard the term cease and desist order? Because man, they would have that on us real fast.
Real fast. So we will be talking throughout the entire game, though, and we are nearing kickoff there. So let's go through some score predictions. If you're watching, again, please hit that share button. Stay with us throughout the entire game. Sync your audio up with the TV if you can. But we want to hear from you throughout the whole game versus us just talking at you. That's not what we do here at Orange Weekly. We're trying to be very interactive, so I appreciate everybody staying here and hitting that share button for us. So post your score predictions online on the chat here. David, I know we gave ours in the pregame chat there, the podcast. If you guys want to check that out, Spotify, iTunes, Google Play, Stitcher. We'll talk about more of that later, but score prediction from you and a couple ideas why.
Well, I think I went 24-14 Steelers, and for me, it's just because right now I think, the Steelers are a better team, and with a team like ours, you would need a lot of stuff to go right, like we kind of saw last week at Tennessee. A lot of things would have to go right for you to beat a team like that, and a lot of things did go right for us last week, and we just couldn't really capitalize on it. I think that shows that we're maybe not ready to take games that we shouldn't quite yet. I do think we show improvement in this game over last week, though. The scoreboard may not necessarily reflect that because we're playing a better quality team than last week. But
right,
yeah, I think we do improve. But 24-14 Steelers is my guess right now.
Okay, Ayla says 20-17, and go ahead and post your score predictions, everyone. Game is about to start, but we want to hear what your predictions are. And just like last week, if the Broncos win and you post the right score prediction, you'll be entered into a prize. And I think, Ayla, I know you're watching, correct me if I'm wrong, but we might have said, if you post a score prediction in general and the Broncos win, then you'll be entered into the drawing. But we're trying to give that stuff away. Kevin says Bronco 17 Squealers. I like it. 14. I do think that I'm going to go ahead and say, maybe out of a little too much optimism, Broncos are going to take this game. And I think it's, they saw what happened last year. They went 0-1, 0-2, 0-3, 0-4, and they fall into just that habit pattern. Now, do I think Broncos are going to go 0-4? No. And not habit pattern, but that, holy crap, we lost again. Holy crap, we lost again. And Joe Flacco wasn't doing anything to help out, right? So, but I think the Broncos know that, hey, we beat ourselves last game. If we go out there and we don't beat ourselves, then we have a solid chance to at least put some good points on those on the board and score. I'm going to say 24-17 Broncos. I think the defense is going to step up. Now you get Cortland Sutton out there on the offense as well. Melvin Gordon's going to have the whole game to really get in a move. I think the Broncos are going to win 24-17. And it's going to be a close one is really what I believe. So we're going to get to this. I'm going to be calling the game, everyone. This is not, we're not professionals. So if I make a mistake, David's going to call me out. You guys can call me out as well. But that's how it's going to go down. And we're really looking forward to this. So hit that like button, hit that heart button, hit the share button. But it's game time. We're going to get this underway here soon. Broncos have 4 blown out fourth quarter leads since the start of 2019 season. And that's really what killed us last year, big time.
Yeah, absolutely. It's going to be one of those things where they've just got to close these games out and not necessarily just rely on the defense to close it out for them. You know, we've got to score points in the fourth quarter, just like in the first quarter. It can't be, well, now we've got a 7-point lead going into the fourth quarter, and we're going to go 3 and out every single drive and just leave the defense out there. We saw them on the field so much as the Broncos receive the opening kickoff here. Deontay Spencer takes it, gets up to about the 20-yard line.
About the 20, yep.
Yeah.
So, you know, that's – I was expecting to see Hamler back there to start returning some punts, but Broncos are starting it off here. No fans in the stadium, obviously. It kind of takes away that home field advantage, if you ask me.
Very much so, yeah. And it's tough for the Broncos. They've never been historically very good in these early games on the East Coast. But we'll see if maybe having no fans out there can kind of give them a little bit more of that advantage back.
Gordon lines up to the left of Drew Lock. Some motion there from Noah Fant. Snap the ball. Going for the throw on the left side of the field. We got inbound. That was close by Cortland Sutton right there.
Looks like a tiptoe catch by Sutton. Looks like he was able to stay in bounds, and you can see them kind of trying to find him early. That's really good. That will get this offense into a good rhythm.
Oh, that was close.
That was very close. If he kept his tiptoes in. Oh,
Yep. That's a good catch. That was about a 15-yard pass there, if not a little bit more. So,
yeah. Absolutely. And a good ball placement by Drew Lock. He put it right where his guy had the only chance to get it.
Cortland Sutton has caught a pass in every game played in 33 games, so of course we're going to expect that from him today. Another long pass dropped by Jerry Jeudy due to good coverage by the Pittsburgh backfield there. Not his fault. That was a Jerry Jeudy pass that was dropped, not because of him. That was just good defense.
Yeah, good coverage back there. Minka Fitzpatrick was back there. Ball thrown a little bit behind him as well. But yeah, absolutely going to have to just get a little bit less sloppy on those passes, I think. That one's, I think, a little bit more on Drew Lock. But 2nd and 10 coming up here. Let's see what they cook up.
Melvin in the backfield. Going running play right up the middle. Melvin Gordon, 5 yards, 6 yards, 7-yard gain there on 2nd and 10. So you're looking at 3rd and short here coming up. Solid run up the middle by Melvin Gordon. I think that's one of the things like we were talking about beforehand. Running up the middle, and that was pretty good yardage for going for that. I thought they'd have that a whole lot more shored up to start the game.
Yeah, I think the Steelers had the original hole that he wanted closed, but he was able to bounce that outside, pretty outside of the tackle pretty easily, and gain a good 7 yards there. So setting up a nice manageable 3rd and 3.
Drew Lock in the shotgun there. Got Melvin Gordon off to the left. Some motion by Noah Fant. Snapped the ball. Ooh, good defense there. That was intended for, I believe. I didn't see it. There's a flag on the play, some pass interference.
Yep, we've got a flag down on the field.
Yeah, Tim Patrick was the target. It was probably about a 5-yard pass there.
It was well covered, but he got we do see a pass interference on the defense there. Looks like, I don't know that he necessarily needed to, honestly. Joe Hayden did get there a little bit early, just a little bit earlier than he needed to on Tim Patrick, and he dropped the flag.
Yep. So that would bring us obviously up to the 1st and 10, a couple more yards down the field. But either way, that was going to be a first down for us. So it's good to see us throwing past that that 1st down marker there to definitely keep those chains moving. Either way, that would have been good for us. Broncos on the Steelers 49.
Pulls Jeudy in motion there. Oh, just a little motion.
Again, handoff to Melvin Gordon. Tries to go up the middle there, about a 1-2 yard loss there. I think it's to the Broncos 49. 2nd and 12 approximately. Looking at about 13 and a half minutes left in the first quarter.
Yeah, they were able to clog up that one really well. The interior of the D line for the Steelers just blew that one up before it had a chance to get anywhere.
Hey, everyone, keep posting those comments and questions. Hit that share button for us. If you're staying with us, appreciate it. We'll be staying here for the rest of the day. Again, Drew Lock in shotgun, Melvin Gordon off to the left-hand side. You got a 2-wide set there. Melvin Gordon in motion, going off to the right. Passing play. Drew Lock staying in the pocket, moving around, avoids a sack, avoids a second sack, long pass down the field, and no one really there. It was intended for Vinette, 88 Vinette. He was about 2-3 yards short. But what about Drew Lock there, trying to stay in the pocket, but then avoiding 2 sacks that his legs are wrapped up in everything, and he just somehow was able to get away from all of that.
Initially, he was well protected too, but there was just nobody open down the field. And good for him for being able to get away and throw that ball to basically nobody. It was kind of a throwaway pass, but good for him to be able to avoid that pressure when just nobody was open down the field. The Steelers had that really well covered up.
3rd and 12 for the Broncos. 2 seconds left on the play clock. Hike the ball. Timeout taken. Play clock was almost dead. Not the way to want to start, but of course, 3rd and 12. We want to keep that going. We saw just a second ago. Broncos were 30th in the NFL last year for 3rd down conversions, and that's something that we don't want to stall out in midfield here. We want to keep that ball moving.
And we've seen, unfortunately, too many times the Broncos get stuck in 3rd and long situations. 3rd and 7 or greater, and 3rd and 12. Obviously, right now it's just not great. But you've got to just kind of take what you can get. We're going to have to see them convert some of these tougher 3rd downs if we want to go through this year with more confidence in them.
100%. 3rd and 12 following the timeout. 12:55 left on the clock. Expect, of course, probably another pass. Some good 2 or 3. Wide receivers or rushers down the field.
Definitely got KJ Hamler out there on the field, lining up in the slot inside of Cortland Sutton on the left of the offense.
Let's see. Snap the ball. Drew Lock. Oh, some pass rush there. Caught. No, almost by Cortland Sutton. Right in his hands, just a little low. So that'll force the 4th and 12. Broncos punting unit coming onto the field.
They did bring some pressure there. The Steelers did. It looks like they rushed 5. They brought Devin Bush on a little bit of a blitz there. Oh, and he actually
was a tipped
pass. Yeah, which makes it a little bit tougher because Cortland Sutton probably could have made that catch. He was right at the sticks. But yeah, unfortunately, now the Broncos instead have to punt.
Yep, number 6 Martin, our new punter this year, did incredibly well last week. That's for sure. Did a great job pitting him inside the 10 many times, and expecting the same thing from him today. Punt is off. Good hang time like we saw last week as well. Definitely going. Caught at the 5. Bumped into his own player. Brought him down at about. Still going.
Still running.
At the Steelers 22. That's something that we probably should have had a little sooner, but he did run into his own player. So we are going to see Roethlisberger come out for the first time. And see how that goes. Wasn't, I guess, a too bad of a drive for the Broncos right off the bat. Obviously, just testing what their defense does. Stalled out there after the pass interference first down. So, hey, everyone, post your comments and questions. And, of course, we'll talk about those during these commercial breaks. But grab that beer and relax. So, David, first drive by the Broncos. And what do you think? Some
good, some bad. Again, kind of what we expect. Cortland Sutton got his first pass. They're going to try and go to him as much as they can in this game, I think. But you saw them target other players too. You saw Drew Lock go for Tim Patrick. You saw him go for a Jerry Jeudy pass that didn't get connected on. We're just going to have to see as the game goes on how they can try to continue to distribute those balls. Unfortunately, we also saw a little bit of pressure from the Pittsburgh side. That first play again that we talked about was Drew Lock avoiding those couple of sacks. It was really blocked up well initially, and there was just nothing open downfield for him. That 3rd down, they brought a blitz from 55, Devin Bush.
Yep.
And, Locke probably identified the guy in single coverage that he should have been throwing to, considering the zone vacated by the inside linebacker who had to blitz instead. He just couldn't get the ball there. He got the tip pass, didn't have the pass protection hold up quite the way they wanted it to on the 3rd and 12. But we'll have to. It's a long game. We have more drives coming up. What are you looking forward to for this defensive drive for the Broncos? What are you looking for most?
So I think the big thing is establish that pass rush early. Get in Big Ben's face. Obviously, he's a very experienced quarterback, but he is coming off that injury. So try to rattle him a little bit, shut down the run, and just kind of, could get him in that 3rd and long situation where they have to throw. And that's, I think, where secondary and quarterbacks are going to be able to step in and take control there, open up those opportunities for some turnovers. So basically just establish the pass rush, show them a couple different looks, but just, don't let them work their way down the field. So I think that's going to tie really well into what our offense does, and it needs to be very balanced between offense and defense there. So defense has got to do their job, but then of course offense needs to come back out and not go 3 and out.
I'd like to see who they come out with on personnel wise, especially in the defensive backfield. That's going to be interesting to see.
Yeah.
All right.
Game's back. Roethlisberger lining up under center there. Got motion in the backfield. Fumble. In the backfield. We were not able to, that was close, man. Not able to recover it, but about a 5-yard loss there.
Yes.
Johnson from the Steelers is the one that got the bad handoff from Big Ben there.
They brought him on the jet sweep, and it looked like it was a good handoff. He kind of did the Jerry Jeudy thing where he was ready to run with the ball before he had it secured. And Shelby Harris is able to get in there and tackle him for a 5-yard loss in the backfield as he recovers the football. Excellent start for this Bronco. 8-yard loss.
8-yard loss. That's exactly what we see. So expect probably a good long pass there. Nope, running up the middle.
Play up the middle with Connor.
Looks like Alexander Johnson brought him down at about another 8-yard gain or so.
Probably back to the original line of scrimmage, or maybe a little bit further. We see Dotson, their right tackle, their rookie right tackle, right guard Kevin Dotson, filling in David DeCastro, their guard, out for this game. The backup guard that they started also out.
Yep.
So he's their 3rd string guard at this point. So that'll be a matchup against Darrell Casey that I'll be really looking to watch for the rest of the game as we got 3rd and 10 coming up.
Ben in shotgun next to their running back. I think Connor on the left-hand side. Mm-hmm. Broncos not really showing blitz. Bring 4. Pass down the field. Caught just short of the first down marker. It's going to be 3rd and short at about their 35 or so. So
yes, Michael Ojemudia there in coverage gave up the completion to Smith-Schuster, but able to usher him out of bounds before he gets to that first down marker for sure.
Pretty good hit. Made him go from moving forward to moving backward.
Yeah, no, absolutely. If he doesn't put a little bit more mustard on that hit, then I think Juju Smith is able to convert for the first down, but instead we force a punt. Nice
3 and out. Got him to 4th and 2, and of course we got Spencer in the backfield again, waiting for that punt. Really good field position here. I'm expecting Colquitt out to punt. It's not Brandon Colquitt, it's his brother. Bouncing ball at the 30. Spencer takes it to about the 34-yard line. So pretty terrible field position, but Drew Lock once again coming back onto the field, waiting to see what they do next. So, so Ojemudia there. If you guys didn't see that, really good hit. It was 3rd and 1. All the Pittsburgh receiver had to do was just reach across that line to get the first down, but was not even able to do that whatsoever.
No, and that's, he was playing his zone. He allowed the reception, but again, put a really good hit on the defense on Juju Smith-Schuster, a guy who is, no schlub in this league and no rookie either. He's a guy who knows what he's doing. So good on Ojemudia for being able to keep him short of the sticks and push him backwards instead of forwards, instead of allowing him to get that first down. That's one thing, even though he didn't, do a wrap-up tackle of him, that's one thing that Vic Fangio really, really values in his corners. All of his players, but his corners and his defensive backs especially, is that ability to make a tackle in the open field, to make a stop when you're the only guy who's available to make that stop.
Yeah.
So that's one thing they focus on a lot. Good to see Ojemudia, who everybody kind of thought maybe was a guy who would be there in later rounds, but who this coaching staff identified as somebody who fit their scheme really well and did what they wanted a defensive player to do very well. And he showed a little bit of that right there on that play.
Commercial show going on, everyone. So I want to take this quick moment to let you know we do have a new website there, BroncosOrangeWeekly.com. Got some articles out there for it. Really quick way to find our recent podcast and shows. Of course, if you want to listen to our podcast, we got the pre-game, post-game podcast. We also got the new one called Rays Ragers. If you're interested in sports betting, he is the guy to listen to. They were 4-1-1 last week, so made a little money there. And they were 8 yards short of getting Philip Lindsay's over bet. And then, of course, he didn't come out after halftime. So those guys are fantastic. Go ahead and check them out. Ragers, if you search that on all major platforms, podcast platforms. But we got that all for you. And then don't forget, Tuesday night shows are our main shows, Bourbon Broncos, No BS. We got a ton of other shows for you guys. Check us out. Follow us on Orange Weekly on Facebook, Twitter, Instagram. We got a ton of stuff for you guys. And, of course, I think we might let some people post some more score predictions. And, of course, if the Broncos win, we'll enter you into some prizes there.
Absolutely. Those, as far as the prizes go, it's always something I'd like to win, guys. I don't want to give it away too much right now just by telling you what it is, but let me assure you it's something that I wish I was eligible to win as we come back to the game. Looks like Drew Lock and the offense coming back out.
Snap the ball, handing it off to Melvin Gordon, running up the middle for about a 7-yard gain, looking at second and 4 thereabouts. So again, it looks like we're really testing the midfield there. That's exactly what I was expecting us to not see too much.
Yeah, I kind of thought they were going to go right at them that way. So unless the Steelers prove they can take it away, why not try it?
No, I think that's fantastic there. Steelers are 10-3 on home openers. So a pretty good record. So do the Broncos. We are 2nd and 3. Some motion from Jerry Jeudy in the backfield. Again, handing off to Melvin Gordon up the middle. Going past the 50 into Steelers territory, down at the 44-yard line. Really good run. So we're being pretty consistent, keeping that run going, and that's exactly what this team needs.
We saw the Steelers bring some pressure off the edge there, but it did not matter. The Broncos blocked it up really well. You see Garrett Bowles pushing his guy basically out of the entire play here.
Not even close.
Right, that's not an easy guy to push out of any play. That was a 5-yard wide open hole for Melvin Gordon to run through, and he took advantage of it. 4 rushes for 28 yards so far for Gordon.
Yet another one for Melvin Gordon is touching the backfield. There's another 10 yards, 15 yards, 17-yard gain for Melvin Gordon, keeping those chains rolling. Now this is...
Oh boy, I
didn't expect this.
No, especially after the success they had against Saquon Barkley last week. They blocked that up really well. Melvin Gordon inside the 30-yard line of the Steelers, and coming out now for a well-deserved break. But man, he's able to get the ball to that second level pretty consistently.
I mean, this is one of the keys to the game, if you ask me. If we can run the ball, that's going to open up Cortland Sutton, Jerry Jeudy, Tim Patrick, everybody across the board. Noah Fant. Here's a pass play. Drew Lock looking around for some receivers, calling a guy to move forward. Big pass down the field, just over the head there of Tim Patrick, it looks like.
Yeah, nobody down there again, nobody open, and he had some time to survey the field and kind of direct his guy a little bit there, but we still couldn't see him connect with anybody. 1 for 5 for 20 yards, not the best start for Drew Lock right now. But with that running game the way it's going, if they're getting down the field.
Yeah. Well, the Steelers secondary is all over those weapons of Cortland Sutton and Jerry Jeudy. I think that's part of what's opening up our run game, but at some point they're going to have to respect our run game, and that's where we're going to see Cortland Sutton and Jerry Jeudy used pretty frequently. Another handoff to Melvin Gordon. Gets about 4 yards. Royce Freeman, you're correct. See, that's what I'm talking about. Call me out when I make mistakes. This is fantastic.
Absolutely.
About a 4-yard gain. Looking at 3rd and medium, probably about 7 yards there. Yeah. 3rd and 7. We got 8:20 left in the first there.
Now Broncos in scoring position here, at least to get kick a field goal. But you really want to see them convert this 3rd down. Go, especially against a team like the Steelers. Going for touchdowns is what you want to see.
Now we're about 2/3 of the way through this first quarter there. Broncos have been on the field offense-wise for the vast majority of it, minus Pittsburgh's 3 and out there. So we got Drew Lock in the gun. Looks like Melvin Gordon again on the left. Another passing play. Drew Lock avoiding a sack. And then a fumble. Somebody recover it. Yep. Oh, nope. That's the Steelers recover it. It was a strip sack. Drew Lock kind of knew the guy was back there, but not really. rushed from on the left side there, so maybe you see what happened.
Block getting up very slow, a little bit slowly too. He was able to avoid the first pass rusher. TJ Watt got right after him, but he couldn't get away from Bud Dupree, who hits him hard and smacks the ball out of his hands there. And that's the one thing you couldn't have happen, in field goal range there, where you're able to get some points on the board. That was the worst case scenario for that Broncos offense right there.
Yep.
So, especially if Drew Lock is banged up a little bit there.
Oh, that hurt. I'm not.
Yeah.
I don't want to get that.
No, that
get
was
hit
bad.
like that. That's for sure.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, absolutely.
Hey guys, if you're watching, keep posting those comments and questions. Let us know what you think's going on. I'd love to talk to you, see what questions you have, see what comments you have. Again, we're calling this game for y'all, but more than anything, we want to hear what you have to say and what you think. So, big time turnover. I think that's one thing. Drew Lock. Hey, if you're rolling out of that pocket and you start feeling some pressure, it's almost one of those things where you just need to tuck the ball. If there's coverage down the field, nothing's open, you have got to tuck that ball into your shoulder there, and that's exactly why.
For sure, and I understand he wants to get outside the pocket and make a play. We saw him do that very successfully last week against the Titans. But with the pass rush, we saw both Bud Dupree and TJ Watt really get in there that time. Again, he got away from TJ Watt, who was rushing off the right side, but Bud Dupree really just put himself in there and made his presence known and got that ball out, unfortunately. It's just going to be the rest of the game. We're going to have to keep an eye on those guys. Maybe they try a little bit quicker passes closer to the line of scrimmage, just to kind of mitigate that a little bit. We saw the run game have really good success with Melvin Gordon in there. Royce Freeman got one run for 3 yards there. We're just going to have to see what we can do from here on out. First of all, now it's on the defense. The onus is on the defense to go out there and get a stop. But if they do that, the offense is going to have to figure out a way to keep the ball in their possession when they're in a position to score points. That's just, for a young team like this, you can't be in scoring position like that and walk away with a turnover instead of no points. That's how you lose games.
So Rick is not happy, and freaking bullcrap is essentially the censored version of what he's saying. It's fucking bullshit. Whatever.
Yeah, it is.
Completely agree. Guys, if you don't remember, and I don't know if they have Appletinis here, if you post a drink, challenge us to drink it, we pretty much will. The bet is whoever doesn't drink one of them pays the bill.
That's it.
So we can definitely ask for some Appletinis, and I think our drinks are getting low here. So Jared, you made the first one there. It does look like Drew Lock's arm was hanging a little bit there as he was coming off the field.
He's
definitely going into the tent there, looking for that, see what happens. Hopefully he's going to return. Ben Roethlisberger back in the shotgun, passing midfield, wide open, getting the first down and then some. No one really open there. Brown there, the receiver, getting about 15 yards or so.
Well, that was Eric Ebron, their tight end, I think. Yeah, number 85 there, just wide open on a crossing pattern, about 5 yards short of the sticks. He was able to get, another 5 or 10 yards just from the run after the catch.
It almost looks like he fell on his arm there.
Left hand there, yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, with his arm under him locked there.
That hurts me.
That's a tough one. Now the Steelers on the Broncos 44-yard line, excuse me.
59 games, at least one sack. Ben throwing off to the right side. We got a couple people there. Alexander Johnson cannot bring him down after about a 7-yard gain. Making it second and short here between Justin Simmons and Alexander Johnson, bringing him down.
Yeah, Smith-Schuster with the catch there and just kind of bullied his way into Justin Simmons' chest for an extra 2 or 3 yards there, bringing up a 2nd and 2.
Not what we want to see, obviously getting them that momentum and letting them establish that run and waiting to see what happens to Drew Lock. Obviously, that'd be kind of a worst-case scenario, but still in the tent right now is what it looks like. Let's see, we got Ben in shotgun with running back off to his left side. Not really loading up the box, expecting the pass. There it is, 5-yard gain or so, 4-yard gain, making it 1st and 10 at the Broncos or the Steelers there, 32. Moving down the field. Now they're the ones in field goal range.
That's right. Yeah, it really just with 3 plays is all it took them to get from that side of the field onto our side of the field. And you saw Callahan in coverage there, but that quick comeback pass from Roethlisberger was it was a little bit too fast and too well timed up for him to affect that play.
Been not afraid to throw it at all today is what it seems like. We're more respecting the run or the pass right now more than anything. Ben 4 for 4 for 36 yards in the shotgun again, going for yet another pass. little too high for, it looks like Johnson there, number 18 for the Steelers. Little too high. That probably would have been easily another first down, though.
Yeah,
So.
definitely had a good completion there for sure. Just threw it a little bit too high, and Johnson not able to come up with that catch. It's the first completion the Broncos have had. Incompletion the Broncos have had this game. Obviously, they didn't force
Do we
it.
need to do it incomplete? No? Okay.
Maybe not. Maybe not yet. Yeah, maybe
Not
for home.
yet.
Yeah, if it was a home game for sure.
Ben once again in the backfield in shotgun, snapping the ball, handing off the run. There he goes up the middle. Again, when we are another first down, it looks like we're doing a very similar thing that the Steelers defense is doing, is really respecting the pass game and try to cover down the field. But that is opening up the middle of the field for those runs pretty consistently.
Yeah, James Conner able to gain 10 or 11 there on that one. Really wasn't even touched until he got to the second level, unfortunately. So a little bit to tighten up on the offensive and defensive side of the ball for the Broncos right now.
So again, post those comments, post those questions, hit that share button, hit that react button, guys. Appreciate you tuning in. Hopefully you're having some fun. And of course, as usual, if you have some feedback for us, please let us know. We're always here to improve our shows for you. Snap of the ball, Ben in the backfield, throwing once again, pass dropped, probably would have been a several yard gain by number 85 there, but incomplete, making it 3rd and 10 coming up, I believe.
Yeah, Eric Ebron, he targeted him again, and again he was open. Josie Jewell was in coverage there, but he was, he would have been in a position to make a tackle, but that would have been, a 5-yard gain at the very minimum if Ebron's able to hold on to that ball. Just too many open receivers right now for this Denver defense. Especially at their own 20-yard line with the Steelers driving to score.
Yep. Sorry, it's 2nd and 10. Looking to, again, possible pass. Ben is, again, in shotgun. That seems to be his go-to place today, of course. Looking for the pass downfield. Big pass. Almost intercepted by number 23, Ojemudia.
Oh, we saw Ojemudia was in a perfect
Hands
position to make
on
that
the
play.
ball.
He had it, and he knows it. Look at him. He's disappointed because he knows he was in the perfect
How is that
spot.
not intercepted?
Yeah, no. Yeah. The rookie just can't haul it in there, and that's what's going to happen sometimes with rookies.
Kidding me?
Yeah, no, we needed that one, but he knows it. He knows it, and
Rookie, hey, look, he knows it. It was a weird bounce. It hit his hands and bounced weird. I get it, but
it's the kind of thing where last week's interception that got taken away by penalty would have been a ridiculous catch, and he made it. And this week's, when it was basically gifted to him, just can't quite bring it in. We see a screen pass here to Smith-Schuster. Unfortunately, gets it past the first down, almost all the way to the 2-yard line there. Just a little bit of a breakdown there with the tackling. If they were able to bring him down the first hit, that would have been short of the sticks. But instead, we see them get all the way down to the 2 on that screen pass.
Scott is asking what the temperature is out there, probably in Pittsburgh. I'd guess probably 60s. I'm not sure at the moment, but appreciate you watching, Scott. And everyone, please keep posting your comments and questions. Ben, again, in the shotgun, 1st and goal from the 2-yard line, handing it off to Connor, and he dives in for the touchdown. 4:23 left on the field. Touchdown once again following a Broncos turnover. And hopefully, if anything, this has given Drew Lock enough time to get checked out, and we see him come back on the field there. But a very unfortunate situation, but this is exactly what we're talking about.
It was one of our keys to in the pregame. If we were losing that turnover battle and they're scoring points off of those turnovers, that's one way to just lose against a really good team every single time. And so we're going to have to now see where we go with Drew Lock's health, if he's able to come back in or not, and how effective he's going to be if he does come back in, with the Broncos already down in what's about to be, we assume, a 7-0 hole. Extra point about
after last week, I don't know.
True. Can't just assume those things.
It's not Groskowski, though, so probably. No. 9 plays, 59 yards, 3:19 off the clock. A solid drive there for the Pittsburgh Steelers. Unfortunately, that sucks. Not what we were looking to do. We were in scoring range right off the bat. I don't know, man. 4:23 left in the first quarter. Of course, we were hoping to get that first score. And I don't think it was a fumble that was necessarily Drew Lock's fault, but definitely unfortunate as we were driving the field there. So
yeah, no, there's really nothing you can do when you're hit that hard from behind by a guy who's looking to get that ball out, especially with the way Lock was running with it, trying to keep the play alive, trying to make a play downfield. But yeah, those are just the consequences, unfortunately. And now we're going to have to see this Denver team respond, which is going to be all the harder. So this is where the test of a young team comes in. You've got to either respond this way or kind of prove everybody right that you're too young a team to be going up against teams like this with an expectation of success.
So the fact that they had it took them 9 drives to go 60 yards, that's kind of a death by inches situation there. And that interception chance was so close. That could have been.
Yeah, that would have been a big play. Ojemudia knows it, and he's going to be watching that play for the rest of the week as it goes through. But at least it shows me that he's a guy, again, who is in the right position to make those kind of plays. For a rookie like that, especially to kind of come out and show I could be where you need me to be to make that pick, even if I don't necessarily make that pick every time. Those interceptions will come, I think, with him. It's just, at least it's an encouraging sign to see if we're looking for an encouraging sign from that drive at all.
Yeah.
He can be that player that we need him to be at such a young age when people thought maybe he would need a little bit more time to be ready.
Promising signs, but definitely sad to see that
we saw, unfortunately, also, on that screen pass to Smith-Schuster that got them up to the 2-yard line. DENvsPIT, the undrafted rookie, kind of got sucked inside a little bit there.
Right.
When the play was moving, to his outside, he was kind of getting sucked inside by the action. So a little more eye discipline is going to be necessary from a guy like that. To keep those plays limited. Obviously, that would have been a really tough open field tackle for him to make, even if he was in the right position. But you can't make those tackles if you're 5 yards away from the play. So
easily.
Yeah.
Okay, guys, we are at Colorado Cork Keg here in Castle Rock, Colorado, right off the Wolfensburg exit of I-25. Come here, tell them Orange Weekly sent you. You're going to get half off your first drink. Tons of drink specials, $16 bottomless mimosas. Come tell them you say hi. They are open on Sundays only for Broncos games. So remember that. Come on down next time and hang out. Kickoff here back towards the Broncos with a little under 4:30 left to go. Spencer from inside the end zone running it about 2 deep. Back out to the 20 once again, unable to get really past that mark. Drew Lock is walking off the field.
Jeff Driscoll's coming into the game. That's going to be, wow. All right. He's going back to the locker room as Lock. Obviously not something you want to see at all as a Broncos fan, especially in the second week here. Locke looks like he's, okay, not
really flinching in pain or anything.
No, nowhere. But we're just going to have to keep with that. See what Twitter has to say about that. I'm sure they'll have updates for us sooner or later.
Yeah.
But right now it's the Jeff Driscoll show.
Jeff Driscoll's show. So under center, we got some motion. Tim Patrick off to the right-hand side. See what they can make happen. Some more ocean there from Jerry Jeudy. Hand off to Melvin Gordon. And I think what you're going to see here is very heavily plays are going to be run by Melvin Gordon. And I think that makes it, I'd almost say, pretty easy for the Steelers defense at this point.
Right, yeah, you're not going to have to respect the pass nearly as much with Driscoll in there versus Locke. You're just going to see, we saw on that play, a gain of maybe 1 yard from Melvin Gordon. The Steelers were ready for that run all day long. So we're going to have to see now Driscoll operating out of the shotgun. We'll see if they throw the ball.
Some motion off to the left from Tim Patrick, bringing some blitzing, getting the ball off down the field. Jerry Jeudy with the catch, running down the field out to the 40-yard line. Huge catch by Jerry Jeudy. And I think they know that they have to throw to some degree. Otherwise, the Steelers defense is just going to load the box and be ready for it.
He was wide open, too, causes a missed tackle in the open field, is able to get some extra yardage out of it. Oh, and Driscoll took a shot there from Casey Hayward. Hopefully the offensive line can get it together a little bit here.
So, I mean, the fact that he stood there with the rush coming down, that was really impressive.
Mm-hmm.
And that's what we need to see more of. First downs are tied 5-5. Again, Pittsburgh up 7-0 with about 3 minutes left in the quarter. Some motion, play clock down to 2. 1, hike the ball just in time. Reverse out to number 13. Up the field.
Hamler gets his first touch. Yep, it's about 9 yards on a jet sweep where they faked the handoff there. Really good job there. And Hamler able to show off a little bit of that speed. Shows why we drafted him in the second round. But,
yeah. That was impressive.
Very good.
Fantastic job by Hamler getting to the outside there.
And getting upfield almost immediately. Didn't try to dance around too much. Just turned the ball and went.
brings up a 2nd 1, 2.5 left on the clock. Now, if we can get that kind of running going, that's going to help open up the pass and avoid them stacking the box, expecting to run up the middle. So we got Driscoll under center, handing it off to 4-yard loss by Melvin Gordon. Just could not get any opening there from the offensive line.
The Steelers' penetration there was incredibly good.
TJ Watt just buckled down and got the push the line forward a little bit there, bringing up the 3rd and short, 3rd and 3. 2 minutes left in the quarter there.
Yeah, now you go back from a 2nd and 1 to a 3rd and 3. That's the wrong way to go.
Jerry Jeudy going off the field there. Spent a little bit time talking this one out. Melvin Gordon has 7 rushes and 43 yards in the first quarter. Pretty good showing from him so far. We did see a little bit of waiting to snap the ball here for a second. Looking to the right, pocket collapsing, directing people down the field.
Ooh,
almost intercepted.
Risky throw into traffic there.
Double coverage on Cortland Sutton, bring up the 4th and 3. And again, Broncos are going to have to walk off the field. Really hoping for some good news about Drew Lock here soon. Maybe give him a cortisone shot or something in the shoulder there, get him back on the field.
Yeah, with him going into the locker room, that's never encouraging.
We were able to move the ball down the field at least a little bit there, give some the defense some time to rest, because that's what's going to be what we need from him right now. Broncos punting from our own 48-yard line.
Yeah, I just lost it again, too.
And reconnected. Yeah. Didn't see where that one went out. Sorry, my mic keeps closing in. Looks like about the 20-yard line, so not a great punt.
No, not a great punt at all. Yeah, nothing's really going too well on this for this Broncos team right now, offense, defense, or special teams. Time to tighten up all 3 phases there.
So Scott is asking if you can move your head because you're blocking the TV. Scott, you're not going to be able to see anything from that TV back there, man. Sorry, dude. Wish we could help, but again, that's probably something the NFL wouldn't really like.
No, not at all.
If we had that. We do appreciate you watching, Scott. Hopefully this is at least helping to some degree. Hit that share button, everyone, if you haven't already. If you've hit that share button, hit it again for us. We'd appreciate it.
Yeah.
Hit the reaction button. Coming up on the end of the first quarter, I think we have been challenged to drink an Appletini, so we might see if they have some of those.
Check that out.
So I might go check on that here at the end of the first quarter. But again, if you guys have any drink suggestions for us, post that in the comments. Try to have some fun here. And yeah, if you want to join us for whatever drink you suggest for us, then by all means.
Depending on how this game goes, if you get, stiffer with the drinks, it might not be a bad thing. We'll at least have a little bit more fun with it. We'll definitely have a little bit more fun if the Broncos continue to play the way they do. If you guys are suggesting those stiffer drinks, we're just going to have to find out. Absolutely.
That's what we do.
We've got 3 quarters of this game left to go. Plenty of time for the Broncos to get back on track. No news about Drew Lock's injury as of yet.
Looks like he is questionable to return with a shoulder injury per 104.3 The Fan. So, I mean, even if we get him back after halftime, give him some time to, look, Jeff Driscoll out there is not.
No, it's not what you want to see, and you got to kind of no. You want to, and you feel for Drew Lock too. He's 7th career start, and with a shoulder injury like that, it looked like it was to the non-throwing shoulder, but it's a question of what kind of pain he's in, how effective he's going to be if you put him back out there. As we said, questionable to return right now. If I had to make a bet on it, I would say probably we see him before the end of the game again. But we're just going to have to find out. It's really, really tough for a young guy like him who clearly wants to be in the game pretty badly. To not be in there, even for a play or a series. Hopefully he can get back out there and help this offense maybe find a little bit of a spark.
Ryan says, feeling the drinks will get stronger as the game progresses. I agree. Some notable scores really quick from around the league. 49ers are up 7-3 against the Jets. Surprising one here. Falcons are up 17-0 against the Cowboys. Rams leading the Eagles 14-3. Lions leading the Packers 14-3. Buccaneers against the Panthers 14-0. So some good scores there. Steelers with about 2 yards on the run up the middle there.
I know
our very own Matt's can be happy about the Falcons there.
Yeah, no, we have a certain Orange Weekly crew member whose name rhymes with Darid, who I believe took the Cowboys, not only to win,
Oh,
but
Darren.
yeah. So yeah, old Darren, yeah.
Man, that guy.
Making some questionable decisions there. But yeah, so he'll be disappointed. But like you said, our own Mike Purcell there gets the sack.
Purcell right up the middle.
Absolutely, no
Ben
chance.
Roethlisberger looking for the flag, saying, "Ow, he hurt my feelings."
He hurt my face mask and my feelings,
And
but
my
no
feelings,
flag.
but nothing there.
No, Mike Purcell stunts inside, rotates to the outside.
Wow,
and is able
no,
to
they just let him go.
Yep. Wasn't even close to a face mask, so I don't know what Ben Roethlisberger is complaining about. Well, he's a complainer.
Yeah. Ow. Takes them back to about the Steelers' 7-yard line there. So setting it up for a nice 3rd and long. 3rd and 18 there.
18. All right. Expect to see the Broncos play off coverage and look to swarm to a tackle here. Yeah, as you can see, there's nobody within 5 yards of the line of scrimmage.
Nice dump off pass. It dropped.
Yep.
Not really fumbled. Dropped
Incomplete.
off there.
Yeah, incomplete pass, but this pins the Steelers back pretty far for the upcoming punt on 4th and 18.
1 second left in the first. You guys are awesome. Hit that share button. Post your comments, questions about the first half. Again, we're going to be here all day, and so we love interacting with all of you. So if you post any comments, questions, Bill here says, how about that sack? He's my dad. I'm just going to go ahead and say it. My dad is awesome. How about that sack? Indeed. That was actually incredibly beautiful.
That was a really
pass
good
rush. They just let him go.
Really good defensive series there. They penetrated well on that by Mike Purcell there. It was a play action fake that they were trying to do. Oh, Spencer catches it.
Terrible punt.
Yeah, not a good punt at all. Spencer able to get it up to about the 36-yard line of the Steelers. So, almost in field goal position already, depending on if the offense can dial up anything effective. End of the first quarter here. Broncos down 7-0 to the Steelers. We've seen, some good things out of the run game when they had to respect the pass. We saw some very bad things as far as the turnover, Drew Lock getting injured. I don't know, Kevin. What do you most want to see them do in the second quarter that they couldn't do in the first quarter?
Well, I don't know if there's anything that they couldn't do in the first quarter necessarily, except one, not allow turnovers.
Right.
But we have to keep throwing the ball. Jeff Driscoll, isn't something where I'm like, oh, we'll be okay. I think every Bronco fan out there nobody out there is right now is like, oh, we got Jeff Driscoll, we'll be fine. Yeah. So, but the bottom line is we have to continue throwing the ball. If we go to 70% runs, we're going to be doing 3-and-outs over and over again. I'll let you talk about that. I'm going to go get us some more drinks, some Appletinis.
Oh, yes.
Otherwise, another brown.
Why don't we do? I wouldn't be opposed to one of each. So if that's available, we'll see what happens.
And again, keep posting some comments, questions. If you have any drink suggestions for us, we will probably do that. So on to you, David.
Yeah. All right, guys. We're on commercial right now. I know we just ran through some scores throughout the league. We're going to go through a little bit more of that scoreboard here. Bears over the Giants 10-0 right now. As we said, Falcons over the Cowboys 17-0 at the moment. Lions over the Packers 14-3 right now. Packers at home with that one too. I don't know if you guys had that one. I don't think I sure did. Titans over the Jaguars 14-7 right now. Colts over the Vikings 7-3. Dolphins and Bills tied right now, 7-7. 49ers over the Jets, 7-3. But they just the 49ers, an injury to Joey Bosa, a nasty-looking knee injury to Joey Bosa too. That'll bear watching. Rams over the Eagles, 14-3 right now. Buccaneers leading the Panthers, 14-0. Next week's opponent for Denver, looking a little better than they were able to against the Saints, but against a pretty questionable Panthers defense. Those are the early games so far. Of course, Thursday night, the Browns over the Bengals, 35-30. We're just going to be looking forward to the second half and second quarter a little bit. I would really, really like to see the Broncos trying to open things up a little more, spread out the field a little more. I know that's tough with a passer like Jeff Driscoll back there. You want to keep things simplified with your backup quarterback in there. But I think you have to challenge the Steelers' defense just a little bit more. They've looked way too comfortable against our passing game so far. We've had a little bit of success against the run, but with Driscoll in there, they haven't been respecting the pass as much. We'll see if Drew Lock comes back, questionable to return with a shoulder injury as of now. But we're just going to have to look. Driscoll still in there, brings Hamilton in motion. First down snap coming up. Play fake. Driscoll looking down the field, throws it. Complete to Judy for about a 15-yard gain on first down. Jerry Judy very happy about that. Let's see where they spot the ball at this point. Looks like about maybe the 20, 25-yard line with another first down coming up. 14:40 left in the second quarter. 2 receptions for 39 yards for Judy already. And 1st and 10 snap coming up. Motion from Cortland Sutton. Looks like we had a timeout. Oh, no, looks like a flag, excuse me. False start against the offense. That'll back them up a little bit, unfortunately. They were about on number 88, Nick Van Etten. The Broncos were on about the 18-yard line, so this will back them up to the 23-yard line or so for a 1st and 15 coming up. And that's one thing. That's just another thing. You can't have those gimme penalties when your first string quarterback is out. Just giving the defense a free 5 yards there when you're trying to tie up this game is you can't do that.
No, that's not what we needed at all. And unfortunately, they don't have Appletinis, but and I wish that they didn't allow Jeff Driscoll to get sacked either.
No, yeah, that was rough.
Looks like he might have fumbled, but either way, whistle is blown, play is dead. Yeah, you put yourself in those situations, and you got to expect the pass rush at that point.
Yeah,
I mean,
they brought a corner blitz who just went completely unblocked. Nobody picked it up. Driscoll didn't identify it, and there was no chance on that one. The guy was in the backfield before we could even blink, really. And we're going the wrong direction again after having a really good play to start the drive. You're now looking at 2nd and 23.
Well, this is exactly what we were talking about last week when Drew Lock was talking about his post-game preference. Handoff to Melvin Gordon gets -2 yards. I'm sorry, I don't think that was Gordon. Now we're looking at 3rd and about 22, if not a mile, 3rd and 25. So we need to at least get something to help out our field goal unit. But it starts with 1 penalty, and those are things that are incredibly inside of our control. And
right.
And then we just can't recover from it. Now, of course, Drew Lock is still out. Hopefully there's positive updates, but we'll see.
But, you go penalty and then sack, and it's, suddenly your promising-looking scoring drive turns into, I hope we can stay in field goal range as they gain maybe 1 yard on 3rd and 25.
Cortland Sutton there with the catch, but wasn't even a throw down the field, Or it was a throw to the line of scrimmage. So if we're trying to get some yardage to help our field goal unit, why are we throwing to the line of scrimmage? Because again, that's only going to get us the 1 yard.
Yeah, quick screen, and one of the only plays on that drive that even went forward. But now we're looking at a field goal of 40+ yards, and it's just going to be a tough one. Tough sledding for this entire team if this is the way it's going to go.
49-yard attempt here by Brendan McManus, who's been
pretty good.
It is up down the middle, and it has the distance. We have a score of 3-7 now. McManus has been saying all offseason that he can kick those 55+ yard field goals. So,
and we've seen him.
He had plenty.
Distance. Yeah, he would have been good from another 5 yards out there. But he's a guy who got an extension this offseason, and just we may have questioned it at the time. But just looking at the questionable kicking around the league, it's almost like the offensive line play right now. You used to be able to count on guys to just do it, and now it's to the point where longer field goals, even extra points, are not the gimmies that they used to be. Nope. So to have a guy like that who can make those long field goals is a real weapon. But of course, you'd rather he be kicking extra points after touchdowns.
Ryan asking, who is the backup for Driscoll? More in case of an injury situation. I hope, obviously, we're not going to put anyone else in there at this point. Right. But that's a very good question. Not sure at all.
I believe Brett Rippon is the 3rd string.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know if we have 3 quarterbacks active today. I don't believe I saw him on the inactives list. So at least that we've got that. But, if this pass rush of the Steelers keeps going, with these blitzes the way they have been, we may need to be thinking about, unfortunately, if the 3rd string quarterback is available or not. I hope not.
He better be ready to go.
Yeah, you'd better hope that the 1st string quarterback can come back.
Come back. Yeah.
But,
Sam is asking what happened to Drew. Again, he went down with that injury on the really bad sack from behind. It looks like he not only fell on his arm and shoulder, but the guy who sacked him, his knee might have even pushed it forward a little bit.
So it sounds like an injury to that non-throwing shoulder right now.
Good.
Yeah, it's questionable to return.
So obviously, David, we first off 49-yard field goal. Well, like, that could have ended with 0 points to begin with. The fact that we were at 4th and 25. So 49-yard field goal with, he could have made that from 55 easily the way that kick went. But we cannot settle for field goals. It's those little mistakes that we've been talking about for years now.
And
You're driving down the field and you get a false start penalty. Really?
And then you build, and the mistakes build on. False start penalty in and of itself isn't that much of a killer, but you follow that up with a sack, which loses you a bunch of yards, and you follow that up with a run play that loses you 2 more yards. It's just those things that can build on each other like that and end up with, a promising drive that was certainly in field goal range, very makeable field goal range, then goes backwards to the point where not only are you not even thinking touchdown anymore,
No.
you're hoping that you can keep it in field goal range anymore with a 49-yard field goal that not, like you're talking about, is not a gimme for every kicker in this league.
Exactly.
So, you see the kickoff coming now. But, the Broncos definitely have some things to tighten up if they want to continue to even compete in this game right now.
McMahon is kicking off down the field. Short kick to about the 6-yard line, bringing it out, bringing him down maybe at about the 22-yard line. Steelers will take it over from there, so out comes Big Ben once again. Barbara's asking any updates on Vaughn. What I heard before the game was some discussion on Vaughn telling friends and family that if the Broncos are still on the hunt for a playoff spot by mid-December, that there's a strong possibility he could come back then. But either way, we're going to have to just keep going on without Vaughn, which is unfortunate. But
games like this one, it's brought home to me. We could use him for sure. The pass rush has been okay so far, but it's not the level that we would definitely see if Von Miller was out there. We're seeing a ton of quick passes like that quick pass on 1st and 10 to Washington, gain of about 6 or 7. The ball's just coming out very, very fast from Pittsburgh.
Yeah, they're not even allowing any pass rush at this point, and it's one of those things where what do? Do you focus on pass rush when the balls are coming out that quick, or do you anticipate the pass and then cover that?
These kind of quick passes are really what I was hoping we would see a little bit more from Drew Lock and the Broncos offense to start this game. We see a rush up the middle with Connor that gains maybe 2 yards on a 2nd and 3. Looks like he'll be a yard short of the first down on 3rd and 1. But we were talking about it a little earlier. Maybe they were going to get that ball out quickly. We really didn't see that very much. They were trying to kind of push downfield a little bit more. We can't say for sure if that's, if Drew Lock got injured that way or whatever. But it may be a little bit of a better strategy going forward to just kind of get some chunk plays going and get the offensive momentum building a little bit before we focus a little bit more on the downfield passing game that we want to get going.
Looks like they're going to bring out the chains to measure. It was close to a first down. I look like they're about 6 inches short there or so. Anyone watching, appreciate you guys tuned in. Well, I say anyone. We got about 40 people watching. Hit that react button for us. Hit the share button. Maybe hit it 2 or 3 times for us. But glad to be here with you guys. And it is a first down by about 2 inches.
Seemed like a generous spot to me.
It was a very generous spot.
We are getting news now. Unfortunately, Broncos country, Drew Lock will be out the rest of this game. He will not be playing for the rest of this game. Boy, that's a tough hit for the Broncos to take. We're just going to have to see how that plays out with Jeff Driscoll at back. We're going to see him for the rest of this game.
Next man up.
Yep, you've got to see it. It's one of the reasons we wanted to see a bit more maybe experience at the backup quarterback position as the Pittsburgh Steelers spread it out on 1st and 10 here.
Steelers with a quick pass off to the right, getting about 10 yards there from number 18, Johnson. So another 1st and 10 there. But this is, look, if the defense didn't have a reason to step up before, this is exactly what we need them to do.
Right,
Is get our offense some chances.
Yeah.
And we just cannot allow any scoring drives pretty much, or at least no more touchdowns.
Well, and it's, with your best defensive player missing most of the season now, it makes it all the much tougher for this entire team to come together as James Conner bullies his way ahead for a 12 or 13-yard gain, flag on the play.
I'm expecting a hold on the Steelers, is what we're hoping for anyway.
That'd be nice. And they are backing up, it looks like the Steelers offense is, so they expect that too. It is a
Yep.
hold on the Pittsburgh offense. That'll back them up a little bit there. Oh, boy.
We'll take anything we can get at this point,
this point,
but
yeah.
we'll repeat the first down, 1st and 15.
Well, and this is, this is a spot, unfortunately, where the Broncos would not have a great way to respond. So we'll see if the Steelers' offense does respond to this and what our defense can do to kind of mitigate that, if anything.
Yeah. Ayla says this doesn't look like an appletini. They don't have apple vodka or anything here to make the appletinis, so thankfully we cannot do that. Although I'm going to be switching to whiskey here very soon.
Yeah, looks like that might be the best way to go. Oof.
Oh, missed block there, missed tackle, bringing him out, getting 15 yards by Johnson once again. Seems to be Big Ben's favorite go-to. And it's just those quick passes. And I don't know if we're playing too soft there. But, yeah, it is official. Drew Lock is out. And I think I'm going to take some time to go cry for a little bit. And then maybe we can switch off and you can go.
Sounds good. Yeah, I'll need some time to cry also. But yeah, Bryce Callahan missed an open field tackle there that would have had him down at about the 2-yard gain. Instead, it turns into a first down for the Steelers. 1st and 10 here. They're throwing again.
Going down the field, dropped pass there, looking for a pass interference, but no flag is coming out. So keeping it 2nd and 10.
Another wide open receiver there too for the Steelers. Just couldn't quite make the connection there. These crossing routes across the middle are a real problem for the Broncos defense right now. Lucky that one wasn't completed, but who knows? The next one could be anything.
Yeah, Scott, I'm not sure who missed the block on Drew Lock's sack. We'll have to go back and look, but unfortunately, it is what it is. But it'll be interesting to see what happened there. But once again, we got Ben in the back.
1st and 10. Oof. Tipped ball at the line of scrimmage. 2nd and 10, excuse me. Tipped ball at the line of scrimmage. Looks like Malik Reed got a hand on it there and was able to force that one as an incompletion. So we've got a 3rd down and 10 coming up. Let's see. About midfield. And
big stop here, because at this point you're keeping them out of field goal range too.
Yes, definitely. Yeah, a little bit past midfield at the 46-yard line, but if the Broncos get the stop here, they can force a punt.
I'm expecting a short pass there. We are bringing the blitz. Oh, they caught us, that's for sure. Looking at about a 5-6 man rush possibly. Changing the play. Big Ben is looking at it. There's the hike. Blocked pass.
Justin
Unfortunately,
Simmons.
not a fumble, but that is a huge stop.
Big time.
4th and 10. Justin Simmons there. We actually got 2 people back there.
Yep. Simmons came on the blitz and just got into the quarterback's
Alexander
face.
Johnson too. Look at those 2.
They just brought more guys than they could block, and it was a really good 3rd down call there. Simmons able to get that ball batted down. Roethlisberger tried to get the ball out quickly, but to no avail.
That is exactly what we needed to do. Have this defense do the rest of the day, and it's going to be tough with somebody like. Is anyone streaming this game, Travis? I am not sure. I'm sure somebody is somewhere, but not sure what. Barb is saying tequila for us next.
Tequila,
and at this point, I think that we have to. Punt off by Colquitt. Fair catch there at the 10-yard line.
By Spencer Made.
Spencer, yep, once again. So we're going to see Jeff Driscoll come out once again. Score is 3-7. Steelers with about 9 minutes, a little more than 9 minutes left in the second quarter there. Huge play by Simmons. I think that's the first big play we've seen by him.
Yeah.
I say all season, but 1.5 games.
Well, and he didn't have a great game last week either.
No, he didn't. He didn't.
So it was one of those things where you really wanted to see him bounce back this week. Gets home on the blitz, doesn't quite get the sack, but is able to knock the ball away and cause that 4th down, which causes the punt. Now we're going to see if Jeff Driscoll, can drive the ball 90 yards. We saw them go forward for 1 play and then backward for 3 plays last drive and still barely managed to be in field goal range. You've got to show a little bit better now if you're the Broncos offense. It's next man up, and they've got to try to win this game any way they can.
So what we're seeing is, even before Drew Lock went out, is the Steelers secondary is essentially covering everybody down the field.
Yeah,
and they're not going to change doing that. So on that 3rd and 25 that we had, it was very clear that Jeff Driscoll checked down immediately.
Mhm.
And, I don't expect him to try to force those throws down the field. So what are we going to do to move the ball efficiently and at least getting us in scoring range? I think there's going to have to be some chances taken down the field, because otherwise it's going to be a bunch of checkdowns and they're going to load the box and just stop us every 3 plays.
Well, seeing that quick passing game wouldn't be the worst thing, as just to kind of start like we were talking about, get the offense into a rhythm here. You've got guys who can run with the ball in their hands: Jerry Jeudy, KJ Hamler, Noah Fant. Just get the ball to those guys in some space, maybe even if it's only 5 or 6 yards down the field.
Exactly what Rick says.
Yeah, see if they can create something with those legs. I think they can. Like Rick says, we've got to get Fant a little bit more involved in this game. Especially with Sutton out there. I felt like there was going to be more opportunities for a guy like Noah Fant.
Now, Ryan is saying, if Locke is out several weeks, do we roll with Driscoll or sign a free agent? And what I will tell you is that's not something we're going to talk about now, but we'll talk about it on our post-game podcast, the Tuesday night Bourbon Broncos No BS podcast, our pre-game podcast. We're going to be talking about that later. I think it's going to depend on how Jeff Driscoll does today, but in terms of what we're actually going to do, it's too soon to tell. I think it's going to be split across the board of whether we do or not.
Right.
But yeah, Rick right here, once again, get Fant in the game. I like Yelvis right here. If I'm saying your name wrong, I'm sorry. Just score. Just score. That's exactly what we need to do. And so Broncos are going to take it over 1st and 10 from their own 10-yard line with a 19-20, with Jeff Driscoll lining up under center, Melvin Gordon in the backfield, hiking the ball there, handing off to Melvin Gordon, who gets about 2 or 3 yards up the middle.
Yeah, the Steelers D is really swarming to the run now. There was a little bit of an opening there originally, I thought. But yeah, they were able to stop that up for a 2-yard gain. I guess it's better than a 2-yard loss, but yeah, we're going to need to see a little bit more dynamic plays from the Broncos offense.
Well, what is Coach Fangio going to do? I think the Steelers' defensive game plan is going to be pretty easy. Load the box, make Driscoll throw down the field and create those turnover opportunities. But here we go again with Cortland Sutton in the motion, rolling out to the right there, looking down the field and throws it away.
There.
And that's exactly what I think the Steelers are expecting from them.
Yeah, absolutely.
Is not taking any chances.
Yeah, those play action passes and those rollouts, I don't know that they're going to work as much. You're still looking down the field, and that's good, but it's a little bit too slow of a developing play right now for the way the Steelers defense is swarming to the ball. The graphic just came up. They've allowed 1 touchdown in 15 drives so far this season. You got to try and cook up a little something more than that if you want to be a little more effective against this defense, backed up like this, especially with 3rd and long at your own 12.
3rd and 8. Melvin Gordon off to the right, passing down the field. Caught by Jerry Jeudy. That is his second really good catch.
Judy's hurt. He got a big hit. Yeah,
it was a big hit.
Oof, that's rough. He hung on to that ball.
He made the catch. That was fantastic.
He hung on to that ball. He got
helmet to helmet. Unintentional, I think, but
I think so too. He leads with the shoulder. Does
yeah,
Devin
he leads
Bush
the
here.
shoulder, but that was just helmet to helmet on the side of his head.
Yeah.
Definitely not what we want to see, and he is definitely having trouble getting up.
Yeah, I would be. Wow. All right. Sounds
you're
like
talking about concussion protocols,
right?
And how serious the NFL's been.
Right. Judy's the only really the only one in the passing game who's been productive at all for this offense this game so far.
I'm not laughing because I find it funny. I'm laughing because it's either that or I start crying.
Right. No, it's like, what else?
You're kidding me. Now, I mean, what does that say about this? Is his second NFL game, and he knows he's going to get hit hard, and he makes the catch.
Oh yeah, he's stuck in there.
This is a guy. I think we've hit gold, and I can tell that within the first 1.5 games here. Jerry Jeudy is, between him and Cortland Sutton, we're going to have a incredibly strong wide receiver core for the coming years, man.
Right. Yeah. No, you just now it's at this point this early in the season, you're just talking about keeping all these guys on the field together, because if they can build some chemistry between them and Drew Lock, it really could be something to go for years to come. But man, it's a tough season. And they showed a graphic earlier. The injury bug has not just been unkind to the Broncos today. There's been a ton of teams have star players go out. But
Saquon Barkley is out. I saw some others. I can't remember. Kittle is out today. They're expecting him back next week. But
We talked about Joey Bosa's knee injury. He got rolled up on earlier in a game, so it's been brutal across the league. But man alive, it is not helpful to the idea of building continuity on this offense to just have these guys going out and going out and going out. And with a young offense like this, especially, who needs so much time together just to bring it together. We were talking about a Broncos team that was going to make a late season charge. Hopefully that's still the case, but you got to get these guys healthy on the field first.
So I'm just going to say we're hoping for good news here.
Right.
Now, I mean, the fact that Jeff Driscoll made that throw, and it was a really good throw,
Good throw.
And you still got really good, we talked about it earlier, get Fant involved. You still have Cortland Sutton, you have Tim Patrick, you have KJ Hamler. So you still have plenty of opportunities down there. You just got to start getting the flow in and trust yourself. Trust your wide receivers more than anything. All you have to do is put the ball exactly where it needs to be.
Right.
And the wide receiver will take care of the rest. But we can't just rely on the run game or the checkdowns. I think at this point,
Right.
We have to open up the field by making those down the field.
Judy getting looked at on the sideline by the medical personnel, has not gone into the tent or off the sideline yet. But 1st and 10 for the Broncos from the 28. Driscoll throws it. A little bit too high for Tim Patrick. Yep, who was there and probably could have made that catch.
I don't know if that was tipped, but
Right.
that's exactly what I was talking about, though. If he had put the ball exactly where it needed to be, Tim Patrick was exactly in the right spot to catch that pass. So
Yeah, absolutely. And we're seeing another view of the hit on Judy there. I don't know. It looks like most of the contact came to his shoulder. Standing up and talking to the medical guys now, looks like he may be doing okay. But we're going to monitor his status closely as we go.
It's going to shake him up, to say the least. Driscoll 4 for 7, 55 yards, handing it off to Melvin Gordon, running up, getting about 6 yards there, bringing up third. And medium, and about third and 4, 35.
4 or 5 here, yeah.
Also, Dallas did score. Atlanta 20, Dallas 7. That is a game that I think a lot of people are not expecting either.
Mm-hmm.
But that is bringing up 3rd and 4 here for the Broncos. Probably about a 40-yard line at this point.
Looks like about the 31-yard line. Yeah,
Jeez.
Absolutely.
Vidal, how you doing? Glad you're watching.
34-yard line.
34-yard line in the shotgun. Again, looking for Melvin Gordon, but that is a sack, and Elijah Wilkinson on the right side could not handle him. Also got another guy who came up the middle, not able to hand him either maybe Cushenberry
Let's see,
or number 61. They're bringing people on all sides there, but it looks like Garrett Bowles did okay on his side. Yeah.
Yeah, he did fine, but Glasgow and the right side of that line did not hold up there too well. 3 sacks for the Steelers already in this game, and now we've got a 4th and 13, forced to punt there.
TJ Watt with 1 sack of his own, but here comes the punting unit, looking to see what we can do. Pretty bad field position, but here we go. Punt. He's had really good hang time, though. That's impressive. All the way back to the 20.
Make that open field tackle, though. And now he's up
still,
to the 25,
there's another missed tackle,
30,
another missed
35,
tackle, another
40,
missed tackle.
45, 50, and basically only the punter.
Are you kidding me?
And they're going to score. Steelers are going to. Well, there's a flag.
No, there is a flag. It's going to come back a little bit.
Back, but we'll.
But how many missed tackles were there? And it wasn't that he was doing any, jukes or anything.
No, 3 or 4 missed tackles there. That's never a good idea.
He wasn't moving side to side. He was essentially moving straight forward, and I'd expect this to come back maybe around the 30 or 40-yard line.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, probably going to be in a good position to go on a scoring drive if you're the Steelers here, but looks like hopefully they'll be able to. They're not going to get in on this play.
Waiting for the call.
Block in the back by the Steelers here. So let's see where we'll place the football.
6:34 left in the second quarter there. Fortunate penalty for us, at least, because that was just a complete breakdown of special teams. And special teams have been such a huge problem for us.
Yeah, very much so. And you know what? We just saw the missed tackles again. It was 3 or 4 missed tackles there. Here's what. Ooh, yeah, it was a little bit of a ticky-tack call there too. We got a little bit lucky there, as far as it goes, with that block in the back call. But yeah, the special teams tackling in the open field has not been good this season already. It's been something, like you said, Kevin, we've been talking about for a while. Wow, that one really takes them back. The Steelers
from
now
where
at
they
their,
caught the ball.
at their own 16-yard line. Okay.
Pushing it down the field, though, caught by number 11,
Man.
and he's
He's gonna
gone.
go. He's gonna score. Yep. Yeah, Michael Ojemudia in coverage there.
Just could
A little
not.
bit of hand fighting, but could not stay stride for stride with Chase Claypool. And the Broncos find themselves down 13-3, pending the extra point here. That's tough. Oof. Yep. Claypool goes on a go route to the outside. Ojemudia loses the leverage there.
He had good coverage initially, but it was a good catch.
There's a little bit of a hand fighting there.
And he just could not get there.
Yeah, just lost a step and could not recover that step.
Simmons looked like he kind of gave up a little early too, but he probably didn't really have a good angle on him.
No, never did. Yeah. That was a tough one. That's just the Broncos just got beat on that play.
Yep.
No way around.
Well, they're going for those matchups, you know.
Yeah.
367 career pass touchdowns for Ben Roethlisberger.
Yeah, I would say any questions about his arm after that play should be answered by now.
Rick asks if we think Fangio is going to finish the season. I think we're all in agreement here at Orange Weekly that yes. But again, we'll talk about that more in our upcoming shows this week and explain why. Look, Fangio isn't causing these players to miss the tackles.
Right.
Vic Fangio isn't the reason we got a false start penalty that put us in 1st and 15, and then we worked backwards from there. So, these players need to step up and make something happen.
Right. And it's a young roster, and you can make all the excuses.
He might have been out.
He may have stepped out there. We're going to have to see if he stepped out or not. Now that wouldn't be there.
That
wouldn't be
15.
there. Yeah, it was a couple of steps after he made the catch that he may have stepped out. I would not anticipate the way this game is going for the Broncos for this call to be overturned, but
right.
Yeah, and from the other angle, I think we saw. Yeah,
there. That's where it would be.
Yep.
Here's the angle it's going to show us. It's going to be about the 40-yard line if it is out. Maybe a little inside that.
No. Oh, I think he stayed in.
Oh no,
it
is about an inch of green.
And that was right in front of the referee too. Yeah. There's no way to overturn that one, even if they decided that. Yeah. So that's touchdown is gonna stand. The Broncos are about to find themselves down 14-3, and without a ton to show for themselves right now.
And let's see. I don't know if Twitter's talking about anything, but Jerry Jeudy and him possibly returning. But look, Fangio isn't the reason these players aren't. You said it's a young team. These guys really have to come together and learn. And look, Ojemudia he's a rookie. There's a reason they threw his direction. While he made a good initial attempt, defending the pass attempt, he just could not keep up. He was about 2 steps behind the wide receiver there. And so that comes with experience, figure out, oh my God, these guys are so fast that I have to be able to not only defend the pass, but find a way to keep up with them down the field too.
And like we were saying, Ojemudia was initially in a really good position to make that play. He just, with the hand fighting with Claypool, he lost about a half a step, and, Roethlisberger threw a perfect ball, and, with an offense that executes like this, with a quarterback with that kind of experience, that's all it takes.
Yep.
That's all it takes to just house one that, maybe didn't look that good on when you threw it.
6:23 left in the half. I think Broncos have time for 1, if not 2 drives here. So definitely some opportunities to at least close the gap going into halftime. And of course, Steelers will receive the ball to start the second half there. So, we've got to find a way to move the ball down the field and at least find a way to close the gap there. I think the Steelers are finding a good way to
they're in rhythm.
Play,
right?
yeah, they're in rhythm.
Yeah,
that's
they're
the
an offense that has clearly played together for a while, even with all of these young pieces like Washington, like Chase Claypool. I think it was their rookie this year. Like Deontay Johnson, I think it was their rookie last year. A young offense at the skill position, but with the experience they have at quarterback and the defensive prowess that they have too, they know this is a team that doesn't need much more than a 14-3 lead to really put a game away as far as defensively, especially because now if you're the Broncos, the one thing that has been kind of working for you at times this game has been the run game with Melvin Gordon, and if you want, how can you stick with that effectively going forward? It's going to be really, really tough for them to be able to run, keep the ball on the ground and have faith that that's going to turn out well for them. It's just because they're already behind by 11 points. And again, with this Steelers defense, it doesn't feel like they're going to need a whole ton more than that to keep this game kind of out of reach for the Broncos offense, minus their starting quarterback and maybe minus Jerry Jeudy too.
We're talking about how young this team is, and if anything, if there's a good out of this, it's getting these young players some experience. So, is somebody going to step up? Are we going to get Noah Fant more involved? What about KJ Hamler and such? But right now we got Driscoll in the shotgun with Melvin Gordon off to his left. Stemming the ball there. Long pass down the field.
He's got a
wide
man
open.
Sutton makes the catch.
And if that pass was about 2 inches further, Sutton would have been gone.
Yeah,
Sutton would be gone. But
he was wide open there.
But this is exactly what I'm saying. Just put the ball where it needs to be.
Absolutely.
Your receiver will be there.
He beat Joe Hayden by a step, and like we were saying, if it was about 2 inches less on that ball, they would have had a touchdown.
That was phenomenal. And if anything, let's get that confidence going for this offense.
Absolutely.
I didn't see Jerry Jeudy out there, but I haven't seen anything listed on him yet or anything.
No, and it's good to see Sutton out there being effective, and hopefully, it's another sack on.
Sack. It looked like it might have been a fumble, strip sack.
No, they were able to keep a hold on the ball at the very least. But number 94, Alu for the Steelers just came right through.
It seems like when they rush that right side, they're just getting through with no problem.
And it's Elijah Wilkinson who gives up the pressure to Watt initially. Driscoll steps up. Now he doesn't step up. He was able to avoid that pressure, but the pressure coming up the middle, he was so focused on number 90 coming at him from the outside that he never saw the guy coming from the middle and who just laid the wood on him. And now we've got a 2nd and 20.
So expect another, not run up the middle. Make a smart play. We're taking a timeout here.
Yep. 2nd and 20 from the Steelers' 39.5-yard line. And it's just another scenario where before that play, we were in field goal position again. Now we're probably out of field goal position. And so you've got injury update for Jerry Jeudy here. He's probable to return with a rib injury.
Probably after halftime.
Right. Yeah, I would think they're going to keep him out at least until halftime. But now you've got, and they're showing the graphic on the screen right now. You've got Drew Lock, Philip Lindsay, Jerry Jeudy, all injured for this Broncos offense right now to varying degrees. And it hurts your ability to build continuity on the offense so much when your guys just aren't out there playing together.
Oh, it's, Pat Shurmur's offense here, as they're talking about on the TV. It is the second game these players have ever had to install this playbook. And now you're on your backup quarterback. So this is hurting with Driscoll making the throw. Pass blocked, but recaught. No, I thought it was almost recaught by Driscoll. Incomplete pass. At this point, just let the ball, fall the field. But 3rd and 20 coming up. Heck, get 10 yards to put this in field goal range, and obviously not what you want to expect after this big pass that Sutton caught a little bit ago. But we just got to find a way to close the gap here a little bit, get some momentum on our side.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, that ball batted in the air by Alu, who's making his presence known, number 94 this drive, and brings up a 3rd and 20 where you're just trying to get a few yards.
Not even close there. It's going to put a 4th and 20. Expecting the punt here coming out with 4:46 left in the half.
And he had a man open too. This would have been a good route on the slant here. And Driscoll just misses. He throws behind KJ Hamler there, and nothing Hamler can do about that. You would have had him for a 6 or 7 yard gain there, maybe put you in field goal range. But yeah, bad ball by Driscoll there.
Well, if he had held on to that ball for one more second, we are going for the field goal attempt. But if he had held on to that ball, it would have been another sack. So
definite sack there. And
Ball
McManus,
is up and is to the right.
wide-
No good.
wide
It
right.
had the distance.
Yeah, it would have gotten there distance wise, but wide right from McManus, not really even close there. So you're going to see the Broncos give up their, and give the Steelers a really good field position to start this drive here at about their own 45, 46 yard line.
4:41 left in the half. Timmy saying Wilkinson getting destroyed, and I think that is my biggest worry right now. I can't believe I'm sitting here saying that Garrett Bowles is my biggest worry.
No,
That right side of Elijah Wilkinson is killing us right now, and of course, we're missing. What's his name? That's out for the season.
I mean, who are you looking for?
Wilkinson's.
Oh, Wilkinson, who decided to sit out the season with for COVID concerns. But yeah, not Wilkinson. Jawan James.
Jawan James. So
Wilkinson's backup. As
we're missing him.
Yeah, we are, but there's a lot of guys we're missing right now defensively and offensively. But at the same time, there's no excuse. Jarrell Casey makes a tackle there for a gain of 2 by James Conner on first down. So the Steelers are about midfield right now, coming up on second down, 2nd and 8 probably. It's just one of those things where you wanted guys who you needed to step up, and it's just right now it's looking like it's a little bit more of a process, which is on what we should have anticipated. But still, it really is a shame to see see these guys not healthy and not being able to contribute to the team. Oh, another second down run here. James Conner.
Like a holding penalty on number 83.
Yep, James Conner with a 2-yard run or so, but that flag came out very fast. So we expect to see this backed up a little bit if you're the Steelers offense.
Scott's got my back. Scott came up with Jawan James for me. I don't know why I forgot that name, but it is holding on the offense, pushing back another 5 yards there, which would be incredibly helpful for us. At this point, we'll take every yard we can get.
Anything we can get for this defense to get some help for them, because it's not been easy. It's been pretty tough sledding, and the Steelers' offense has been assisted by some short fields, but missed tackles by the Broncos and missed opportunities like we saw on that interception have really been killing this defense too. They haven't been playing terribly on defense, but especially since Driscoll came into the game, they've been on the field a little bit too much. They blow up that run play. That was nice. 2nd and 18 run play. Bradley Chubb sticks his nose in there and brings James Conner down for a 1-yard gain on 2nd and 18.
That's probably the first time I've heard Chubb's name mentioned. And
he on that screen pass, if it had been completed earlier, he would have blown that up too. But the Steelers receiver dropped the ball. But yeah, need to see a little bit more out of him this season too. You really want to see a little bit more out of him in his 3rd season.
Huge third down, 3rd and 16. Yep. 3:15 left on the clock. Play clock down to 10. Hike the ball. Bradley Chubb around the corner, caught by number 18 Johnson, and he is brought down at the 50-yard line, looking for a punt. Not even going for the field goal at this point.
No, they're not quite in field goal range at this point. So Steelers will have to punt, but at this point, I don't know if they need to. The way the Broncos' offense has been playing, do they need to score another point for the rest of the game? I'm not sure.
Well, the defense looks like they're doing their part. They're stepping up.
Yes.
And they're really making some solid plays. Now, obviously, the Steelers' penalties are helping us out quite a bit there. But the defense is doing their part of the job as well.
The defense is holding up against a Steelers offense that is only going to get more dynamic, I think, as the season goes along.
Oh, yeah.
But yikes. The offense has to show something in a hurry if they want to get back in this game.
Looks like somebody's taking a timeout, more than likely. Waiting for the call.
Delay of game,
pushing back another 5 yards.
Well, so this, I think, is probably a penalty they took on purpose if you're the Steelers. Punting from your own 49-yard line to back that up 5 extra yards. Maybe pin the Broncos inside their own 5-yard line, take away that touchback chances a little bit.
Yeah.
And here comes the punt by Colquitt.
We got Spencer in the backfield is going to let it go.
Oh, is it going to get to the end zone?
Yeah, there it is. Okay,
barely.
Good touchback. 2:09 left in the half. Driscoll and company will come back on the field with a timeout and the 2-minute warning left, starting from the 20-yard line.
Yes.
And see how that goes. So keep posting comments and questions. We're trying to get to him in between plays, and of course, it looks like Ryan says Royce Freeman is the emergency QB if Driscoll goes down. That sounds familiar.
Yeah, that's. I mean, you never want to even think about.
I don't want to think about it.
Yeah, but with the Steelers' pass rush having been as effective as it is thus far in this game, it's certainly worth thinking about.
Yeah. Scott asks if they have a wide receiver reverse in the playbook. I'm not sure.
Well, they already ran the end around to Handler once, so I would assume they've got the reverse in there. But
I think so.
Get Driscoll in the shotgun on 1st and 10 here.
2:09 again left. Big pass down the field.
Intercepted off the hands of
Cortland
Sutton.
Sutton's fingertips, and they're running it back.
And
now.
I think the Steelers are probably going to run this back to the 5-yard line, 10-yard line. That's just wow. You can't put all of that on Driscoll.
Nope, you
off
can't.
the hands of Sutton like that. That's tough. But you also may be able to put that on the injury a little bit. Sutton not able to maybe get his hands up as high as he would like with that AC
the
sprain.
Shoulder. It did look like they weren't fully extended. I'll be honest, just at first glance.
But it hits him right in the hands, glances off those hands, and Joe Hayden's there to make the pick. Oh boy, this is going to be a fun second half. And when I say fun, I mean tequila shots. Because somebody suggested that.
We're
obligated
due for them.
here.
It's going to happen.
Yeah.
William says if we're on a 30-second delay because of the Facebook live streaming, we are. So if you are seeing a delay on your TV, see if you can pause it for about 20, 30 seconds, and that should hopefully sync it up to when you're seeing our broadcast over Facebook Live there. Yeah, that was weird because I would normally anyone would expect Cortland Sutton's arms to be completely up in the air, but it looked they were still bent and
right. Yeah, couldn't quite elevate those arms quite to where. But on the other hand, the ball hit him right in the hands, and with a guy like Cortland Sutton, AC sprain or not, that's a catch you expect the guy to make. He was open, the ball hit him in the hands. Got to bring that in, and when you don't, those are the consequences. We got what happens.
Barb is the one who suggested we do tequila shots, and now she's suggesting we do double tequila shots.
Oh boy! Well, like we said, it's we're
challenge on, man.
Yeah,
I'm not.
We're obligated at this point. Maybe we'll wait until halftime. I think I'll probably run and grab those. Probably run to the bathroom as well.
We'll do the halftime hash here.
Yeah, absolutely.
I'm gonna go ahead and do a little selfie for some friends here. That's. They don't know that I'm broadcasting. They keep texting me. So
I see.
Yes, I think double tequila shots at this point.
Not a bad plan.
Not a bad plan.
It's never a good plan, but in this particular case.
Also, I don't want to lose to you.
Well, then we're going to have to. I mean, you already lost to me in fantasy last week.
Oh,
so, yeah.
At least it wasn't Darren losing to the auto draft team,
who I'm playing against this week, and I don't want to talk as much trash right now because I am currently ahead of the auto draft. But I will also say the auto draft has one player not playing injured this game, and I am not ahead comfortably enough to where I'm ready to brag about it. So we're just going to have to see. But I am ready to brag about beating you because that
happened. But just wait till we get to the playoffs.
Yeah. We'll wait. We'll see who's in the playoffs.
Denver has 2 turnovers now, 1:58 left in the half. They have 1 timeout as well. So
at this point,
if they can make a stop, though, I think this is.
They're going to have to force a turnover. It's the only way to even be remotely within competition in this game coming into the second half, with the Steelers getting the kickoff as the second half continues. Or second half proceeds. Cortland, we've seen Sutton on the sideline. His body language shows he knows he was at least a little bit at fault on that interception. But doesn't matter now. Steelers with the ball 1st and 10 on their own 11-yard line. Snap to Roethlisberger. Pass rush almost gets there and throws to James Conner, who Josie Toole had pretty good coverage. But the ball gets down to about the 5-yard line. 1:48 left on the clock. We're getting a review or a replay of the interception play now. Driscoll just puts that ball right where it needs to be.
Yeah, his shoulders were not fully extended.
No, for sure. And, maybe Sutton thought he could just make that catch with his hands without extending those shoulders a little bit more. But
that's not what I would expect from him, though.
No, he did not. I don't, those don't glance off his hands once they hit him very often. He's usually pretty reliable once the ball hits him in the hands. Let's see here.
Everyone hit that share button for us. Halftime hash is coming up. Normally it's a separate show, but we're putting it all together today. So bring some friends in. And of course, we're going to be here to answer all of your questions. So halftime hash coming up here after the second half ends.
2nd and 4 from about the 5-yard line here.
Handoff off the middle.
They're initially able to stack it up, but Connor's able to work his way forward for maybe a first down. We'll have to see where they spot the ball. The way
if it's like last time.
Yeah, I was going to say, if it's the way this Broncos game is going in general, it's going to be a first down. No, they're saying 3rd and 1 right now for the Steelers. So about 1 yard to go for the first down, and then another yard to go for the touchdown, it looks like. So 3rd and 1 from the 2-yard line for the Steelers. Handoff
Big
to Connor.
stop. Oh, he is stopped. Maybe?
No, it looks like they handed it off to Ebron. Got a little bit cute there. Bradley Chubb able to make that stop at the 2-yard line.
Well, you know they're going to go for this.
Oh, there's literally no reason not to go for it if you're the Steelers here.
So huge.
With the clock running, 106, 105 to go.
QB sneak with Big Ben there and his body mass?
I don't know. That's a real good question. Historically, the Steelers have not been a sneaking team in the way that any team with Tom Brady has been, for instance.
Right.
And with his elbow the way it is, maybe you don't want to risk a QB sneak that way. Now, on the other hand, there's an awful lot of body mass there. And if you get even any kind of push up front for the Steelers, it's going to, you've got a really good chance with a guy like Roethlisberger of punching that one in. So we'll see. It looks like the Steelers, stopped the clock with a timeout, 42 seconds to go in the half, 4th and 2 from about their own 2-yard line. It looks like they're going to try and kick. It looks like they're not going to go for it. I don't know why you wouldn't go for it if you're the Steelers here, but it looks like they're going to go for the guaranteed points here, unless the Broncos, you get somebody like Shelby Harris.
They're going to call them offside. They're going to try and fake the snap.
You think so, huh?
They're going to try and fake the snap. Just to try and get the Broncos to go offside.
I don't know that they do that on kicks. Do they do that on kicks?
You know what? I would. I would say, look, all we need is to reset the downs and we get we can put the game away, essentially.
It's, so we'll see here. Waiting for the kick.
Waiting for it.
Snap.
Nope, snap. Ball is up and score.
Good. Yeah.
Denver 3, Pittsburgh 17. Now, my prediction was Broncos 24, Steelers 17. So I fully expect us to come out at halftime. Steelers are going to get no points, but that
score
is just
3 touchdowns and keep them out of the rest for the rest of the game. Okay, I like that, Kevin.
You know what? I'm like Jared. We're not mathematically eliminated from this game.
It's true.
There may be a 98% chance that the Steelers win, but that's not 100%.
So you're telling me there's a chance?
There's a chance.
Okay.
There's always a chance. Not over till the fat lady sings.
Fair enough. All right. Well, we'll just have to see how the second half goes. Anything can happen, right, Kevin?
Yeah, anything can happen. I expect the Broncos to just take 2 kneel downs to end the half. But, of course, in the position they're in, they might try for a deep pass first.
39 seconds to go. No timeout. I would expect to see maybe a shot here, given Vic Fangio's preference to at least try something. So yeah, I would probably, we will see one deep shot, I think, before we resort to the run game and just kind of running out the rest of the half. But we'll see. Maybe he wants to just get those guys into the locker room so we can yell at them a little bit.
Squib kick, or no, it was not a squib kick. Sorry, my bad. Normal kick all the way back for a touchback. Broncos taking over at the 25-yard line there. We do have that double tequila halftime shot coming up here soon. I think we all need it.
Mm-hmm.
I think, Barb, since you suggested it, I think you should join us for it. I think that'd be awesome. But either way, we're going to do it ourselves. Appreciate everybody watching. We do have the halftime hash here coming up in just a minute. Hit that share button for us. Glad you're all here. We've had a pretty consistent viewership today. Appreciate everyone tuning in. This has been fantastic so far, minus the Broncos score. Let's see. We got Driscoll in the back. It looks like they are going to go for something. Bring in some inside pressure. Down to Hamler. Out of bounds, about 15 yards downfield.
looks like
maybe just trying to get in field goal range.
Yeah, it looks like the Steelers in a prevent kind of style defense where they're giving the receivers plenty of room. Hamler able to get that catch and had a little bit of a bubble there, maybe 13, 14-yard catch there. Sets up another Broncos first down, and like you said, hopefully maybe they'll just drive into field goal range and see what they can do. 34 seconds left. He was able to get out of bounds to stop the clock. 1st and 10 here for the Broncos at about the 42-yard line.
I'm going to hike the ball. 9 seconds on the play clock. Hike is off. Deep throw. Down the middle. Into coverage. Not caught. That was close.
That was close.
Hamler and
Hamilton in the area there,
Yep.
but they were well covered up. If Driscoll was able to put a little bit more juice on that ball, I think Hamler probably did about have.
How did he not catch that? He had it against his body.
He almost did, but he also had a Steelers defender's helmet in his body there too.
But that was close. That was
Driscoll
a well-placed ball.
Yeah, if Driscoll had placed that ball maybe a half a yard further out, I think Hamler catches that one.
He got some air too.
He did.
It's like you see everybody jumping, and there's him like 3 feet above everybody else.
All 5'9" of them.
2nd and 10 from the Broncos 43. 25 seconds left on the clock, and there's a sack, and now you can expect the Broncos to take the knee to end out the half.
Again there by TJ Watt. There's not a whole lot you can do against TJ Watt normally. He's a really good player, but when you've got him against a guy like Elijah Wilkinson, that's a mismatch every time. Yeah, he's able to get to the quarterback. He beat the tackle past his stance before the tackle even got into his stance. That's tough.
3rd and 19, 17 seconds left on the clock. Pittsburgh does have one more timeout, so they might force us to punt after we take a knee. Make it 4th and 19. But yeah, at this point, you have 19 seconds left. I don't see why.
5 first half sacks for the Steelers against this offensive line, and we talked about how tough a matchup that was going to be for the Broncos.
Oh yeah,
we were kind of hoping with the game plan or with the players available, they'd be able to do something to mitigate that pass rush, but it has not turned out to be the case thus far.
Broncos not going for the kneel down once again from the 32-yard line now after a 10-yard sack. Going for it. Interesting option. Deep pass to the left to Tim Patrick and is incomplete. There is a flag. We do have some possible pass interference.
I thought maybe there was a chance that they would get that pass interference call there, but going into the half, maybe they decided to just keep those flags in the pocket. There is a flag down, so we'll see what the call is.
I'm hoping it's not offensive pass interference. But
good call. It was offensive pass interference, which I don't like the call there.
I don't like the call, but it's a good call.
Does it matter?
13 seconds left
in the half. Looks like the Broncos about to punt. Penalty declined by the Steelers, so we are going to see a punt for the Broncos here. Let's see what they
give it some hang time. They're going to have maybe 10. Ayla says bad call, not necessarily. Again, I think we talked about it. Why not keep the flag in your pocket when there's 15 seconds left in the half?
Didn't really matter as far as it goes. Looks like, oh man, not a great punt.
Not a great punt. No, at about the 40-yard line.
Maybe about
7 seconds.
Steelers with 7 seconds left and one timeout. It's the kind of thing where the Steelers could find themselves in field goal range really quickly if they complete one big pass. So let's find out. All right. Yeah, go ahead and guys hit that like button, hit that share button for us. Thank you so much for tuning in with us today. Kevin and I here from Colorado Cork and Keg in Castle Rock, Colorado, broadcasting this game for you. Not the way we wanted it to go. Steelers 17, Broncos 3. Right now, looks like the Steelers kneel it down going into the half, and Kevin and I have some shots coming up. But Kevin, coming at you with the halftime hash here. I'm going to go order us some drinks and go to the bathroom, and I will be right back.
Let's do it. Hey, everyone, halftime hash show time. Now, let me go ahead and bring up our fancy banner because we have it made. Here we go. Halftime hash here at Orange Weekly. Hit that share button. Hit that like button. We already see some more people coming in, and this is something we do every week or for every game. And I'm glad you're all here. So we'll start here. Bill says, do we forget tackle at the legs? And this is one thing we've seen throughout the entire first half. There's some bad missed tackles on the special teams. And special teams have been something that we've been having trouble with throughout the last several years. We thought we think we've had a pretty good punter and kind of fixed that, except this last punt was pretty bad. Maybe just more going for hang time. But when it comes to the missed tackles on a kick return, that's just not necessary at all. Benny, hope you're still watching. Thanks for tuning in. Broncos need a new head coach and new GM and a new quarterback. Guys, this is an incredibly young team. Vic Fangio, it's his second year as a head coach. But even then, let's say, okay, yeah, he's not a first-year head coach. Coach Fangio is not the one out there missing tackles. Coach Fangio is not the one out there throwing the interceptions. Coach Fangio is not the one out there doing the false start penalties. This comes down to the players. We are I think the average age on offense is 24. These players need time to build. If you're sitting there saying we need to fire everybody, sorry. And here at Orange Weekly, we're going to disagree with each other, and that's fine. But I'm telling you, I severely disagree with you, Benny, but I am glad you are tuning in. Red Cloud, how you doing? It's going to be a long season, and most likely Fangio's last. Again, Red Cloud, you are one of our top fans here, and I appreciate everything you've done, but I'm going to disagree with you as well. I think there's been so much turnover in the Broncos coaching staff since Gary Kubiak left that this team needs some consistency. You look at any solid team out there, and they have had incredible consistency in their coaching staff over the years. Fangio needs to build his team. This team is in its very beginning part of its second year, and we got younger than last year. With Drew Lock out there, we got rid of Flacco. We got rid of Todd Davis. This team is even younger than it was last year. It takes time to build this team. And for us to fire Coach Fangio, that probably means a new offensive coordinator, a new defensive coordinator, a new special teams coordinator. And now we're starting from scratch. This team needs to grow together and build together to become good. I think you're going to see at least 3 years from Coach Fangio, if not 4. So we will see. This is a disaster, KevDan, is what Andrew says. That I'm going to agree with. Andrew, that is the first thing I've talked about since halftime that I will agree with. This is a disaster, and a lot of it's our fault. Death by inches. We're missing tackles. We're missing a ton of tackles. We're throwing some interceptions that just should not be interceptions. And now if you look back to the Cortland Sutton one, I wonder if that was part to his injury, because while it touched his fingers, his arms weren't fully extended. And that's something to really watch for. He might still be feeling that a little bit. So either way, this is disastrous, Andrew. I completely agree with you. Nathan, why is the right tackle we picked up, Dotson, not play because Wilkinson is struggling? We might make some changes at halftime, but that right side is definitely something we are worried about, and I wouldn't be surprised if John Elway tries to go out and get another veteran to at least add some depth and experience at that position. But if anything, we're giving the rest of the league a playbook as to how to beat us. So rush on the right side. Put your best pass rusher on the right side against Wilkinson. And I'm surprised I'm saying that it's not against Bowles, but that's where we're at. Andrew says 58-yard field goal. We tried it. Yeah, I don't know if that's a great thing, but we did try it. It had the distance. It was just way off to the right, but it had the distance. And look, Brandon McManus, we just signed for 4 years, a 4-year contract for however many millions of dollars. And he's been bragging that he can make those kicks. So while the distance was there, the accuracy was not. Jose, how you doing? Sup, brother? And I'm really white, by the way, so just so you know. Chris, Fangio has got our defense playing well, even with the injuries. Over the last 4 years, the offense can't be consistent, and that's the kind of comment that I will agree with. If you're sitting here saying we need to get rid of everybody, completely disagree with that. This is the kind of comment I agree with. The offense has been struggling. Look, last year was a bad offensive coordinator pick. Scangarello was not the way to go. Now with Pat Shermer, we have some experience. This is only the second time they've played in a game setting, and they're still trying to learn this playbook. A lot of them, their rookie years, if not their second year. And so trying to bring those people together to even just play together and be on the same page, much less instill a brand new offensive playbook, is going to take some time.
Yeah, continuity for this offense. It's what we've been talking about all half that they just don't have right now, and it's very, very apparent. on the field. But we can't really talk about getting rid of coaches and things like that right now, especially when this team just hasn't played together. I agree with you, Kevin. It's there's no room to talk, at least right now, about getting rid of Fangio. We've just got to, as far as it goes, get better at every level. The defense has been doing all right this game. They've been holding their own as much as they can, outside of a play here or there. But, when you're getting short fields, when you're on the field a lot, it's tough for a defense to go out there and really show what it can do in an ideal situation, because you're just not in these ideal situations. You're in situations that are the opposite of ideal. You're kind of behind the 8 ball as far as being a defense goes. And when your offense is so ineffective that they have to rely on you to get a turnover, to even score maybe on defense, it's just not a recipe to win games, especially against like this, this team in Pittsburgh, who many are talking about being right now the 3rd best team in the AFC, at least very much in that conversation. So if you want to go out and win games like this against teams that you shouldn't, quote unquote, shouldn't be beating, obviously the injuries aren't helping you, but you've got to execute. You can't hide behind injuries as an excuse. You've just got to go out there and execute. And on no phase of the game right now, offense, defense, or special teams, are the Broncos really executing effectively.
And that's not Coach Fangio's fault.
No.
Jose says, why is Fant not being given a shot with the ball? He's a ghost. And that is something that I'm surprised by. We're doing a pretty good job of spreading it out between Sutton. We'll be interested to hear what happens to Jerry Jeudy, Hamler. We're spreading out the ball pretty well. But, yeah, I haven't heard Noah Fant's name mentioned all game. So it'll be interesting to see. I would not be surprised if we get him more involved in second half.
Absolutely. Go ahead, Kevin.
Yeah, Chris says our offense is going to be good down the line. I like our young weapons. Completely agree. And then here's the big one, the big question that was answered earlier in the game. Unfortunately, you know what? Why don't you say it? Because I don't even want to say it.
I don't know that I want to say it either. What's the word on lock? He's not going to be back for this game. His right shoulder, I thought it was his non-throwing shoulder that looked like it got the rough contact, but it is his right throwing shoulder that got injured. So he will be out at least for the rest of this game. With a throwing shoulder injury like that, you don't want to speculate, but it doesn't, looking at forward to weeks ahead, that doesn't look great either. So, right now we're riding the Jeff Driscoll train. For whatever that's worth, here we are on it. It's enough to make you want to take a double tequila shot.
I think this is perfect time. Barb, I hope you're still watching.
Yes. Now, I got you lime and salt. I figured it would make me look better if I got neither of those.
No, shot, lime, salt.
No, salt, lime. Okay. Salt, shot, lime.
Okay. Mm-hmm. Lime, shot.
No, salt, shot, lime.
Oh, sorry. Mm-hmm. Lime, salt.
Okay, for the 3rd time in less than 10 seconds. Salt.
Right.
Shot.
Sure.
Lime.
No, why don't you just show me? Because I'm confused.
Well, I don't have salt or a lime here. I decided to do my double tequila shot like a man.
Oh, well then I'm not.
Oh,
yeah.
Okay. Oh, okay. All right.
We're in pain.
We'll be here for you no matter what, Broncos country.
We're staying.
All right. Whew. Now, for the second half, Kev. Yeah, that's a tough one.
That is a tough one. I'm going to take it like a man, but here's the other stuff for you.
Well, you also have some salt on your nose, so.
Well, put it on there. I hope we're bringing some comedic aspects to this.
You got to laugh to keep from crying. Isn't that right, Broncos?
I'm doing both right now. Mm-hmm. Red Cloud says cheers. Jose, let's see. Wait, I don't want to skip Chris. When you have a young age of players, you'll need time to grow, and that's the same for all teams that are in a similar situation. Firing coaches is not the answer. Thank you.
Firing coaches is a really good way to ensure that this process of
restarts.
You need to keep chemistry going. You need to build with these young players. You just keep that going when you keep firing and bringing in new coaches. It's just that process takes your team back progress-wise, and sometimes you need to do that because sometimes the coaches that you have truly are progress stoppers. Yeah. They're not going to help your team move forward. It is way too early in the season and in these coaches' tenures overall to be saying anything like that about Pat Shurmur and Vic Fangio.
Jose, do you think preseason has a huge impact on why things aren't going well? Drop passes, missed tackles. I wouldn't say That to some degree, yes, but more importantly is the injuries.
Well, and it hurts a team like ours a little more than a team like the Steelers, who, we've been talking about this quite a bit this offseason, is continuity at those positions on offense especially. Teams like the Chiefs, teams like the Texans, teams like the Steelers. The Steelers didn't have Ben Roethlisberger last year, but they know what kind of offense they have with Ben Roethlisberger, with competent quarterback play. So teams like that, like the Saints, are going to have a lot more early season success because they don't have to worry about those kind of things that you use preseason to iron out. Those schematic things, those chemistry issues that you really get better at with preseason games, with live action snaps in the preseason. We just don't have that advantage with Denver. We've got such a young offense with Hamler and Judy out there, with Locke out there, only 7 starts. It's just, we talked about this all offseason, Kevin. You just need a little bit more time in live game action with an offense this young before you really start to expect really good results. And right now, unfortunately, we're seeing that come to fruition. It's not amazing to watch. Obviously, it's pretty awful to watch on days like today. But you've just got to keep the faith that if you can get these guys back on the field together, they are going to be able to build on this.
Ayla is a part of our Orange Weekly crew, and she apparently did not like watching us do a tequila shot. And I'm going to say that out of, us being a team here at Orange Weekly in solidarity, that she should also do a straight double shot of tequila.
It's really the only fair way. And I know Jared's out there watching too. I know he's on the boat and quote unquote, there's no tequila on the ship, but come on, Jared, you're chief.
Wait, is he Jared or Darred today? Are they different?
No, this is Jared. Darred is the guy who lost to the auto draft team last week. Well, his name rhymes with Darred anyway, but we're not going to tell you who that is. We're not gonna reveal that. It would be a La Reveal Magnifico.
Is that really hitting you already?
It's hitting pretty hard already, yeah. I should point out that I haven't had anything to eat today.
They have plenty of food here.
That's a good
Which brings me up to this is if you go ahead to Instagram, everyone, and even Facebook, and follow Colorado Cork and Keg. They did a giveaway this last week for those who followed their page and our page. It looks like Candace R. Am I reading that right? Yep. Candace R, you will get a message directly from Cork and Keg, but you are the winner of a $25 gift tab.
Kevin's
tab.
Yeah, absolutely. But
it's hitting me now too.
See, there you go.
But check them out, guys. We're going to do this maybe a little more than once a month. We'll see.
Yeah, absolutely.
At least once a month.
And Kevin's right. They've got a ton of food here. They've got game food specials. They've got hot dogs. They've got bratwurst. A ton of different kinds of bratwursts, too. They've got an elk bratwurst that I was really kind of looking at. But mac and cheese bites, wings, battered mushrooms, all your game day favorites are available here, and they're on special. They've got bottomless mimosas for $16. They've got Bloody Marys for $6. So they will be here for you every single Broncos Sunday. If you want to come down and check out those specials, I should probably get myself something to eat before the game goes too far forward, especially if it's going to go like this.
Oh, yes.
And we're going to need several more drinks to get through the end of this game.
I'll take some of those mac and cheese bites.
Oh, is that what you're doing?
If you can order some of those for me, I appreciate it.
I see. Okay.
Ayla is getting some whiskey, and Ragers kickoff is coming up. But again, guys, check out our newest podcast and show called Ragers. Follow them on iTunes, Spotify, Google Play, Stitcher. If you want to learn about sports betting and that week's lines, check them up every Saturday. They're going to give you the Broncos lines of the day. Even if you just want to learn about what the lines are and what Vegas is thinking, check them out. They're fantastic. We do have the kickoff with some more missed blocks, and they are getting out to the 40-yard line or so.
Yeah, that is not a great way for the Broncos to begin on special teams this quarter, but it kind of what you expected based on what you saw last time. Only listen to Ragers, guys, if you want to get really super good information and win some money. If you don't want to do those things, then don't listen to Ragers.
They were 4-1-1 last week, so
yeah, absolutely. So if you don't like winning money, don't listen to Ragers. Other than that, it's definitely time to give it a listen.
Definitely.
Yeah, Steelers coming out for their first offensive drive of the second half from their own 47-yard line. Really good position off of that kickoff return. Missed tackles, tough. Rush play to Connor here. Picks up about 2 yards. That's one thing for the Broncos' rush defense. They have been really solid all game. You can say that for them, if nothing else. We haven't seen Snell come out for the Steelers yet. It really has been Connor trying to tote the rock all game for the Steelers. But haven't seen him be very effective as far as that goes for the Broncos. One bright spot rushing defense so far.
Ryan says we're going to need a good old-fashioned for your last drink of the game. And Ryan, you're my favorite person ever to suggest a good drink. So we will do that. Big Ben under center with Connor in the backfield there. Fake the running play, looking downfield.
Chubb coming around. Ooh,
check
nope.
down pass. First down,
oof.
Connor there moving the ball after a second.
Yeah, got some good pressure on Big Ben there. Covered it up downfield well initially, but that check down was wide open, and he had plenty of room to run in front of him after he caught the ball at the, maybe a one or 2 yards past the line of scrimmage. He had lots of room to run there.
Anything from Jerry Jeudy yet?
No updates as far as Jerry Jeudy goes, unless I haven't updated my Twitter feed yet here. Let's take a look here.
I think we're all waiting to hear that one.
Yeah.
Big Ben hands it off to Connor. Runs
again.
out the outside, 4-yard loss.
Can't gain that edge. Justin Simmons crashes the edge there very well.
There we go.
Causing back in run support is Justin Simmons at the very least, if he's not all the way back to form from last week as far as pass coverage is concerned, but makes a really good open field tackle on James Conner there, and forces a couple yard loss on that first down run.
James says we are playing catch up always and end up losing the game. It is something we're going to have to fix, but again, I think this will get better over time as these players get more experience. But right now we got a 2nd and 12, 13 minutes left in the third, and it looks like I thought I heard a whistle, but snap the ball. Fake pass.
Check down to Snell this time. Yep. Atoshu is there. Another loss. Couple of yards. Well done there. Well
coming up 3rd and 15.
Absolutely.
It's kind of a little bit of a shovel pass there moving forward. But either way, another check down. Looks like our secondary is kind of stepping up if we're making Big Ben stand there for a couple of seconds and then force him to check down. So
that's it. Yeah. The keeping Ben Roethlisberger standing there, that's a key, and that's one area where we would, if Von Miller was in the game, I think we would see him affecting it a little bit more. Is that keeping Big Ben standing there is a good way to get him sacked if you can keep the pass rush really effective. 3rd and 16 coming up here. 4-man rush. Broncos not getting
still waiting.
Oh, not a great pass.
Oh, intercepted. There it is by Justin Simmons right down the field. He's got some blockers at the 50, 45. He's got some blockers still. He might get there. No, running out at the
25-yard line, but still excellent play. Oh, and a flag. We see a flag come in.
It's not before the interception.
Yeah, the interception going to be on the return. I think probably that's a play the Broncos sorely needed.
Oh, that was beautiful.
If they can capitalize on this, we'll have to see.
Look, first things first is we were holding on to our blocks back. Oh, yep, block on Big Ben in the back. That's going to be
yeah. Alexander Johnson blocked Ben Roethlisberger to the turf. Not terribly hard. Not enough for
it hurt his feelings.
Foul call, but yes. Yeah, definitely a penalty on that one on A.J. Johnson. Brings the ball back a little bit. But now the ball came out very badly. I want to see if it got tipped at the line of scrimmage here or what happened.
Either way, look, he made fake.
No, that was not. It was just a bad ball by Roethlisberger there.
He faked the throw once, if not twice. We had people covered down there.
It was well covered up on the backside, absolutely.
But that's what's going to force those turnovers for us, and that's exactly what we saw there. So,
it's like we were saying before the game, Simmons was in the exact right position to make a play, and he made it. Hand off to Gordon here. Gains probably, 2-3 yards on first down for the Broncos. But, yeah, like we were talking about at the beginning of the game, those turnovers will come. If the Broncos are patient, especially, how about this for a bounce-back game for Justin Simmons? We see him make a couple of really good plays in the run game, now in the exact right position to make that pick, kind of hit the ball to himself, and then made sure he came down with it before making that good return. 2nd down and 8 for the Broncos offense coming up. But that's a guy who you really need to bounce back if you want this defense to be successful, and he's doing it today in a big way. Let's see.
Fake the handoff, rolling out to the right, and we had Noah Fant,
fall.
Vanette just tripped over his own feet. He was open, should have caught that, but just
Yeah.
could
And a
not keep
huge
himself
gain.
standing.
Yeah, would have helped him on second down, probably get 3 or 4 yards. Yep, just
more
really trips
manageable.
over his own feet. And, yeah, not a good play there. Third down and 8 coming up from the Steelers' 39-yard line.
Yep. 11 minutes left in the third period. 19 drives this season for the Pittsburgh and only 1 touchdown allowed on defense. So it's time for them to break that record.
Did you see Jerry Jeudy back out there, by the way?
Yes.
Throw for Driscoll and to Hamler across the middle.
Right,
Well
that
done.
was a money shot right there.
Well done.
Whew,
Yeah,
that was on a dime.
absolutely on a dime. Hits Hamler right over the middle there on that crossing route. Beautiful play there. Well run route. And a little bit behind Hamler, but goes back, makes the catch. And, yep, we see a Broncos with 1st and 10 here.
Wow. That is incredible. That was a good pass. Maybe I'm overly impressed because it's Driscoll. If it was Locke, I'd been like, yeah, of course you hit him. It was wide open.
All right.
But we do have Driscoll under center.
1st and 10 from the
two-man
26.
2-man back.
Looks like Beck in there as the fullback. Hand off to Gordon. Not a lot of room.
Maybe gets a yard. Maybe gets a yard.
Maybe
Bringing
gets a
up
yard on first
2nd
down.
and 9.5.
Yeah, something
Now,
like
do you
it'll be
round
second
down or round up if it's a half yard?
Well, so you say you round down just because for the TV graphic, it's like there's no 9.5, so you might as well just call it.
You
9.
might as well. And look, they do call it 9 or 2nd
Indeed,
and
they
9.
do. Yes, yeah. He didn't go backwards. He went a few inches forward, so they call it 2nd and 9. From about, let's see, the 25-yard line. Looks like the 25-yard line exactly. Driscoll under
Can't
center
stall
here.
here.
No, you've got to score. You've got to score a touchdown here. Hand off to Gordon. A little bit of room to run the game, but that closes quickly. Maybe 2 or 3 yards there. And we've got a 3rd down and intermediate. Let's say 3rd and 6 coming up. Yes.
Medium. Jack says, offense isn't going to get better until our own line gets better. Completely agree. Drew Lock is winding up to be like David Carr, and we need to build our offensive line, and that's been a problem for years now. So, look, we have these other pieces. I think it's time to start focusing on that, but we'll cover that down the line for sure.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. Shotgun snap here to Driscoll. Dropping back, throws underneath to Fant.
Oh, get it.
First touch for the Fant, and he gets the 1st down up to about the 15, 10, 5-yard line, and a horse collar tackle at the end of that play.
There's
comes
the
in at the end of that
flag.
play, and it's almost certainly going to be a horse collar tackle against Pittsburgh. First catch of the day for Fant, makes productive yards out of it, and I would expect them to be moving this ball up to the 1-yard line with that penalty here.
Okay. We're going to have a ball game. Now, I don't want to speak too soon because we had it.
Oh yeah,
goal line last time.
That's it. Minka Fitzpatrick with an easy call horse collar tackle there.
Not even close. That was pretty dumb. Why would you do that? I guess
because it's the only way you get the guy down at this point. If you're Minka Fitzpatrick, you say to yourself, the horse collar takes us maybe 3 yards further down the field than we were previously. Versus if I don't horse collar him here, he's probably going to walk it in for the touchdown. So. That's you never like to see that play. Horse collar tackle's illegal because of the high risk of injury to your offensive player. But we do have 1st and goal here. Quick snap.
Oh, come on, make something happen. Make something happen.
And sacked at the 10-yard line. They wanted to quick snap it there. They wanted a quick throw there, and it was not available immediately. And so Driscoll has to kind of absorb the sack there. 2nd and goal from the 10-yard line coming up. That did not work out. I don't know what they were going for.
QB sacks.
Yeah. They were going for Hamler, and he was open. Oh, he was open. And
he was wide open.
Yikes, he was wide open. Come on, Jeff, you've got to get that. Now, there was pressure on Driscoll immediately because Pittsburgh brought the heat, but then that's why he was wide open in the back of the end zone. But you've got to get that ball out to him. 2nd and goal from the 10-yard line now. Driscoll back. Throws.
Quick throw.
Oh, not quite there. A little bit over the head of Noah Fant, who, again, probably was open. Was in a good position to make that play if the ball's 2 yards a little lower. But
so coming up on 3rd and goal, probably from about the 10-yard line or so. I mean, this is the position we've been asking for. Like just get us to this point. Driscoll is 8 for 18, 144 yards, and the interception there.
Mm-hmm.
A little more than 8 minutes left in the third. I'd expect this to obviously at this point it's got to be a running or a passing play. I would have thought we would have done that a little sooner, but here we go with Gordon off to the right, moving up the center. Quick pass and tipped off of Melvin Gordon's fingers. Now we got 4th and goal. Now here we go, David. This is a question. Do we go for it?
At
Do you
this
take
point,
the points?
I would think you see him take the points. You're down 2 scores, 2
I'd
touchdowns right here, but you're at the 10-yard line. You're not at like the 1 or the 2-yard line. I think at this point you better expect them to take whatever points they can get. It's going to be tough because you've got to see them score touchdowns when they're in this area.
Well, the fact that you had it on the 4-yard line, and yeah, he took the sack, he went down, but Hamler was in the backfield. He had enough time to wave his hand about 4 different times.
That was a weird field goal, but he does make it. 17-6 is now the score in favor of the Broncos. But yeah, you're right. And maybe with your first string quarterback in there, you have a little more room to say you've got to make that throw. But in a game like this, if you're Jeff Driscoll, you've got to do what you can to help your team, put your team in the best position, and that wasn't it. Taking a sack on that down, throw it away if it's not there when you want it to be there.
Right.
But backing yourself up 5-6 yards, that 3rd down play to Gordon when they tried to throw it to Gordon, even if he had caught that ball,
it wasn't going to be a touchdown.
He wasn't going to. The guy was there to tackle him immediately. So it's execution on several levels on this offense is just lacking right now. Obviously, that's going to happen when you've got your first string quarterback out. You've got Philip Lindsay out. You've got injuries to neither Cortland Sutton or Jerry Jeudy are 100%. But you've got more weapons than those guys.
Yeah.
And at a certain point, you've got to be able to deliver when you're in that red zone.
Now, we'll say people here like Jack are making a good point. The offensive line, if I had to pick out a single problem on the offense, I would say it's the offensive line. And
especially, but that right side of the offensive line.
Yeah,
and we've been very critical of Garrett Bowles in his tenure here. He has not been the problem today.
He has not been the problem at all.
No. It's really been Wilkinson has been, but we talked about this before the game. If you're the Pittsburgh Steelers and you've got, if you go 3 deep at a pass rushing position from the outside, who are you going to target? It's going to be Elijah Wilkinson, and we've seen that bear out, unfortunately, time and time again as as this game has gone on. To the success of the Pittsburgh Steelers.
Well, I think you're going to see this from every single team, and so I know John Elway went out the last couple of weeks and had shopped around a little bit, made some offers. Nobody was willing to listen to it. So if I'm John Elway, am I looking at this game saying, maybe I need to offer a little bit more money and entice some of these players to maybe, and maybe if anything, just for depth and experience.
That's it. And you've got DeMar Dotson on the roster as well, a guy who has played a ton of snaps at right tackle in his career. So that, this might be the week that they really look at him and give him some more starting reps in practice, if nothing else. I don't know that we see a switch in right tackle immediately, but I will say it has been a liability. And as we see Cortland Sutton walk off the field here, now he coming out of the locker room at halftime, he was discussed as injured. He had some tightness in that shoulder. Yeah, I know. Right. So you're going to see some more Tim Patrick and reserves out there. It's tough because Tyree Cleveland, one of your reserve receivers, is already out for this game. So it's good that Jerry Jeudy was able to come back in this game. But man alive, it has been a very, very tough day for the Broncos as far as injuries.
Can we call players from practice squad in the middle of a game? Because we're getting to that point.
They have loosened up those practice squad rules quite a bit this season
not to that
with COVID, but not quite that far. No, not quite to that point.
If it weren't for the defense, I think this game would easily be 28-6 now.
And we see this total yards: 178 for Denver, 210 for Pittsburgh.
Look at our rush yards though, 4.5 to 1.7.
Right. There's been key areas of this game where we've been really successful, but we just, because of the way this game is going, we have not been able to capitalize. I'm sorry. As we go through a 1st and 10 play, an incompletion for the Steelers there to James Washington on a ball that really should have been caught. But the Steelers' lack of execution this game has been doing just as much to help the Broncos on both sides of the ball as our own execution has been doing, I think. Is that fair to say, Kev?
Yeah. Oh, easily. it's it's tough to look at the scoreboard and think about the good spots, and they're there, and those are going to be the foundations we build on.
Yeah.
We got Ben in the backfield there, pass up to Connor, it looks like, or maybe not Connor, but
I think maybe
6-yard
Deontay
gain.
Johnson there. Yeah, Deontay Johnson looks like he's got 4 or 5 yards there at the very
We
least.
got a fantastic fan here with us, buying us some more beers, and he's our favorite number 1 fan. Bar was fantastic, but she made us do shots.
Well, and Barb, more power to you out there. If you've got any other shots to recommend to us, please keep those suggestions coming, because it's going to become longer, not shorter, as far as the game goes along here. Oh dear, Broncos offsides there, and it wasn't even close.
Here it is. Oh, let's blame Fangio. Sorry, I had to. Look, this is the kind of stuff that we're talking about, though.
Well, and you see Bradley Chubb get drawn offsides by the hard count there.
Right, exactly.
That's
But
just the way it goes.
But these are the things that the players need to take care of on their own. Bradley Chubb, yeah, he didn't really play last year, but this is his 3rd year.
Mm-hmm.
And look, nobody's perfect. Even Von Miller had those
Von Miller loved to jump offsides just because he was anticipating that snap count.
But this is what I'm talking about. Like, you can't sit here and blame other individuals. This is the player's fault, and he knows that. He's not going to sit there and pass it off on somebody else.
He would never.
But this is the time. Look, and actually, Pittsburgh has 6 penalties for 43 yards, but nobody's calling for Tomlin to be fired.
No, but this is the kind of thing where it takes you from a 3rd and 8 to a 3rd and 3 if you're the Denver defense, and you just gave them an offense like this 5 free yards, and there they go.
But we got them.
Yeah, you check down. All you have to do is really check down a pass on that one, and you've got the first down. Which is not to say that the Broncos defense has been playing badly this game. I think as far as it goes, they've shown better than the Giants defense, which, you hope they show better than the Giants defense. The Giants defense is not good, but you've got a lot more to build on. It's a young defense too, for all that we're talking about it. Bradley Chubb in his 3rd year, but missed all but 4 games of his 2nd season as we go to 1st down and 10, first down throw to Deontay Johnson for about 12 yards to the 48-yard line of Pittsburgh on that first down. But, you've got a young defensive line there. Yeah. You've got Draymond Jones taking a lot of snaps. You've got DeMarcus Walker taking a lot of snaps. And you've got a guy in Jarrell Casey who's the veteran presence there. But it's going to be, as much as we've been talking about on offense, about how it's going to take time for those guys to come together. You've still got Michael Ojemudia out there, a 3rd-round rookie, playing a ton of snaps today. And here he is out there again on 1st and 10.
He's not doing bad, but obviously they keep picking on him.
They are a little bit. They just, as we talk about him, there's a completion on his guy, Washington, where we saw Ojemudia playing off coverage and really respecting the ability in his own defense, respecting the ability of a guy like Washington to run his route deep instead of cutting it off like he just did there. But if you're Pittsburgh, why not cut off these routes right now? Because you're getting such a cushion that if you cut that route off at 5 or 6 yards, they'll still be able to turn it upfield and get a first down with how much cushion they're getting. Screen pass here to Smith-Schuster. Nope, to Deontay Johnson.
2-yard gain.
2-yard gain because Justin Simmons makes an excellent open field tackle there.
So first off, Barb is saying our next one should be a Grand Marinade shot, which, they are orange, and I'm all for that. I think we might have to do that. So here's how I'm seeing this, and I know it's really easy to look at the negatives. This is what it's like to watch a team that is building from the ground up. We're seeing the positives in the stats. We're seeing the positive in certain areas, but this is a team fresh, And
it's, individual guys are going to play well on individual plays, as we see a 2nd down and 8 go to Juju Smith-Schuster for about 6 yards on a 2nd down and 8. So they'll have 3rd and 1, 3rd and 2 coming up. But, you'll see guys do well individually on certain plays or certain drives.
Right.
But it should not surprise you right now to see the Broncos offense and defense collectively not quite there.
Right.
And the defense is closer than the offense right now, but to see, as we see it go into a 3rd and 2 snap, empty backfield, shotgun formation for Ben, snaps the ball, throws it immediately, and Justin
Simmons right there,
gets out right to Smith-Schuster.
4th down, 4th and 2.
Absolutely. I think the Broncos defense had that one actually kind of keyed up. Simmons was there, but so was Callahan and Alexander Johnson too. They were all right there immediately to make that stop. But yeah, there's young guys all over this team right now,
Yeah.
and to see them take a little longer to come together than we would have wanted, certainly, should not really be a surprise. 4th and 2, and it looks like the Steelers are going for it, or at least try to draw the Broncos off from their own 35.
Hard count. Well, they got Bradley Chubb earlier, so
That's right. They're going to try and change the play now. Maybe try another hard count.
Just
Yep.
don't move. Just don't move.
Yeah, and we see them 6-5, 4.
Here comes the timeout.
Yep. Nope.
In fact, they
And-
might have drawn themselves offsides.
Yeah, no, it doesn't look like they false started
They're
at
false
least.
started,
But
yeah.
no, Big Ben not super happy that they could not draw Denver offline there. 4th and 2, and it looks like they will have to punt here, take a timeout as well. They're probably not going to pay dividends for if you're Denver later in the game, but to force a timeout here from Pittsburgh, it's not bad.
Well, look, if you score and you make it 13-17, look, you got a game there with, at least the majority of the fourth quarter left. And
Absolutely.
so, look, I'm not trying to be overly optimistic. We're not mathematically out of this yet, right? Which doesn't happen until the end of the game.
Right.
But our defense is keeping us in it.
Very much so.
This is positive, and this is what you're seeing from Vic Fangio's defense.
Very much.
This is something they're going to continue to build on because, again, a lot of these players are playing together for only the second time ever. So we're trying to build that consistency and build through the youth and build through the draft, and that takes time. But here we go on 4th and 2. They are still going for it, and Big Ben's trying to maybe run, pass
Throws it down the field. Oh, is he going to get a flag?
Maybe a flag.
No, doesn't look like it.
Nothing.
Eric Ebron looking for a flag, and when they flashed onto him, it looked like maybe he deserved a flag. It looked like maybe Kareem Jackson's coverage was a little bit too tight on that play, but doesn't matter. Turnover on downs. Broncos get the football in decent field position. Can they capitalize now?
Well, that's the thing is, Cortland Sutton out. Well, but we still have so many weapons between Hamler, Noah Fant, Vinette, Jerry Jeudy it sounds like he's back out there. So it's not like we don't have any options. Melvin Gordon can get the running game going, and that should hopefully open up the pass game where he doesn't feel like he has to make incredibly perfect throws. That should get people pretty open, right? But yeah, so what is the resiliency of this team? And look, can they make it happen? I don't know, but I'm going to say it a million times throughout the season. We're watching a team build, and people may not like it because it's going to result in a lot of early on, numbers in the L column. But this is what it takes. This is what teams do to build through the draft, and that's what's going to make them a long-lasting good team.
Well, and we're talking at 4 minutes left in the third quarter at this point, and the Broncos down 17-6, still in a position to come back into this game, minus your starting quarterback. Minus now looks like Cortland Sutton's probably not going to play for the rest of the game. Minus Phillip Lindsay, minus A.J. Boye, minus Von Miller, which we've already talked about. That to me at least tells me this is a decently coached team. This is a team that could be behind, 3 or 4 scores pretty easily by now against a team like Pittsburgh.
I'm saying, why is it not 28-6 right now?
And it could easily be, but we don't have to count on missed field goals or something like that. There's nothing to point to like last week's game where they missed this, 3 field goals and an extra point. You're talking about a team that has played hard, that has not given up on themselves or on each other, despite the injuries that we've seen this game so far, and despite the fact that offensively that really haven't been very effective at mostly anything. But we're still in it, and I don't like our chances going forward for the rest of the game. I'll be 100% honest about that. But if we see the Broncos put together a good scoring drive here, literally anything could happen. You've got a whole fourth quarter to go,
right,
basically after this would-be scoring drive is over. If they can punch it into the end zone here, you're looking at a completely different game.
But either way, these are the situations that are going to be teaching these players on how, hey, when you're in this situation, these are different things. So a handoff from Driscoll to Melvin Gordon, who gets
back to the line,
pretty much nothing there.
That's it. Yeah.
But when you're talking about these young players, this is how they learn. This is how they learn to communicate. This is how they learn, hey, here's what we need to do. Drew Lock's not out there, which is killing us. Red Cloud says it could be 17-10 or 17-14. So yeah, we are shooting ourselves in the foot to some degree. And we're not discounting that, but
right. No, it's a little bit like we saw last game. I would love to see where we were at this game if Drew Lock was still out there. But there's some areas that we're going to improve on, and some areas that it's just going to take extra time. Pass to Judy here.
Oh, look at that move!
Wow, 2 moves.
Look, 2 moves. He made a 4-yard gain into a 9-yard gain.
Right. And it doesn't sound like a whole extra lot, 5-yard extra.
Hey,
but man, he made 2 or 3 guys miss there, and if he makes that third guy miss just a little bit more, he's probably still running too.
Yeah. Well, that's the thing. A 3rd and 1 is so much better than a 3rd and 4,
Very
3rd and
much
5.
so. Yeah.
But the fact that he's able to make those moves, you're breaking ankles out there, know. And this is his second game. This is where I'm looking at this and saying there's so much promise on this team.
And say this for Jeff Driscoll: 9 for 20, 153 yards and an interception. He's your backup quarterback. He's not. He's out there making.
Why are we not running it on 3rd and 1? There's a flag though. We got lucky.
Probably going to get flagged there. Because Jerry Jeudy was in a position to make that play, and I do think Minkah Fitzpatrick got there a little bit early. Pass interference on the defense there. So we are going to get that automatic first down. Not a whole lot of yards gained. I would say that was probably a 4 or 5 yard gain as far as the sticks move.
First down.
Jerry Jeudy runs such a good route there that Fitzpatrick just has to get there a little bit early.
But that's the thing. When you're playing against Jerry Jeudy, you almost have to do that. Because otherwise, you saw what he just did. He's going to make 1 or 2 ankle-breaking moves, which how many people can make 2 ankle-breaking moves at the same time? Otherwise, he's gone. And so when you're playing at something like that, that's almost exactly what you have to do, and that's going to draw those flags, or you're going to get the big plays out of it. Royce Freeman with about a 5-yard gain. But this is where I'm looking at Jerry Jeudy and say this is his second NFL game ever. And technically right now he's the number 1 wide receiver again. And he is looking phenomenal.
Absolutely. And yeah, guys, check out our Team Trends article every week on BroncosOrangeWeekly.com, because if you read that one this week, I talked about this just a little bit. Jerry Jeudy is absolutely a stud already. You can't expect much from a rookie at any position. You want to expect a lot from your high draft picks as Royce Freeman runs for a first down and then some on 2nd and 6 down into Pittsburgh territory, it looks like. But so, you can't expect the world from your first round rookies as they come into the league. But Jerry Jeudy has already shown elite route running ability, and that is especially for a wide receiver where route running, in college they don't teach the full tree of routes at basically any school, even the SEC powerhouses.
No.
Alabama is one of the few. 1st and 10 from the 35-yard line.
Blitz.
Driscoll throws. Whoops.
Oh!
And a little bit behind Jeudy, who was open on that slant route. But a ball was a little bit behind him. It hit him in the hands, and he says to the quarterback, "That's on me. I should have caught that." Again, if it hits you in the hands as a wide receiver, if it's behind you,
I think Driscoll. I think he was getting hit as he threw that ball, though.
Yeah,
too.
yeah.
So he should have
a little bit of heat, extra heat on that ball. But Jeudy would be the first one to tell you, as far as that goes, he should have caught that ball. 2nd down and 10 coming up, but the elite ability that Jeudy has shown just to run routes and make guys miss in the open field has been so excellent. 2nd and 10, Driscoll back to throw.
They're continuing to rush, make something happen.
Oof,
that's a flag.
Now I don't know. That was pretty good coverage as far as it goes. By
it
Steven
just looked
Nelson.
like he was pulling him down as the ball was coming
but
down.
Nick Van Etten with the attempted catch there. There is a flag
there
down.
It is. I was telling you.
Personal foul. Roughing the passer.
Oh, that's not what I expected.
No, that is not what you were looking at. But they get a roughing the passer call on number 28. And I can see why.
But I can see why. But at the same time, these guys are moving so fast that you're talking about the guy throws the ball and half a second later he gets hit. People, you can't stop.
Let's just say if that was a penalty against the Broncos, I'd be pretty upset now.
I'm not saying that I wouldn't be.
Yes,
I'm just saying that in terms of that rule,
right.
I don't necessarily agree with
I can see why they called it there. If they had
that's the
called
rule,
it there, right, that is the rule. If they had not called it there, I would also probably be able to make up some justification for why they hadn't called it. But it puts the Broncos in a good place. 10 knockdowns and 10 hurries for Jeff Driscoll already. Under 22 dropbacks, so he's getting pressured. And he throws the ball here. First down touchdown.
Noah Fant.
First down touchdown to Noah Fant. There we go. and the Broncos make it onto the scoreboard in the end zone. Fant was wide open there. Great play call on that first down throw. Fant able to knock it into the end zone from 20 yards out, but they sucked Devin Bush in. Excuse me, I've made that mistake a couple of times. They suck in Devin Bush there, who had some responsibility in coverage. He's just a step late, and Noah Fant able to kind of make him look a little bit foolish there. A matchup that we were talking about in the pregame podcast a little bit there. A potential draft pick from the Broncos, as the Broncos look like they're about to go for 2 here.
Well, I think it's look at this.
There's
point,
no reason not to, because
No.
if you being down 4 doesn't help you at all.
if you're being down
3,
5,
right? Yeah, it doesn't.
3
Yeah,
to
being
5.
down 4 versus 5, it's no big difference there. But if they make this shotgun snap to Driscoll, looking
Pressure from the
throws,
outside
and he's got Fant wide open for the 2-point conversion, and so the Broncos are now within a field goal, and with 1:07 left in the third quarter, with their, it's a completely different game. What were we just talking about,
Who would
Kevin?
have thought? Going into halftime, all of us were just kind of like, well.
It was doom and gloom going into halftime. The Broncos and everybody looked like a mess. The offense, the special teams, the defense, everybody looked like a mess. But they put a few plays together, they put a drive together, and suddenly they're within a field goal with the defense playing decently well as they go ahead. And now it's really a game again going into the fourth quarter. We will see if Jeff Driscoll and the Broncos offense can pull this one out.
Well, yeah, it comes down to defense too, but here's Jose, and he was the one who was talking about earlier about Noah Fant being a ghost. And now you got him twice on a touchdown and the 2-point conversion. That is huge. So
he just flat out beat his guy on both plays. Like there's, athleticism one there, speed one there. He beat his guy.
Well, now if I'm Coach Fangio, I'm Pat Shermer, I'm looking at it saying, do we have an honest mismatch that we need to take advantage of?
Absolutely.
I think you're going into the fourth quarter and you're saying, okay, this is something that we really need to exploit, because they've done something to cover them the first 3/4 of the game, but now here we are saying they've done something different, or Noah Fant is just finding a way to get open finally, and this is something that we can do.
Right.
But yeah, no, this is out of everything. You're looking at the hurries and the dropbacks and the sacks. This is the stats saying that we have an issue on the offensive line.
Yeah, absolutely. And you see a quarterback right now, which is, and especially a backup quarterback who is doing enough to win you the game right now. He's not actively losing you the game. And we can talk about the interception, but I really don't think you can put that on Jeff Driscoll too much.
Right.
He's been behind on a couple of throws, but he has also, on the whole, done enough for your offense to make it competitive.
They're essentially blitzing him on every single play.
They are, and we've seen the Broncos' offensive line give up those pressures, but we've also seen Driscoll stand in there against that pressure and deliver not every ball, but a couple of balls to receivers that
enough.
Yeah, enough. That he's doing enough against a very hard Steelers defensive front. He's getting there. We're getting there as a team, and it's 17-14 right now. Anything could still happen going into the fourth quarter, but now at this point you feel a little bit better going to your defense and saying, get us a stop, because if you do that, the offense can go down.
This is
there.
a momentum shift.
Absolutely.
Like none other. And
Absolutely.
so, here's the question though, are we playing Fant and Judy at the same time? And it might be one of those things where, have we been? I haven't been able to pay attention.
We have. No, we definitely have. They've been on the field at the same time. It's just been, I think we're, with Driscoll especially out there, we're going to our first read on offense quite a bit.
Right.
And we're seeing, with Judy and Fant being that first read, we're seeing those guys able to get open. And we do a little comparison here. 20 of 30 for Ben Roethlisberger, 228 yards, a touchdown and a pick. 10 for 22 for Jeff Driscoll, 172 yards, 1 touchdown, 1 pick. So you're seeing those guys kind of battling it out right now, and it's going to come down to which defense can be more effective. We've seen the Steelers pass rush go well. 1st and 10 snap to Roethlisberger. He's going to throw. No real pressure to speak of. Able to get it down the field and wide open to the tight end in the middle of the field at about the 45-yard line to Pittsburgh. It's kind of another thing we've seen this game. The Broncos not able to cover tight ends effectively.
So is it this game or is this a habit pattern?
It's a habit. No, it's definitely a habit. And, the inside linebacker position, not a ton of athleticism. We see Josie Jewell there. in his zone and not able to make the play. Justin Simmons making that play on the back end. First down and handoff to Connor. Goes down after. No, I'm sorry. That was
4
Snell.
yards. That was
First
Snell.
time for Snell. Yeah, first carry for Snell for about 4 yards. So we're looking at a 2nd down and 6 coming up for Pittsburgh. But yeah, inside linebacker, especially in this defense for covering that tight end, is such a crucial position. And the Broncos just right now, especially with Mark Barron out, don't have a ton of athleticism at that position. Josie Jewell has filled in well, much better than I thought he would going into this season last week and this week. He has not been a liability like I thought he would be. But you're still not seeing that real athleticism, that real ability to keep those tight ends under control that you would like to see from a Broncos defense coached by Vic Fangio.
And that's something that I'm surprised, or I guess I'm not going to be surprised if we see that a whole lot more. I mean, that's one weakness we are known for. But it goes back to building a team. This is going to take several drafts, several moves. I would have liked for it to have been addressed a long time ago, right? But if we're going from this mentality of we're starting fresh, we're letting people like Todd Davis go. We are wiping the slate clean. Here we go, moving forward. And, I think between the offensive line, and I think that's probably one of our big spots on defense, is the tight end situation, those inside linebackers. That's going to be probably the next couple of things we really address over the next 1 or 2 years, because we got the wide receivers figured out. I would like to hope that we got the quarterback situation figured out. Philip Lindsay in the backfield. Defense, we have some solid players that might need to be, looking at moving on from in a couple of years. But, it sucks to see that, we keep getting L's, and this game's not over, obviously, but this is what it's going to take for us to get to that point.
Yeah, and, I think we saw Davis get cut before Justin Strnad was injured.
Got injured.
And that, I think, it's another kind of thing where you'd like to say, what if? What if this player was available to us? What could we be doing differently? And unfortunately, we just don't get to see that right now because Strnad is injured. He was a guy I think we were counting on athletically, especially to be able to cover up those tight ends, to do a little bit more just inside with those zone coverages, to cover up inside, whether versus a tight end, a wide receiver, or a running back. We were counting on him quite a bit. And we saw, I think that's why we signed Mark Barron, who has unfortunately just been unable to practice with an injury. But it affects the whole defense, and we've seen that this season on both sides of the ball. Those injuries have just affected entirely what the offense and defense want to do and what they came into the season planning to be able to do. And to a certain extent, that's just the way it goes. It's going to be that kind of season. You're going to see those injuries as we come back to the start of the fourth quarter here. 17 Steelers, 14 Broncos. Steelers driving right now at about midfield. Ben Roethlisberger in the shotgun as he's been most of this game. Eric Ebron comes in motion, snaps the ball, throws it quickly, and out to number 11, Chase Claypool again with the reception there for the first down on 2nd and 7. Just those quick throws for the Steelers has really been difficult for this Broncos defense to cover up, and that's going to happen. There's really only so much you can do to defend against that unless you're playing tight man coverage across the board, which causes its own problems in this defense. That's not what this defense really does against under Vic Fangio. First down snap, Roethlisberger again in the shotgun, empty set, ready to throw, throws it quickly to Claypool, but down in the backfield this time. Excellent open field tackle by number 29, Bryce Callahan, to get that stop behind the line of scrimmage, because, again, if he had not made that tackle, there would have been room to run in front of him. But Chase Claypool loses 2 on that reception because of that great open field tackle by Bryce Callahan. But, Bryce Callahan, kind of one of the seasoned vets of this team as far as it goes. He, Justin Simmons, and Kareem Jackson, definitely the longest-term NFL players. Empty set again on 2nd and 14 for Ben Roethlisberger. Rush 3, 8 back in coverage. No pressure whatsoever on Ben. Ball batted around, but completed eventually to Juju Smith-Schuster. Down after about a 6-7 yard gain to the maybe 41-yard line or so.
Are we sure that's caught? I don't know.
Yeah, it looks pretty good as
yeah.
far. Yeah, off the hands of Benny Snell, but a fortunate bounce for the Steelers. It bounces right into the hands of Juju Smith-Schuster, who locks that up pretty quickly and is able to get his arms under it. No run after the catch opportunity. 3rd and 9 coming up. Again, the Steelers in the shotgun. Benny Snell to Ben Roethlisberger's left, or I'm sorry, James Conner. This is a huge down for the Denver defense if they can make a stop here.
3 on the play clock.
5
Big
rush.
pass.
Oh, but so
Open field
completion to Eric
tackle.
Ebron over the middle, but short of the sticks. 4th down. Justin Simmons able to make an open field tackle at about the 35-yard line. 4th down coming up for the Steelers. Looks like they're looking to go for it. We will see if maybe they are just trying to draw the Broncos off sides again,
right,
or if they actually do go for it.
Hey, Jose is asking where we're doing this live from. Colorado Cork and Keg in Castle Rock, Colorado, right off of the Wolfensburg exit on I-25 behind the McDonald's. We'll probably be here in a couple weeks. We'll talk about that later, but glad you guys are all watching. We got Ben in the back with some motion.
4th and 2 coming
Actually
up. Shovel
snapping
pass. And makes the first down. That's a good play.
That was drawn up that way, though. That was perfectly
well drawn up. Shovel passes to Juju Smith-Schuster. Had a couple of different motions there. Broncos defense just a little bit flat-footed as far as it goes. Looks like they were in man coverage there, but he throws it to Juju Smith-Schuster and just not able to quite get that stop before he hits the first down marker.
So, I mean, it's one of those things, like, are they trying to draw us off sides, or are they actually going to move? So it's almost like don't move on purpose, right?
Right, yeah, but also move quickly when the ball starts to
when
move.
The ball does move.
Hand off to James Conner here.
Making him run around.
Yep, not a lot of room to the original hole that he wanted to go through, but cuts it back inside for a gain of 3 or 4.
Glad you guys are all watching. Look, Big Ben has made 9 out of the last 10 pass attempts. Some for a negative yardage, but either way, look, this is what we expect from Big Ben. You know, we got somebody like Drew Lock back there. This is his 2nd year, and even then we got Driscoll out. Now we got number 93 down. I don't know who, off the top of my head, who 93 is, but he's not looking too happy.
No. And a Broncos player down right now.
Yeah.
Broncos player on defense injured right now. Didn't see who it was.
93, DeMonte
Jones.
Draymond
Jones, yeah.
You look at the number of injuries we have. They have Connor. We don't have Phillip Lindsay. They have Big Ben. We don't have Drew Lock. They got Juju Smith. We don't have Cortland Sutton right now. So the fact that we're in this game 17-14, look, we should all be excited right now. Yeah. I am, I don't want to lose, but I'm looking at this saying, how are we in this game right now?
No, there are certainly positives to take away from even where we are right now in this game. We could easily be down 2 or 3 scores right now. The defense has really kept us in this for as much as they've given up, as much as they, watching this game and looking at the defense, you kind of say, all right, the Steelers are kind of able to do what they want when they want. But you haven't seen those deep passes down the field, really, aside from one kind of blown coverage from Ojemudia, and it wasn't really that much of a blown coverage. He got beat.
Yeah,
and that
he got
happens. But outside of that one, you haven't seen a ton of big plays from the Steeler offense.
Right.
They really have been dinking and dunking it down the field. And the Broncos offense, I don't want to say they've been able to respond because they haven't.
No.
But,
you look at our injuries, though, at the same time.
Right, and it's, and in certain positions, they've been able to make things happen. And we talk about the youth of this offense. The fact that these weapons are what they are has just been enough to keep the Broncos in this game so far. The talent, the sheer talent of Jerry Jeudy and the sheer talent of Noah Fant and even Cortland Sutton when he was in the game making plays, it's been enough. To keep with what the defense has been doing to keep the Broncos competitive despite the injuries that we've had. So you look at a team like this and say, we're not there yet. Obviously, we're not there yet. But as far as being, we're being pretty far away, you look at a team like the Jets down an insane amount to the 49ers right now with their starters in play. You feel a little bit better about where we could be versus where we are. And that's, we talk about moral victories. There are no moral victories in the NFL.
No, but to a brand new team in terms of the youth and the players.
Yeah.
I think to some degree there's some motivational victories. Hey, here's who we are. Look at the number of people we're missing.
Right. There's plenty to build on here.
We are going against a Ben Roethlisberger completely healthy team. And
Roethlisberger about to run. Oh, no, throws down the field. Well, wide open, number 18,
Oh,
Deontay
to
Johnson for the touchdown.
look, they keep picking on Ojemudia.
Yeah.
And he is a rookie. We knew that they were going to let this happen.
It's tough.
But it's not like he's a mile away.
No, he was
He's
out of
2
position
steps
on that
away.
coverage, and I don't know if they were manned up there. It's a tough man coverage assignment. If they were, it does kind of look like they were in man coverage there. And he got beat on a crossing route deep.
That's exactly what it was.
You know, he was not that far away from making a play either.
Well, what did the Titans do against us last year? They threw to Ojemudia and they did crossing routes.
Yeah, absolutely.
So he's going to need to learn how to step up and keep up with these things and read those kind of situations.
Yeah.
If I'm Ojemudia, I'm looking at this after today's game and saying, they keep picking on me. What am I going to do to fix it, right? And I think as a rookie going into his 3rd game, he's going to recognize that. Score is now 24-14, 11-26. But, I saw some score predictions saying 31-10.
No, and if the score stays right where it is, I called it exactly.
Right, exactly.
But we'll just see where it goes from here. The Broncos get a chance on offense now, and maybe they actually, maybe they drive down the field and keep this a close game. But Ojemudia, if you go back and look at that replay, he was not 2 or 3 yards behind his guy. He was maybe within a half a step of breaking that
an
ball
arm
up.
length.
Yeah, absolutely. And that's going to come. He's a 3rd-round rookie. You can't expect the world from him. You can't expect him to be a key to leave right away. But I think he's shown enough at least to encourage Broncos fans going forward that, we've got youth in the secondary right now, but not incompetence.
Not incompetent. That's a perfect way. It's youth, but I'm going to use that in the post-game podcast, just so you know. Speaking of the post-game podcast, guys, if you're not already doing it, follow us on Stitcher, iTunes, Spotify, Google Play, pretty much anywhere. There's some other ones I haven't heard about. I've heard people saying, oh, yeah, I heard your podcast on What's and What. And I'm like, we're on that? So pretty much any podcast, format you follow or white website app you follow, we're pretty much there. So check us out. Check out Ragers as well if you want to hear what Vegas is thinking. Maybe make some smart bets. I'm interested to hear what they think for this or what they win for this week's game. Last week they were 4-1-1. But of course we got the post-game podcast, pre-game podcast. We got the Monday night Orange Weekly After Dark, our Tuesday flagship show, Bourbon, Broncos, and No BS. Man, those double tequila shots.
Yeah, right. And those double Bs with
and
the
those
Bourbon
double
Broncos.
Bs. We still have been told we need to do an old-fashioned, which I am quite okay with. But Tuesday night show, we got our pregame show, halftime hash show. Not usually a post-game show, but it kind of depends. In today's case, we're going to talk a little bit afterwards, right? But we're going to figure out, guys, if you like this show, please let us know. If you like us calling this game, doing live reactions, let us know. We've had a pretty consistent following. Between Red Cloud and Bill, Jose's been here for quite a while.
We've got John,
Barb,
we've got Rick.
Yeah, John, Rick, Jack. We appreciate all of you following it, and this is what we do this for. Ryan over at Twitter, I still believe in Ojemudia, and we should.
Absolutely, we should. He's, a 3rd-round rookie being forced into so many snaps. He's been out there for a ton this game, and he was out there for 90+% of the snaps against Tennessee too. Expecting a guy like that to just step in right away and play meaningful snaps, it's a little bit of a stretch, and Hamler running it out from about 5 yards deep in the end zone. Probably not a good play. Not a good idea to run it out from that deep. Gets it about to the 12 or 13-yard line. A rookie trying to make something happen for a team who needs somebody to make something happen. That I understand. But not a smart, savvy play by Hamler, the rookie there. But you're expecting a lot out of these really young guys, and
against a really experienced team.
Very much so.
Experienced and healthy.
Yes, yeah, and which the Broncos are neither right now. So you're going to take what you can get and build on the positives that you've got. 1st and 10 for Driscoll here. Takes the shotgun snap, looking to throw. Throws
Big
the ball
pass right over Hamler's head. Yep.
Yeah, it was
he's throwing a little high. I wonder if he's trying to avoid those turnovers, which I get.
Picking himself off the turf again, not sacked there, but certainly pressured again.
Well, I'm starting to wonder, like, if Drew Luck was still in this game, they'd probably respect his arm a little bit more.
Mhm.
But how would he be handling
It's a
this?
fair question. I think he'd be doing a little bit better on these designed rollouts than Driscoll has been. But outside of that, 2nd and 10, shotgun snap. Driscoll looking to throw, hits it to Melvin Gordon, but he's going to be brought down behind the line of scrimmage for a loss of about 1.5 yards.
Look, that Hamler return there, I think, you're talking about momentum shifts. That was a
Right.
huge one.
Well, and that's what we've been talking about this whole game. Kind of, it's the difference between an experienced team and a team who's still trying to bring everything together.
Well, yeah, 100%. But this is where we keep going back to the conversation. People saying we need to fire Fangio, and I cannot. I have to ignore Facebook for a couple days after these games, But this is Tomlin's been there for how many? Decade more. You need that consistency,
Right?
And
Absolutely.
he's built that team up, yes, around Roethlisberger, but we have Drew Lock now to build this around.
3rd and
Hamler
11
to Noah,
to Noah Fant,
no gain.
but no gain. Throws it to Fant right at the yard of scrimmage, and no gain on the play. So looks like a quick 3 and out for the Broncos offense. We were talking about it being a different game, 5 minutes ago on the game clock. Not so much anymore.
Did you think that we'd be having that conversation at all, though?
No, well, especially when Locke goes out, it becomes a lot tougher to predict that your team's going to be even competitive. So we've got a bad snap and the punt. Wow,
Safety.
They're going to get him for a safety. Yep, they're going to get him for a safety, and it's going to be bad snap to Sam Martin, the punter, couldn't handle it and couldn't get the ball away in time. Steelers defense swarms to the ball, and it wasn't a bad snap.
It wasn't a bad snap at all.
He just dropped it. Martin just straight up drops the snap, and so we see a safety for the Steelers. At this point, you're kind of like wondering what else, but
almost
right.
Well, okay, so a lot of people aren't going to like this. A lot of people let's see. Ryan says the number of injuries around the league right now is mind blowing, and we had talked about that through some of the articles and even the preseason of saying. It's not even preseason, training camp. As you look back to the 2011 season and the number of injuries they had, this is an exact repeat, and we knew this was going to happen. Now, unfortunately for us, but the Steelers have been able to essentially remain pretty healthy, especially with Big Ben coming off that injury, and they have the O-line to protect him. That's something that is going to carry them forward. And once players get over these, soft tissue injuries and get back in the game, I think a lot of the season is going to depend on these first 4 games.
You know what I was expecting?
But it doesn't mean that we're out. Look, we get Lindsey back, we get Locke back, we get Sutton back, whoever else is freaking injured on our team.
Yeah.
We get these big names back, and all of a sudden, look, we're going to be a tough team when you add that experience into the mix.
Going to be a tough matchup for sure, but we've just, as we see the free kick from Sam Martin, punts it away to about the 26-yard line. We see the return now up to about the 36.
Running backwards. And now forwards.
Now forwards. And
missing tackles.
Still running.
Missing
can't
tackles.
Quite get wow. Up to the midfield, and now about the out of bounds, about a 48, 47-yard line of the Broncos. So we're going to see the Steelers in good field position yet again as we go into this drive. Special teams definitely leaving a lot to be desired on the field this week. But let's face it, who's not leaving a lot to be desired on the field right now? It's going to take more time. That's just the way it is.
Look, if I'm going to tell Jose, yes, the crying face, as soon as we stop going live, I'm probably going to break down into a pile of tears. Look, Red Cloud says Brady comes to town next week. Might be 0-3 out of the gate. Broncos country won't be happy, but I think look, I don't want to hold on.
And first and 10 snap. Oh, that ball's out. That's a live ball, and the Broncos
we intercepted or recovered that. Not
recovered that fumble.
Recovered that fumble. Jackson right there.
I don't know who caused that fumble, but that fumble
play.
came out fast. Wow. All right, it was an attempted run by the Steelers on first and 10 to Snell, and that ball came out.
That was a hell of a move.
Let's see who caused that fumble here. Number 90. Let's see.
26.
96. 96. Shelby Harris.
Sorry, yep.
Shelby Harris causes that fumble, and Jackson just scoops it up right there. Broncos offense in good field position if they can capitalize on this score.
So I don't want to knock on Broncos fans in general. I'm not trying to judge or demean, but you've got to understand the game of football to some degree. We can't turnover coaches every single season. You got to look at the age of this team. You got to look at the Steelers and respect the age of Roethlisberger alone. Yeah, they said that the main receiving core average age is 24. So is ours. But one, we have a banged up team. Sutton's not out there. We have essentially a rookie quarterback.
Well, I was going to say, what's our average age of quarterback? Because that, to me, is a little bit more pertinent at this point. Yeah, right.
You know? So, and Roethlisberger's a Super Bowl winning quarterback. So, of course, we talked about this before. We are outmatched in terms of the matchups there, right? And we got to respect that. But if you're looking at the score right now and saying, one, we just got another turnover, so it's 14-6. Let's hope, I don't want to jinx it, that we do well on this next drive. We're not out of this game, and it's 2/3 of the way through the fourth quarter.
Yeah.
So even though if you're looking at the win-loss column and purely that alone, yeah, you're going to be upset. But people watching this, and we have some serious consistent followers throughout this game, and we appreciate you guys more than anything. Believe me that. You've got to understand that this team has a ways to go in terms of experience and growth. And what I said throughout the training camp part of the season here was this is a foundation setting year.
Yeah, very much so. And we're seeing that play out on the field right now. I would expect, at least for the first 8 to 10 games of the season, unfortunately, to see a little bit more of what we're seeing right now. Just guys who are close, but guys who are still trying to put it together as far as getting up to speed on the pro game, as far as getting up to speed with playing with each other, building chemistry. It's not going to come right away. Like
it doesn't happen overnight. Let's say there was a preseason. That doesn't happen during preseason, really, because how often are your starters out there?
Right.
Maybe game 3, and next season there's only going to be 3 preseason games.
Yeah, it's much more an evaluation tool for your coaching staff than anything else.
Yeah, and you look at players or teams like this that have a playbook. They have a playbook. Everybody knows the playbook. This year, nobody knew the playbook coming into the season.
First down snap to Driscoll, hands it off to Gordon, who bounces outside and gets maybe
4 yards.
About 4 yards up to the Steelers, up to the midfield, although this is a flag, which is probably going to come back 10 yards. If it's
that's a holding.
Yeah, it's going to be a hold on a run play.
Look, we saw, how many times did we see a zoom in of John Elway last year, and he looked angry. Does he look angry right now?
No.
Look, he knows.
Yeah. Absolutely.
And
that's what he said before the season. And we got a holding penalty, first holding penalty on Garrett Bowles of the season.
We almost went 2 games. And it was games before
we saw. And to be fair to him, it was a run play. And we haven't seen the replay at all, but
it was how many times? It was mostly passing plays. He got those hold penalties.
Absolutely, yes. Mm-hmm. So we've got a set first down and 20. Driscoll from the shotgun. Gordon to his right. Fakes the handoff, throws it. Out.
Big catch by Hamler.
Hits Hamler at about 19 yards. So we're sets up a 2nd and 1. Good throw. Good catch on the sideline there.
That was look at that route.
Hamler in single coverage. And yeah, absolutely. Just cuts it to the outside. Joe Hayden can't keep up with him. Those are some quick feet on KJ Hamler.
And that's what we drafted him for.
Absolutely, yes. So we've got 2nd down and 1. Shotgun again. Melvin Gordon to the right of Driscoll. Going to throw.
Looking for a big pass.
Not quite. Van Etten. But he gets the
flag. Look. When the defender pops up after a play and says what? Before the flag is even thrown.
What did I do? Yep.
What did I do? There's no flag out there.
Pass interference on the defense, number 55. So you get that automatic first down. But you're right, Kevin. Every time the defender pops up saying, I didn't do it. What did I do? How could you call me?
And then the flag throws.
Chance.
And then the flag goes out.
Absolutely. Yep. And I'll be honest with you. If I'm Devin Bush there, I'm complaining a little bit too.
Yeah.
It was a little bit of a ticky-tack call. I think Van Etten, I don't want to say flopped, but sold that one, let's say. But either way, 1st and 10 for the Broncos from the 36-yard line of the Steelers. Driscoll to throw.
With the run.
It can run past and gets about 3 yards past the line of scrimmage. There's 2nd and 7 coming up.
That was a smart play.
Yeah, absolutely. He saw the opening. Pressure. Absolutely. There was a little bit of backside pressure. Probably not as much as he was feeling, but good of him to bail out of that pocket a little early and get 3 yards rather than bail out late and have a 6-yard sack.
I want to call out the score really quick. Green Bay 42, Detroit 21. there's any question about Aaron Rodgers, I think that's pretty much gone to rest. But anyway, back to our own game. 8.5 minutes left, 2nd and 7.
Driscoll from the shotgun again. Gordon to his left this time. Going to throw again. Gets the ball out. A little bit behind KJ, or not KJ Hamler, excuse me, Deshaun Hamilton. Just a little bit behind him. Probably, again, hit him in the hands, should have made that throw, or should have made that catch. But a gain of maybe 2 or 3 yards if he does catch it. So short of the sticks for sure.
Just a little behind him. Yep. Look, and when you the purpose of a backup quarterback is to not lose you the game. You know, and has he lost us the game?
No, he hasn't. But this is a damning stat. Average yards to go for Denver on 3rd down, 11.2. That's not a recipe to win football games. And Driscoll throws, caught in the middle of the field, wide open Tim Patrick for the 1st down.
He's still trying to move.
Absolutely. Inside the 20-yard line, gets it up to the 17 or
there
16 of
go.
Pittsburgh. Absolutely. And so we're driving here. But, you know, it's like you said, Kevin, he's just got to go out and make those throws and not throw it to the other team.
Right.
That's what you're really looking for.
And that's what he's mostly done. And you can't look, you're not going to pay a backup quarterback millions of dollars, you know?
No, absolutely not. Shotgun snap to Driscoll here. Throws it up for Melvin Gordon. Does he catch it?
Yes, he
does.
Touchdown,
Denver. Absolutely. Lofts it up there for Melvin Gordon, who reels it in for the score. In good coverage, too. There was not bad coverage on Gordon there, but Driscoll able to place that ball pretty perfectly, and Gordon just able to stretch out his arms, gather that one in, and get in for the score.
So here we are again.
Yeah.
The Broncos are facing a team with years and years and years of experience over themselves that are playing essentially based off pure talent and still learning the offensive playbook.
And we're down 5.
With half of the 4th quarter left to go.
Right.
You know,
6. We're down 6 pending the extra point here.
Well, yeah.
Snap. Kick is up. Kick is good. So now we're down 5 with 7:43 left to go. And we're talking about we're one defensive stop away from the Broncos offense in a position to put them in the lead.
Yeah. I mean, I get it. I get people look at the win-loss column, and I don't want to sound repetitive here, but this is such a big part. This is why I avoid Facebook days after we lose, because it's nothing but fire people. I appreciate this part of football. And this is why I watch preseason too, because I want to see those young players make names for themselves. You know, this is a team that is coming together, and if they're playing on talent alone with these injuries, this should give us all excitement. We should say we should sign Fangio to another 5-year agreement. We should re-sign all his players immediately. You know, we should give them all extensions within 2 games of the season. So you got to think 6 weeks from now, when we're halfway through the season, I can only imagine what this team is looking like.
Absolutely. Could be a ton different from what we're talking about now, especially if we start to get guys back from injury and don't lose other guys to injury. If this team gets healthy in the next 5 to 6 weeks, yeah, we could be talking about a completely different Broncos team.
Old-fashioned time?
Yeah, it's probably about that time, I would say.
Barb is also challenging us to that or the Grand Marnier shot.
Listen, Grand Marnier or Old Fashions. At this point,
So you're saying you're caving? Look, I got my dad here. He can, you know, he joined us for today's game. I got a ride.
No, it's beautiful. I don't though. So I've got, you know.
So David is folding to the challenge.
No. Wait a minute.
Wait. Okay.
Whatever Kevin does, I will do. All right. If I have to sit here for 3 or 4 hours or get an Uber all the way home.
Well, that's what she says. Orange shots or Ubers, you know.
That's a good question.
Now, you have a long drive home, though. So.
I do. That's true. Yeah, it's longer than yours.
Let's start with the Grand Marnier because that one came first.
Okay.
We can go from there.
All right.
Sound good?
Yeah, hang out. You go there. I'll hang out here and call this one. Broncos defense coming back onto the field at the 25-yard line after a touchback by McManus. 1st and 10, Roethlisberger in the shotgun. McDonald comes in motion and then comes back to the other side. Roethlisberger to throw, gets the ball out. Ooh, completion past the 1st down marker to Deontay Johnson to about the 37, 38-yard line. Callahan in coverage there. And we are looking at a Steelers team who wants to put this away now. Good catch by Johnson, a little bit outside of where he wanted to catch the ball, I think, but that's the Steelers offense for you. They're going to make plays, whether it's from the quarterback position or the wide receiver position. First down and 10 again. Ball on the 37 of Pittsburgh. Shotgun snap formation again for Roethlisberger. Going to throw it quickly. McDonald with the catch here, but, Jackson initially in the position to make the tackle. Jamudia comes and cleans it up for him. Gain of about 3. Second down coming up. And, one thing I think we've seen very successfully is these Broncos defenders swarming to the tackle, whether it's in the run game or against the pass. They are trying to get as many hats to the football as they possibly can, which I think is kind of a hallmark of this Vic Fangio zone defense, get tacklers to the ball. But they are kind of succeeding as far as that goes. 2nd and 7 for Pittsburgh coming up. Shotgun snap again. Looks like James Conner to the left of Ben Roethlisberger. Snap comes. Throws the ball again quickly. Batted away at the line of scrimmage. Jarrell Casey gets a mid on that one. And 3rd down and 7 coming up for this Pittsburgh team. A big 3rd down. Can't really understate. We've been talking about big 3rd downs for the Broncos defense all game as Casey goes off the field after swatting that ball away. But 3rd down and 7. And if they can keep this... If they can force a punt here, the Broncos defense gives the offense a great chance to go down and, take control for the first time, take a lead for the first time in this game. 6:18 left on the clock. Ball on the 40-yard line of the Steelers. Shotgun snap again coming for Roethlisberger. Gets the ball, throws it, and, incomplete. Wow, he had a guy, too. He had a man open. Deontay Johnson, number 18, was open. The ball hit him in the hands, but he could not reel that in. 4th down and 7 coming up. The Steelers are going to have to punt. And wow, what a job by this Broncos defense. I know that was in and out of the hands of Johnson, but to force a 3rd down, and wow, yeah, he was open and just did not make the throw. Did Roethlisberger. A little bit behind Johnson, but certainly if we've been talking about balls that Broncos receivers should be catching if they hit them in the hands, that's one that number 18 for the Steelers needs to get. Punt is away. Fair catch called for and made by Deontay Spencer at about the 18-yard line of Denver. So we're going to have a 1st down and 10 coming up. Jeff Driscoll coming back onto the field. 6:08 left to play. Lots of time left in this game for anything. But you'd like to see the Broncos ideally chew up some clock on this drive. Run game has not been very successful since Drew Lock has been out for the Broncos. But right now you're hoping they can get that back going and maybe drive down the field and do a score here. Ryan says, "I'll pick up the Uber." Ryan, if you're offering, I'll take that offer because I might need it before this game is out. We'll see what happens here. Jeff Driscoll leading the Broncos offense out here. Shotgun snap to Driscoll coming up here. Melvin Gordon to his left, hands off to Gordon. Squeezes through that defense for a 10-yard gain and a 1st down for Denver, and the clock keeps on running. 5:59, 58 to go. And go ahead, Jerry. Yeah, that was no fantastic. And you know what? The Broncos, I won't say they got lucky, but they got a little lucky on that stop. Like I said, we've been talking about Broncos receivers dropping balls that hit them in the hands. That's exactly what happened on that 3rd down. Jeff Driscoll leads them out again, shotgun again, brings a man in motion, snaps the ball. Hands off to Gordon, gets probably about 2 off of that right side, maybe 1, maybe a yard off of that right side for Melvin Gordon, but keeps that clock running again. Absolutely. No, and you're thinking about that, but you want to keep the clock running. You want to keep the defense guessing a little bit. KJ Hamler and Steven Nelson get into it just a little bit during the play. But nothing untoward there. Just absolutely, especially if you're number 13 there, you want to draw the penalty. You don't want to cause the penalty. 2nd and 8. Driscoll gets the snap, shotgun snap, going to throws it out to Patrick in the flat, and who runs his way for the 1st down. Absolutely, a little bit of a wide receiver screen there, gets in Fitzpatrick's face a little bit, Minka Fitzpatrick. But 1st down, Denver. I think this team's getting into a little bit of a groove. They're calling it 3rd and 1. I thought they got the 1st down yardage there. Right, absolutely, in 4 down territory here. 4:45 left to go, 3rd and 1 for the Denver offense as they huddle up here for the play. Man, I thought they got the yardage necessary. If Patrick had been able to stay in bounds just a little bit further, they're not that close. They see a shift here, and they see a quarterback sneak, and it's Jeff Driscoll for the first down. Weren't expecting that if you're Pittsburgh. I certainly wasn't either. No, why would you? Something, absolutely. And the clock continues to run. 4:30 now, 4:29, 1st and 10 for Denver. Oh, boy, am I having fun. If nothing else, I'm having fun, Kevin.
Well, no, I'm talking about, like, yeah, okay, with us, but also the game. Like, I thought we'd be at this point of the game and saying, you know, holy crap.
We're in it. We've got a chance. Absolutely. So you're telling me there's a chance. 4:10 left. Driscoll in the shotgun again. Snaps the ball. Going to throw it. Steps up. Throws. Ooh, deep pass, but not quite there for Jerry Jeudy. I can see why he let go of that ball pretty quickly, but yeah, and Jerry Jeudy looking for a flag. I don't think he's going to see one, but yeah, absolutely. They're going to bring the house. They're going to do whatever they can to get this backup quarterback rattled, and I don't really blame them.
But if I'm Driscoll right there, I know that there's going to be some mismatch, or at least a single man coverage.
Right.
Down the field.
And
I
yeah.
think that's exactly why he threw that ball, and it wasn't too far off.
Right.
You know?
Yeah, no, and, you know, good coverage by the defender there. Haven't seen Cortland Sutton back in this game, and I don't think we will at this point. Driscoll in the shotgun again. Hands off to Melvin Gordon this time, and he's going to be stopped in the backfield. Yeah, nothing there. No room to run whatsoever for Gordon.
3 timeouts. It is 3rd down. It's a pretty big one.
Yeah, big time.
As you get some yardage here, I think you're
Well, and we're
definitely in that 4th.
yeah, third and 11 here, and yeah, hopefully you see them gain a good chunk of this back, because you're right, Kev. They are going to have to go for it on 4th down here. 5 for 14 on 3rd downs is this Denver team today. Not a great stat, but it comes down to this one. If you get this one, none of the rest of them matter. Driscoll in the shotgun one more time. Gordon to his right. We've got pressure coming. Throws it. Not quite. There should be a flag right there, but they may say that ball was over his head and uncatchable. Doesn't look like we're going to see a flag. Yeah, it doesn't look like we're going to. Wait, we do see the flag here. Okay.
I would have challenged that.
Well, but you. Well, yeah, you.
He was brought down. He would have been 3 yards down the field. Right, with that.
Well, in these days, of course, you cannot challenge pass interference. They've quietly decided that you cannot do that anymore. But it is pass interference on the defense, and we have an automatic 1st down for Denver. Absolutely crucial. Absolutely crucial for Denver right here. You see them bring the corner blitz again, and they've got a guy open over in the middle. Patrick is open right there in the middle, and wow, really just gets his feet tangled up with number 24 there. But yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. All right, shotgun snap to Driscoll again. Going to throw again from the 50-yard line of the Steelers. Throws the ball. Oh, and Noah Fant makes the catch. Double clutches it, but has the catch, it looks like, and gets his feet in bounds. Yes, they are calling it. I would think they're going to look at that. Absolutely. Does he actually make the catch? Yeah, we're going to get a replay here. Fant doesn't make the catch initially, but yes. Ooh, that's as close as you can call it, but it does look like he got both feet in bounds. Ooh, Driscoll takes a shot there at the end of that play. They are going to call it a completion.
Oh, no, there's a challenge.
That's all right. I think this one holds up on a challenge. We'll see, but
So if that toe was
half it. Just this is going to be such a game. They call it on the field a complete pass, which is so important. One. Oh, you can't see from that angle. Ooh, but those green flecks coming up. The first angle that we saw this replay from is going to be crucial. Doesn't have possession there. Has possession now. 1 step, 2. Does he get that? But again, Kevin, they called it completion on the field. So they're going to need incontrovertible evidence to overturn it, and this is the angle. No, there's no way. That's a catch. That is absolutely a catch. There's no way. Yeah, there's no way they call that an incompletion based on that angle alone. I don't think you can say there's enough evidence to say that's out of bounds. And again, you see the green turf come up there. You don't see any white turf on the sideline coming up. We're just going to have to see what they call it. I believe.
There's no obvious evidence.
as far as you can call it a tiptoe catch there, that's as tiptoe as they get. But you can't, I don't believe, based on the evidence available, I don't believe you can overturn that call.
Look at this offense.
It's so interesting because, they did not look very effective there with Drew Lock. And again, he was only in there for a couple of series before he comes out. But this offense has really responded with Jeff Driscoll, with all the skill position players, and we see it again. You cannot call that out of bounds. By a half of an inch, all of Noah Fant's foot was in bounds there. And again, they called that a catch on the field. You would have to see incontrovertible evidence to overturn that play. I don't think you're going to see it. I certainly don't see it. And we're homers, obviously, on this podcast. We're going to be homers for the Broncos. But
we'll also call it a season.
Yeah. And the Broncos offense huddling up now, calling a play as if they've gotten the word that they're going to get. Good news here. I just don't see how they overturn this one.
There's no way. This call.
And they say the ruling on the field does stand. It is a complete pass to Noah Fant. Excellent job by Fant with the concentration to get those feet in bounds. And I'll tell you, that's about as close as a tiptoe catch as you're ever going to see in this league. No.
The Broncos still have 3 timeouts, 3 on that clock. In fact, look, we got a couple of breaks on this drive.
And Pittsburgh loses a timeout because they challenge on that play unsuccessfully.
So you're talking about us being in a good position. But we take some more time off the clock.
3 minutes, 9 seconds left to go. Broncos about to snap from Pittsburgh's 23-yard line. Empty set, Driscoll to throw. Throws it underneath. Looks like he's got Hamilton again for a 4 or 5 yard gain there. Second, absolutely. 3 minutes, 2:59 to go. Boy, you want to see the Broncos be able to run this out successfully and steal one from the Steelers here. I couldn't help myself there, Kevin. I'm sorry about that.
But again, the fact we're in this position. Look, I'll be honest. When Drew Lock went out, I was like,
that's it.
This is gonna
Right.
be ugly.
Right. That's it. Absolutely. Handoff to Melvin Gordon here. 2nd and 5. Gets to about the 15-yard line of Pittsburgh. So it looks like we're setting up a 3rd and 2 coming up. 2:25, 2:24, and the clock keeps ticking here. It is an excellent sign for the coaching staff of this team to keep. Yeah.
Juan is asking here. It is 26-21 with 2:13 left. Clock is ticking down. Broncos are driving, having about at the 15-yard line.
Probably going to let this go to the 2-minute warning as we're at 2:05, 2:04. Yeah, definitely going to let this go to the 2-minute warning.
Yeah, Juan, this is a close game. Broncos are out of it at all. Again, big news. One, Portland Sutton hasn't come back in at least a quarter. Drew Lock went out after a couple sets when he got sacked from behind pretty hard. So Driscoll's been running this offense, and they've been moving down the field. Thank you, Ryan.
Absolutely. But yeah.
There we go. Hopefully I got my mic back.
Yeah, it sounds like you're good.
Sweet. So yeah, it's 26-21, 2-minute warning. And I think I said before, but when Drew Lock went out, this was going to be a lost game. But we've been moving down so not only has Driscoll avoided us losing the game, he's put us in a position with his passes that have, for the most part, been good, if not safe.
Yeah, it's safe, but good decisions.
Very good decisions.
Really good decisions. And we've seen him try to stretch the field. We've seen him go downfield a little bit. Not a lot of success on those plays, but also not placing his players in a bad position on these plays, not in a position to get them injured, and not in a position where he's trying to force balls into double coverage to the point where you look at that throw and say there was no chance on that throw.
No, not at all.
So Driscoll doing enough to not only not lose us this game, but keep us in a position to actually actively win this game, which is more, I think, than you could ever ask from most of your backup quarterbacks around the league.
Hey, Ryan, let me know if my mic is working now. It should be. Barb is giving that score update, and Steven says, relax, man. I can't.
Well,
relax.
Not only does he say 420, he says 420 relax, man.
I legally can't, but 2, yeah, you know how bad my heart was pounding against the Titans game there at the last drive?
I know. No, it's tough. And I'd almost rather be in this position where we're behind and looking to maybe punch it in for the go-ahead score than being ahead and watching, the opposing offense drive down the field on you and kind of feeling powerless. At this point, like, it's in your control.
Every Broncos fan out there right now, regardless of the outcome, should be incredibly proud and happy where this team is. Can you imagine where this game would be with Drew Lock? Can you imagine where we'd be with Cortland Sutton and let's say even Philip Lindsay?
Even
out
Philip
there?
Lindsay in there as well as AJ Boye and Von Miller have come.
How
to that.
many Steelers have gone out this game?
And none, not a single one.
We've had to adjust throughout this game. Every single one of us should be so happy we're even in this position.
Absolutely. And it speaks, honestly, we've been talking about the coaching. It speaks to a well-coached team that your backups are able to go out there and perform to this level. 3rd down and 2, big time 3rd down. Driscoll about to get the shotgun snap. Still holding the ball, throws it. Oh, not good.
No, it hit the ground.
Hit the ground. Not intercepted, but not a great snap. And this is 4-down territory.
I would have liked,
sure.
I honestly would have, I like the play call there. I would have appreciated a run because you want to keep that clock moving.
Absolutely.
You're well within touchdown territory.
Absolutely. I would have run the ball there too, but I don't blame them with the short pass for trying to get that first down.
No.
And we're going to see them go for it on 4th and 2. There's no question here.
Broncos are 7 and 10 out of 4th down attempts in the last
season.
2 games.
Absolutely.
Yeah,
We got 4th down and 2 here. Driscoll in the shotgun again. Gordon to his right. Hamilton in motion. Going to throw the football. Better throw it fast.
No!
Does not get the ball away and is sacked. Pressure comes off the edge. Terrell Edmonds there for the Steelers. Gets the sack. And this one is just about over. But
Look at the position we put ourselves in, though.
Absolutely. To keep this score this close to the end of the game like this.
Here's the thing. If I'm the Steelers, I'm going to run this ball 3 times.
Absolutely.
The Broncos have 3 timeouts.
And you know what? Unfortunately for the Broncos, they had Tim Patrick wide open over the middle there past the sticks. Driscoll just never had time to get to him. Didn't see the blitz coming from Edmonds and didn't realize that he was going to have that route open.
And we expected that. We fully expected that. And if that had been a run play, I think that would still been swallowed up back there. With very minimal gains. So expect 3 runs here if our defense can stop here. We got 3 timeouts, just under 2 minutes left. Handoff there to Connor. 5-yard gain, 2nd and 5. They're going to let this run down. I wouldn't take a timeout yet. It looks like we might have, though.
Yep, sort of looks like we did.
So anybody who's complained about Fangio's timeout skills, here we go. I almost would have let that one run down.
It's tough. Yeah,
it is that call. But look, you're looking at about a minute there. If you can trust your defense and stop, you're going to have a little less than a minute. And if you can get some big punt return, obviously it's a lot of ifs right now. So I don't disagree with this, but I like the fact that we've had all 3 timeouts and we're now in a position that, look, anybody who has complained a single time about Fangio's timeout skills, he's obviously learned right at this point.
Right. No, I think
so. That argument goes away completely.
Right. I think at this point you look for a call that stops the run and immediately call a timeout as soon as you do stop that run. Here's James Conner again.
Ooh, you know it's coming.
Not good. And he's loose. Across the 50, 40, 30, 20.
Look at Ojemudia.
May score.
But look at Ojemudia make that effort.
Ojemudia chases that play down from the backside with Callahan, the only guys really left on your defense that can actually make a tackle there. But yeah, not a good look for the Broncos defense, expecting run and still not able to get the stop there.
Look,
big time run for the Steelers there, which go ahead.
Anybody watching right now sees me smiling. Look at the position we put ourselves in with a backup quarterback, with our number 1 wide receiver out, with our number 1 running back out.
Number 1 wide receiver out and number 2 wide receiver not at his 100% for sure.
I'm happy.
Yeah, no, it's tough.
Look, I don't like the loss we're about to have, but look at where we're at. You're talking about us having a chance against Tom Brady's team next week at home. Yes, there are going to be some fans, about 5,000 fans at home next week. But this is a team you're talking about, again, about halfway through the season. There's no way.
And especially if Denver, if we get Drew Lock back next season or next week, excuse me.
Next week, buddy.
I feel like our chances. Yeah, thank you. I like our chances against Tampa Bay. I don't want you to look too far ahead as we're about to.
It's time to look ahead.
Yeah, as we've got a 1st and goal snap, 2nd and goal now, as they run the ball with Connor, do the Steelers. Broncos take another timeout here.
Juan says we're the youngest team in the NFL, and that's completely correct. Even with our coach,
Yeah.
It's his second year. It's 2 games into his second year. You cannot look at this game and say that there is not serious promise behind this team.
Absolutely. And I know it's a nice knee-jerk reaction to say we've got to fire.
I'm gonna give a cheers here because one, they did not have Grand Marinade, just so you know.
No, I wouldn't assume.
I'm kind of glad we're not at a big bar.
It's Marnier, by the way.
Marnier. It's also blue curacao.
Curacao. No, Curacao. That was right.
What was the wrong way? Curacao?
Curacao.
It's blue curacao. And creme de menthe.
Boy, you're saying a lot of things right now. A lot of words are coming out of your mouth, Kevin. 2nd down and goal. Handoff to Connor. Stopped. Looks like right at the line of scrimmage. Number 59, Malik Reed.
We're out of timeouts.
Yep. Looks like we're just going to kind of run this one off. 3rd down and goal coming up here.
Hey, I do want to say to everyone who has stuck with us this entire time, guys, and David, we can talk about this offline. I think we've had a pretty good audience. We could do this at least once a month, if not more, if not a couple times a month. Obviously, I want to sit back and I'm not getting paid for this, so watch the game without worrying about setup and everything. This is something that we want to do a little more often, David. Between our podcasts and here comes the Neil. Again, guys, check out all of our content. Please, if anything, give us the 5-star rating on Spotify, iTunes, Google Play.
And I'll tell you what, here's to the Steelers for everybody who bet on the Broncos to cover the spread here. Here's to the Steelers for not running up the score, just taking a kneel down here. Vic Fangio coming out to shake Mick Tomlin's hand. This one's over. 26-21 is going to be the final score. Not everything you wanted to see out of the Broncos here, but especially considering the injuries that we had, not only before this game, but during the course of this game. A little bit more than you expected, I think, to see, and a lot to build on going forward.
100% more than I expected to see once Drew Lock went out. Red Cloud says keep this up, so he likes the show. And like I was saying, give us that 5-star rating on our podcast on Spotify, iTunes, Google Play. We're all about the fans here at Orange Weekly. Send us a message on Facebook. Respond to some of our tweets on Twitter. If you're not already following us on Twitter, Instagram, at Orange Weekly. The only reason we do this is for you, the fans, and the fact we had 20-plus viewers the entire time. I mean, this is what we do this for. So any feedback you give us, we want to make this show better for you guys. The content will keep coming out. Look, we've gone through this is our 5th season. We've gone through 4 seasons and into our 5th about the Broncos losing seasons, We're not going away. No. So if you want to help us get better and more just fit your what you want from us more, give us that feedback across the board. We will be coming up with the post-game podcast. It should be posted tomorrow, if not Tuesday. Again, if you want to learn about what the Vegas odds are and sports betting and what we're taking, I am interested to learn about what we did this week, but last week we were 4-1-1 on Ragers. Check them out. They are under their own separate podcast as part of Orange Weekly. If you search Ragers on those podcast websites, we got our show on Tuesday, tomorrow night, actually, Orange Weekly After Dark with Jason and probably myself. Tuesday, Bourbon Broncos, no BS. We'll probably do this in a couple of weeks. We'll talk about it. But here at Colorado Cork Keg, really appreciate them hosting us. We are going to do a post game, so don't leave yet. We see the numbers dropping. Don't leave yet. We want to hear what you guys have to say. But please come out here and check out Colorado Cork Keg. If you're in Denver, Colorado Springs, doesn't matter. Right here in the middle. Tell them Orange Weekly sent you. Get half off your first drink. They got plenty of good food and plenty of good drinks minus Grand Marinade and Blue Curacao.
I keep leaning over to correct you about these things,
I'm doing it on purpose,
and then I realize you're saying them badly on purpose, and it's like, is that better? No, it's not better. But is the Broncos losing by 5 as opposed to by 10 better? There's different degrees of better here.
Different degrees. Hey, we want to hear, for those still watching, we want to hear your post-game thoughts. So put those in the comments. But yeah, Broncos Orange Weekly. We got a ton of content for you guys. We are not going away anytime soon. We are not funded by some other big names that are out there. We are just doing this purely for you guys. Not looking to make a buck.
This is the only big-time fan interaction show for the Broncos fans out there. There's no other place you can go and interact with the hosts during the game, during the shows. get your opinion out there, get your questions out there. We're the only ones out here doing this, guys. So check in with us, whether it's during games like this, when Kevin and I are live broadcasting, whether it's during our flagship show, Bourbon Broncos and No BS, every Tuesday night. Come in, check in with us, guys. We're looking for your feedback. We want to hear from you. We're the only show out here doing this, and it's the only way that we kind of it's not the only way we set ourselves apart, but it's a huge way that we set ourselves apart.
It's the main way we set ourselves.
Yeah, absolutely.
Also, I got you a nice vodka on the rocks.
Appreciate that.
Quadruple vodka on the rocks.
This
That's
is like a
what we're
quintuple
drinking.
vodka on the rocks, and we may need it, guys. Like going through this post game here, we may need it. But
Ooh.
yeah.
Ryan has a good point here, and Barb agrees. Red Cloud says, great job calling the game. But Ryan says, set it up so that viewers can buy the drinks. That's a very interesting idea. I'm not sure how we would do that.
There's some sort of Venmo or
we might set up a Venmo. I know we have a Patreon, so maybe through that. If you guys did that for us, I greatly. Obviously, it's a smaller bar. They don't have a ton of stuff, but look, we're going to do this either way, and so we appreciate all of your support. So I think with that being said, post your post game comments. Drayton here, I think this is okay. Let's start with this one as we get into the post game, just initial feels here. Drayton says, "Why in the fuck do we not run the ball?" So look, we came out of halftime and pretty substantially down.
Yeah, 11 points down we were at the half.
At that point, I don't want to run the ball.
No, you've got to and you don't want to necessarily abandon the run at that point, but you also can't lean on the run game, especially when after Drew Lock goes out, the Steelers are focusing a lot more on the run game, trying to take away that run and really focusing on the pass, trying to make Jeff Driscoll beat them. I think they tried, and I think that going forward, run game, especially if Drew Lock is out, they're going to lean on pretty heavily. But down 11 coming out of the half, you can't just expect the run game to be what it was, especially after Drew Lock goes out, and it wasn't what it was when he was in there.
Yeah.
You can't just expect them to be effective and continue to run the ball effectively for 5, 6, 7 yards a clip. I think they tried to stick with the run game as much as it was practical to stick with the run game.
But Gordon did well. We even saw Royce Freeman a few times, and they were able to move the ball more often than not.
Absolutely. But they wanted to get a little bit more out of the offense. I think they wanted to show their ability to get chunks, even with the number one quarterback out. So, yeah, I agree. Maybe showing a little bit more as far as the run game in that second half would have helped the team in the end a little bit more, but as far as the game was going and following the flow of the game as it actually played out, I think they ran the ball as much as they could have to be effective.
Now Drayton does have a good point, and this I didn't really necessarily agree with.
Yeah.
When it's 3rd and 2 and 4th and 2, we don't run the ball. We go for those passes. Now, the only thing I can think of, if I'm putting myself in Coach Fangio's shoes, the only thing I can think of is they are blitzing. You hand off that ball, you're looking at maybe potentially a very solid 3 or 4 yard loss, because they're already in the backfield.
Well, and especially if you're calling those runs up the middle, which we'd shown mixed success with throughout the game. But you're expecting to see pressure off the edges, which we especially saw on that 4th down play. We saw that cornerback blitz. That if you've got your starting quarterback in there, maybe he picks that up. Maybe he at least calls that out to the offensive line into the protection, and somebody picks that up, and they're able to make a play. Because like we were talking about, on that 4th and 2 play, Tim Patrick was open across the middle, and they just did not have enough time to get there. So maybe
would have Drew Lock been able to find that opening?
He's a very, very young guy. You want to see him make that call at the line of scrimmage. If that's your second-year quarterback, you want to see him make that play. But I don't know. It's hard to say.
Look, if I'm Jeff Driscoll, I don't want to take those big chances.
Mm-hmm.
My job as Jeff Driscoll is to not turn over the ball.
Yeah.
Period. At the end. I will try and put the ball in the place it's supposed to be, but I am not going to take too many chances. Yeah. And I know I'm getting blitzed left and right. I know it. I know on that right side it is coming strong, and I am probably going to get sacked. If not, the pocket is going to collapse very quickly.
Very much. Yeah.
But and Drayton, I do appreciate your question. I'm glad you're here tonight. But it's kind of those interesting parts of, one, we want to make something happen, especially when we know we're getting blitzed. But it's one of those things where, look, we can see your question all day. Well, what if Drew Lock was in? Well, what if we had run the ball? I don't know. Taking some more time off the clock. But there were a lot of things. And Andrew, I'm purposely ignoring your comment. And wait, let me go back really quickly before I forget about it. Ryan, if you're still watching, please, if you're willing to help us set up any kind of PayPal or whatever, please message us, and I will be in contact with you very soon. In fact, I might not reach out to you directly myself. But the run there at the end, I get it. 3rd and 2, 4th and 2, why we're not running. My bigger thing, if I'm taking away a couple things from this game, and we're also watching the Chiefs game. The
interesting note for the Chiefs-Chargers game: Justin Herbert, starting quarterback.
That is interesting. Definitely not what I expected.
Taylor, after week 1, they've decided to go with the rookie Herbert here.
Look, if I'm the Chargers, what do I have to lose?
At this point, you've got nothing, because their offensive showing last game was absolutely pathetic. And now,
with that being said, Drayton does say, Driscoll did an amazing job. Can't fault him. Thought Judy did well. Fant bailed out. Yeah, so couple things here. My big takeaways. One, the offensive line. Would it have been as big as a problem if Drew Lock had stayed in? Probably not. I cannot fault the Steelers, and I think that's a perfect game plan. The backup quarterback goes in, blitz, 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 because this is a guy that maybe doesn't have nearly as much experience, at least with the playbook being on the field. It is the second game, but still, they don't have that same experience as Drew Lock does. They don't have the same talent as Drew Lock does. And so you're trying to disrupt him as much as possible. And also, it's going to disrupt the running game, right? So the offensive line is key. Garrett Bowles did have one holding penalty, but on a running play. It's not it's not a passing play.
And
which is a big
right,
part of
and
it.
if you were going to ask me if Garrett Bowles was going to have a running play, what would my bet be on? I would have said passing play against, especially this pass rush. Every single day, I would have said, yeah, he's going to have that holding penalty on our pass play. But
Wasn't
you
the
know
case.
what? Yeah, if holding penalties on a run play, it's not great, but you'll take what you got. Especially with the right side of this offensive line playing as poorly as it did this game, Garrett Bowles is just not your primary problem.
I'm interested in seeing the Pro Football Focus scores here. Ryan
Me
says
too.
Driscoll is fast, 0 QB1 runs. He did have that one that almost got us a first down, if not did get us. That was, I think, second and short.
But I don't think they want. That's not a huge
I don't
feature
want him
of this
to run.
offense. No, then the offensive coaching staff doesn't want him to run either. Note that has nothing to do with anything about what we're talking about. But good God, have you seen these Chargers uniforms? Uniforms, excuse me.
One, gross.
They are fantastic.
2, they're about to score.
You said gross. I said fantastic. Justin Herbert's about to run it in for a touchdown. Yep, absolutely.
So
But-
it's a flag. It's going to be a score.
We're not talking about the Chargers. We're
Look,
not
who
going to
thought
get too
that
deep into it. Yeah, we're not going to get too deep into the Chargers right now because that's not the team we're here to talk about. But man, I think those uniforms are pretty flashy. Either way,
it's the Chargers. I think everything they do is gross.
yeah. All right, fair enough. But getting back to the Broncos a little bit, coming out of this game and going towards next week against Tampa Bay, especially if Drew Lock is back, if you get Cortland Sutton back, there's a lot to be encouraged about.
And even on next week, I'm still thinking towards halfway through the season. If we get healthy, because these players, Cortland Sutton, we don't know the extent of his injury yet.
For sure.
Drew Lock, don't know the extent of it. Philip Lindsay will be back in 2 weeks. If we get healthy on the offensive side and we get experience under their belt, you're talking about halfway through the season. And I can't remember the. Take care, man.
Thank you.
I can't remember the schedule there.
Yeah.
But you're talking about a team that played as well as they did today against the Steelers with no injuries.
Yeah.
This is a
absolutely.
team that we should all be excited about.
Right. Yeah. And again, we've been talking about the coaching and, fire this coach, fire that coach, fire the head coach. To me, the fact that we were in this game as late as we were speaks to good coaching to me. I get. There are certain plays on the defense that your guys were out of position. You're counting on Michael Ojemudia, who is, a third-round rookie, for a lot. You're counting on him for an awful lot. You're counting on undrafted rookie Essang Bassi for a lot. And that those guys did not look like 100% complete liabilities on every single play tells me that this is a well-coached team, that these are guys who have been told where to be, when to be there, and even if they're not exactly where they're supposed to be every single play, they're going to be where they're supposed to be more often than not, and that's going to lead to better things for everybody across the board, for the offense, for the defense. You know, we saw 1 turnover, 2 turnovers this game for the Broncos defense. Not in not the positions that we needed them to be at the time of the game. We needed them to be to ultimately win us this game. But the defense did enough. They did enough to go out there and give the offense a chance. You've got the injuries, and we don't want to make excuses. That's not what we're here for. But with the injuries that the Broncos have seen on both sides of the ball, they acquitted themselves pretty well against, again, what we've talked about as being the number 3 team in the AFC right now. You know, they did not go out and play a Jets-style game where they just gave up, folded, and you saw zero effort, zero accountability when they became down. When they were down more than 1 score, you still saw that Broncos offense and defense go out there as if they had a chance to win the game.
Easily.
Yeah, absolutely.
It was I don't like the loss.
No.
Nobody in Broncos country likes
the loss.
Now, Red Cloud, I think you have it's an honest question. In fact, I would expect this question near the end of the season, one way or the other. Do we tank and draft Trevor Lawrence? My answer is, and I think we all agree, no. We're trying to build this team around Drew Lock. Drew Lock has real promise. He is that gunslinger, and I think we need that, and he can move. He is young. He has 12, 15 years in this league. You know, hopefully he'll come back next week. He didn't look like he was really flinching in pain or anything. Hopefully he'll come back, get his throwing arm, so who knows. But we have got to build this team with the people we have, with the coaches we have. This is something that you're talking about 2, 3, 4 years from now. Hell, even next season.
Mm-hmm.
This, if we're looking towards winning a Super Bowl.
At the end of this season, really, even.
Yeah, if we're looking towards being an honest playoff contender and getting to the Super Bowl, this is how we do it. It's going to suck for a little bit. And you talk about, well, yeah, we've sucked the last 5 years. But the mindset of John Elway and company was, we're only a few key pieces away from winning the Super Bowl, so let's not really pay attention to the draft. Let's more focus on free agency, and that clearly wasn't working. This is the path where we're drafting leaders. We're drafting players that are consistent, always coming out with 110%. This is what's going to get us to that position where we're like facing the Chiefs twice a year, and we're honest competitors against them.
Yeah, that's it. And, you know, we haven't seen the Chiefs yet this season, but, you know, we're going to be able to do some things, our offense versus the Chiefs defense. We're going to be able to do some things to keep them off balance. We're going to be able to do some things that will surprise them. We're going to be able to do some things that make the Chiefs think twice. And the Chiefs offense is what it is.
Yeah.
Like, our defense against the Chiefs offense,
no,
I don't like that matchup. But
look, when you play the Chiefs, it doesn't matter about your defense. The way to beat the Chiefs is to score more points on offense. You've got to build your offense to match theirs, and then maybe you have a chance to win. Sorry, when you're facing Kermit the Frog out there, the only way you have a chance to win is to score 35 plus points. Is this team there yet? No. In a couple of years, when they know this playbook and they're all on the same page, 100%.
Yeah.
But we can be that team. Sorry, the Raiders can't. They drafted the same strategy as us. They can't be that team because they suck.
Sorry. No.
Their coaching staffs, I hate everything that they are, not just because they're Raiders. But Lisa here, exactly what we're trying to say. Consider all the injuries. We did pretty good, just trying to look on the bright side. I would say it's not even looking on the bright side. It's looking on the realistic side.
Yeah. Yeah, and I mean, and a lot of it obviously depends on what kind of step forward Drew Lock takes this year. Obviously, that is mitigated a little bit by the shoulder injury, and we'll see how long he's out for. But Yeah, there's I can't look at this team and just say there's no hope. You know?
No. Well, Red Cloud says Drew Lock can't stay healthy, injury prone. Not sold on Lock. I can't say that I'm 100% sold on Lock.
Yeah.
Look. Last year he hurt his thumb, and we paid all this money for Joe Flacco. So I get it. Let's make sure he's healthy. He had a thumb injury there, Red Cloud.
There's
and once
bad
again,
luck.
I appreciate all of our diehard fans. Red Cloud,
Yeah.
I freaking love you, man. But am I sold on Drew Lock? No. Is he the kind of guy with the potential that I want to build a team around?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
That's what I'm looking for.
And Red Cloud, I can't fault you because
No.
I wouldn't call him injury prone as of yet. I think as far as it goes, he's just had bad luck as far as injuries go. Especially in this game where you've got that Steelers pass rush, which, as we talked about before the game in the pregame podcast, that's a tough matchup for the Broncos offensive line and the Broncos offense as a whole. But he did, as we saw, it didn't work out for the Broncos this game. It didn't work out for Drew Lock.
It almost did.
It was close enough. That's the thing,
It
though.
almost did.
It was close. And we can't just write off this Broncos offense as a failure across the board. There's potential there. There's talent there. We just got to see them take that next step. And I think we can see that with Drew Lock under center because we saw it with with Jeff Driscoll.
If Jeff Driscoll can do it, what could we have done with Drew Lock?
That's it. There's potential there. There's ability there. You've just got to see them get better from a week-to-week basis. We hope Drew Lock can come back this game against Tampa Bay. Because if he does, to be 100% honest with you, spoiler alert, but for the pregame podcast, if Drew Lock is available, I expect the Broncos to win. And I'm going to pick them to win against the Buccaneers this upcoming week. We're just going to have to see, though.
So, not to step too much more into the post-game podcast, because me and Tanner are going to record that later tonight. If you had a couple things, and I'm not going to time you like Jared did, because I think that's really mean.
You're right.
Jared is a mean guy, and I don't even know why I keep calling him the co-founder.
He's not a good guy.
I think I should demote him.
Sounds good. Put me in his place. I think you're going to see the Orange Weekly product improve as a whole. We
should have an election for
Yes.
the co-founder position.
Yes.
Just kidding, Jared. But if it was Darren, I would completely
Darren is out.
Darren is out.
Jared still has a chance, but Darren is done.
So if you had a couple of things, and I don't want to keep ignoring comments here really quickly. Red Cloud, let's talk to the red zone. This game should have been won. We'll talk about that in the post-game podcast. So I am leading you into saying listen to the post-game podcast.
Yes.
There. But if you had a couple of things to take away from this game, not even looking to next week, but what are some of the big takeaways you're taking from this?
Red zone offense has to improve.
Red zone,
and
Red Cloud,
and Red Cloud, you were absolutely right about that. You were 100% on the button about that. Red zone offense has to improve. Defense, not a lot to say about the defense. I would go with special teams more, honestly, Kevin. You've got to keep those special teams tackles clean, open field tackles clean. It's something we've been talking about for a while, and we talked about that during the game with this Broncos special teams. But that, to me, more than anything, field position on those special teams plays is so important. We did not get there today. And if we can do better than that in weeks upcoming, that's going to be a big boon to this Broncos team.
So for me, I think it's the offensive line. And I think that we're going to talk about that. Please, if I'm going to avoid Facebook tomorrow because I just need to. There are going to be so many calls to fire Vic Fangio.
And we have to ignore those because they're nonsense. They're knee-jerk reactions.
They are knee-jerk reactions. And I'm not trying to talk down to any Broncos fans, but you've got to look at the game in general and what we're trying to do, not just for this game or this season, but for the next 10 years.
Yeah, absolutely.
This team needs to grow. They need to come together. And it takes time to do that. It takes consistency to do that. And that's something that if we build around Vic Fangio, if we build around Drew Lock, and we keep that defense strong, this is the team that's eventually going to get us there. Look, Amugia, was a little slow at times. You get him in step with somebody, none of those passes towards his way are going to go through.
Yeah.
Look at Jerry Jeudy. Holy crap, he made 2 ankle breakers in the same play
Mhm.
within a second of each other, maybe 2 seconds of each other. This guy can move, and he can, it doesn't matter how good of a defender you are. Sorry, he is going to make you miss by a foot.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
these players, these brand new players, have such promise. If we can get healthy in the next 2 weeks and bring these guys back, Drew Lock, Philip Lindsay, Cortland Sutton, this is an offense, and we saw
Big
what
time.
they did today against
Big time.
the Steelers. This is a defense that can move forward. The biggest issue is the offensive line. Garrett Bowles, fantastic game, minus the 1 run play.
Holding penalty, yeah.
And that is incredibly rare to begin with in any team. But that offensive line issue kind of gets mitigated by the mobility of Drew Lock.
Yeah.
And so you get that guy back out there. He can move around a little bit more. I didn't want Driscoll to move around a lot. I wanted him to sit there, throw the ball, kind of Joe Flacco style. That's what he's supposed to do.
It would have been nice.
So we get those players back. This team has real promise. You're talking about 6 weeks from now. They understand the playbook. They're talking to each other. They're on the same page. This is a team that can put up points.
Yeah, and we're talking about another game where, the Broncos had their opportunities to win this game, but at the same time, probably deserved to lose. Going into next week, we got plenty to build on. What are your final thoughts, Kevin, going into next week and going into the previews for next week as we move into these next shows?
So again, I don't want to give away too much because I want everyone to check out the pregame or the postgame podcast here. But Ryan, once again, please message me if you have ideas about setting up a PayPal or whatever. Please message me. But yeah, Jeff Driscoll running the first reps. So the sooner we get word on what Drew Lock's status is, let's move forward with that. That's going to explain a lot. But if Drew Lock is out for next week, and we know that early, and Jeff Driscoll is the guy to lean on for this next week, the fact he stepped in today and did what he did, and we're playing on literally talent alone. 95% of what we were doing was talent alone, not even really being on the same page about everything and still learning this playbook.
Yeah.
This sets us up very nicely for next week, and we're going to be a huge underdog for next week. So that's my big takeaway is I'm impressed with this team today. I'm impressed with the number of injuries we had and how we were able to overcome and adapt and just work on what are we doing in this moment. Who do we have in this moment? Let's make those plays happen. That says a lot to Pat Shurmur. That says a lot to Vic Fangio based off the play calling situations. That says a lot to the players. So that's kind of what I'm looking forward to and how we're good. Some of the things we're going to talk about in the post-game podcast.
Yeah, absolutely. And tune into that post-game podcast, guys. We're going to have that posted before probably tomorrow, before we have that Bears, Broncos, and No BS show coming up on Tuesday. But check back in with us, guys. We're going to have content for you basically every single day of the week. For me, build on what you did. Whether Drew Lock is in there or not this upcoming week, I don't think the Buccaneers have the defense that obviously the Pittsburgh has. So if you're able to go out there and have success against that Pittsburgh defense, you can build on that against Tampa Bay. And that's what I'm going to be really looking for no matter who's in at quarterback.
I'm excited.
Yeah, absolutely.
You can look at this team 2 ways. You could look at it as an 0-2 team saying, well, we still have to play the Chiefs twice and blah, 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 and we need to fire people. Or you can look at this team and saying, holy crap, we did that against the Steelers with our backup QB. Holy crap.
There's plenty there. There's there, as we say. There's plenty of there. We just got to see what this team can bring together, building on their performance from this week, like they built on their performance from last week. I think they did that successfully this game. They're just going to have to build on it going forward against the Buccaneers and other opponents as we move forward through the season, no matter who's at quarterback.
Any other closing thoughts, David?
There's only one that I can think of, Kevin, and it's 2 words.
Is it that time? Oh. Nope, I have nothing else.
All
okay,
right.
So with that being said, everyone, really quickly, I appreciate all of you watching today. This seemed to be a pretty good showing. We had consistent viewers. This has been fantastic. I'm glad we're doing this now that I'm in Colorado and we can do this. Check out Colorado Cork Keg here in Castle Rock, Colorado. There's only 5,000 people out in the stands for the next game. So come on down here. They're going to have the game on the TV. Tell them Orange Weekly sent you. Get half off your first drink. They got tons of food. You can't see this very well. Tons of food, good drinks here. They're incredibly nice. this is the place you want to be on a game day. Personally, of any other place that even might have a 4-letter name to it, this is the place that I'd want to be. So come on down, check them out, and we're going to be here. We have plenty of content coming out. Make sure you visit our website, BroncosOrangeWeekly.com. Look for those articles. If you can't find the podcast, just go there, and it's going to be right on the top of the page. So, David, thanks a lot for joining me today. I think we're going to keep doing this. Cheers to all of you guys, and I think we can end on very strong.
Go Broncos.
Take care, everyone. We'll see you later.